Okay. The Committee on Budget Appropriations meeting of August 1st, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I please have the roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Samuel Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Javani James Sr.
Present.
Senator Javani James Sr. present. Madam Chair, 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
August 1st, 2024, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, U.S. VI. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I apologize for not being able to attend the committee hearings scheduled for the week of July 29th through August 1st, 2024. I'll be attending the CSG East Pathways to a Sustainable Future Forum in Baltimore, Maryland. This annual forum offers unique and important opportunities to convene and discuss emerging policy issues. These policies are wide-ranging and focus on individual constituents and jurisdictions throughout the eastern region of the United States. This conference will examine policy issues in all CSG East policy areas, including agriculture, rural development, education, workforce development, energy, the Council on Communities of Color, fiscal, health, housing, territorial relations, and transportation. As such, kindly mark my absences as excused. Cordially, Ray Fonseca, Member, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance.
Do you have additional correspondence? Did Senator Blyden report as present? Okay, I think there's a letter for Senator Blyden recording his absence. Okay. There is an absent letter from Senator Blyden that came in the email. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the correspondence from Senator Blyden into the record, please?
August 1st, 2024. The Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI. Dear Madam Chair, I regret to inform you that due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be unable to attend today's budget hearing. Please mark my absence as excused, and please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused, as well as is my best wishes for a productive meeting. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Vice President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This ends the reading of today's quorum call.
No, this reads the end the correspondence. All right, so we've established a quorum, and good morning to everyone. I'm going to ask you also, Madam Clerk, to please read today's agenda into the record, please.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Thursday, August 1st, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earle Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, VI Department of Agriculture and Local Food and Farm Council. Invited testifiers, Honorable Dr. Louis E. Petersen, Jr., Commissioner, VI Department of Agriculture, and Dr. David Hall, Chairman, VI Local Food and Farm Council. Block 2, VI Department of Health. Invited testifier, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers that's before us. Today, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and the Local Food and Farm Council, which I'm very happy about, and the Virgin Islands Department of Health will provide testimony in support of the FY 2025 budget recommendation that was submitted by the Chief Executive of the Territory. This morning, we have the Family of Agriculture and the Local Food and Farm Council before us, and I'm going to ask them to please put their names and titles on the record. And we're going to start with Dr. Petersen, and then we're going to go to Dr. Hall, and then we're going to go over to my left. Please put your names and titles on the record, and then we're going to go over to the agriculture family that's on St. Croix. So we're going to start with you, Dr. Louis Petersen, Jr. And you may proceed with your name and title.
Good morning, all. My name is Louis E. Petersen, Jr., Commissioner of the VA Department of Agriculture.
Good morning. My name is David Hall, former president of the University of the Virgin Islands and former co-chair of the Local Food and Farm Council.
Good morning. My name is Risa Richards. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Agriculture.
Good morning. I'm Diana Collingwood. I'm the Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Agriculture.
Good morning. Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management for the Department of Agriculture.
St. Croix, put your names and titles on the record.
Good morning. My name is and I am the Director of Sustainability for Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Okay, let's try that again. We're having a hard time hearing you in St. Thomas. Try it one more time.
Good morning. My name is Sydney Meadows, and I am the Director of Sustainability for the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good morning. I am Summer Sibley Brown, Interim Farm Council Coordinator.
Okay. We are struggling. We did not hear you, Summer Sibley. One more time.
Good morning. Summer Sibley Brown, Interim Food and Farm Council Coordinator.
Good
morning. I am Clifford Joseph Jr., Hemp Director for the VA Department of Agriculture.
Good morning, Chantal Douglas, Acting Marketing Director for the Department of Agriculture.
Aurelian Wilson.
Okay, we're not hearing Miss Wilson. I think I heard that last name.
Mathilde Aurelian Wilson, Forest Stewardship Program Coordinator, Agriculture Department.
You said Forest
Stewardship Program Coordinator.
Okay. And we have a Chantel Douglas with us.
Yes, Acting Marketing Director for the Department of Agriculture.
Okay, and we have did we hear from a Clifford Joseph? What is your title again?
Hemp Director for the Department of Agriculture.
Director for?
The hemp program.
Oh boy.
The hemp program.
Okay. Hemp program. Okay, hemp. All right, and then did we hear from a Shay Roberts? No?
No, she is here. She was not in the well, but we could bring her in the well. She is the director of the Agriculture Business Center. So
Certainly. Please escort Ms. Shay Roberts into the well. I'll give you an opportunity to put your name and title on the record for the sake of the stenographer. Do we have other individuals on St. Croix? Put your name.
Yes. Brooks, Urban and Community Forestry Coordinator.
Okay, we're going to try that one more time because we're having a hard time hearing on St. Thomas. The mic is like it's going in and out. One more time, Mr. Brooks.
Preston Brooks, Urban and Community Forestry Coordinator for Department of Agriculture.
And Mr. Walters.
Good morning. Dornell Walters, State Survey Coordinator for the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture.
And Ms. Roberts, can you put your name and your title on the record?
Legally, Shantae Roberts, known as Shay. I am the Director of the Agriculture Business Center.
All right. Well, I have to say that agriculture come first today. All right, so Dr. Petersen and Dr. Hall, are you ready for to put your testimonies on the record? Okay, we're going to start with Dr. Petersen. You may proceed with your testimony.
Sure. And before I begin, Senator, we also have another staff person here with us, Ms. Gracia Letzum. She's with the Conservation Program with the Department of Agriculture, NACD.
Into the well? She can if you wish.
Ms. Letzum, please. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Letts, I'm going to ask you to put your name and your title on the record as well.
Yes, Gracia Letzum for the National Association of Conservation Districts of the Virgin Islands of the Department of Agriculture.
Conservation Districts. All right, thank you.
Very good.
Dr. Petersen, you may proceed with your testimony.
Very good. Good day, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other members present, and all viewing. We are here to present and justify the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture's fiscal year 2025 budget request. I am Louis Emmanuel Petersen Jr., once again, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture. Here with me today are Assistant Commissioner Diana Collingwood, Deputy Commissioner Reese Richards, Director of Administration and Management Aaron Bryan, and participating virtually, as was presented earlier on St. Croix, are many other staff members. The Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture was created pursuant to Title III, Chapter 17, Section 291. Act Number 5265 repealed this section and established the Department of Economic Development and Agriculture in 1995. Act number 5265, as amended by Act number 6070, abolished the Department of Economic Development and Agriculture and created instead two separate entities, the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism. Our mission is to develop, support, and promote an economically lucrative agricultural industry in the territory, while supporting farmers, consumers, and protecting the environment. According to Code, subsection 291, our primary responsibilities include providing basic agricultural services and technical support. We fulfill our mission and responsibilities through our operational divisions, namely the Food Production Division, Marketing, Agricultural Development, Abattoir Services, Veterinary Services, Administration and Management, Forestry, Nursery, and our newest, the Industrial Hemp Program. The fiscal year 2025 budget of $6,327,890 is a decrease of 24.42% as compared to fiscal year 2024. The majority of the fiscal year 2024 operational funds have been used for salaries, fringe, infrastructure repairs, and maintenance. The fiscal year 2025 general fund request for the Department of Agriculture is $5,327,889. An amount of $4,334,669 is appropriated to personnel and fringe benefits, while $262,260 is allocated towards supplies, $160,000 toward utilities, and $570,930 toward other services. Among other needs, a portion of our additional support funds through Act number 8259 will be allocated to professional development training for staff. Some of these funds will also be used to address machinery repairs, as well as to enhance and maintain farmland and departmental infrastructure. The Animal Shelter Services contract for $377,500 and operational staff funds for the Industrial Hemp Program in the amount of $243,286 are under the miscellaneous section, and an additional $1 million from the Tourism Fund. We also anticipate receipt of $270,805 in non-appropriated funds from the Agriculture Revolving Fund generated from the sales and services offered by our divisions of horticulture and land preparation. Federal grant funds already awarded to the department, such as the multi-year USDA Specialty Crops Block Grant Program, Forest Legacy Grants, Urban and Community Forestry Grants, and other grants, total $2,054,777. And therefore, this results in a $9,274,257 in funds available for the department in fiscal year 2025. With respect to accomplishments and activities during the current fiscal year, our administrative unit, the department's management team, participated in meetings with the Office of Collective Bargaining and the leadership of Ovilu's employee union to address multiple concerns, including salary increases and hazardous pay for our staff. Our team is proud of this progress on behalf of the employees, and we are hopeful that the terms that we have agreed upon will be ultimately approved at the end of the negotiations process. During the current fiscal year, the department's management team expended significant time and effort actively participating in the bi-weekly meetings of the local Farm and Food Council, whom you'll hear from later on today, the entity responsible for overseeing the implementation of the USVI Agriculture Plan. The council meetings are co-chaired by the UVI President and the Commissioner of Agriculture. The council membership also includes the Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, or his designee, the Commissioner of Education, or his designee, the Director of the Economic Development Authority, farmers, fishermen, and the President of Island Green Living. The hard work of the council has yielded many successes, as you'll hear more about today again, including the launch of the Ag Business Center, the establishment of the agriculturally dedicated grant writing unit at UVI, a UVI-based agricultural data collection site, the design and finalization of a logo for use in a local branding campaign, and the issuance of a call for proposals to farmers and fishermen through a public-private partnership grant initiative. As a part of the call for proposals, significant time and effort were invested in developing and processing the application forms, as well as reviewing the submissions and selecting the successful candidates. The department's management team as well, in partnership with the Vermont White River National Resources Conservation District, will be conducting a one-year professional development program to prepare individuals seeking conservation careers through training in conservation planning, regenerative agriculture, soil health, water quantity and quality, grazing systems, agroforestry, and agricultural engineering. This USDA-funded innovative workforce development program will not only develop certified professionals in the Virgin Islands, but will also assist the USDA in meeting the needs of farmers and land stewards. The department is also partnering with the University of Tennessee to implement the Farm Stress Support Program in the territory. This initiative brings resources to assist farmers with coping and stress reduction skills and knowledge, thereby enhancing their well-being and productivity. By participating in this program, farmers will have the opportunity to gain valuable insight, skills, and other resources that will contribute to the long-term sustainability and the success of their agricultural endeavors. During the current fiscal year, the administrative team embarked on an extensive search for a director of veterinary services, following the retirement of our previous director. After much effort, a suitable candidate was finally selected. The new director, Dr. David Wenger, will commence his employment with the Department of Agriculture on August 12, 2024. Among other attributes, Dr. Wenger comes to us with 27 years of experience in the private sector and a passion for working with students on agriculture-based projects. In the marketing division, the WIC Farmers Market Nutrition Program is funded by the USDA's Food and FNS. This provides access to fresh, locally grown fruits and vegetables to eligible women, infants, and children participating in the WIC program. WIC recipients receive 6 $5 coupons, which they use to purchase locally grown produce from any registered vendor or farmer. This program not only benefits the recipients, but also provides support to local farmers and encourages the consumption of locally grown produce. The USDA's FNS, again, also funds our Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program, which provides fresh, locally grown produce, vegetables, fruits, honey, and herbs from farmers to low-income seniors throughout the territory. The Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture's Marketing Division procures produce from farmers in bulk to assemble a produce bag containing $50 worth of local farm products for issuance to those clients. This program benefits the recipients and serves as a financial incentive to farmers. The Marketing Division also leads a youth agriculture development program. This pilot program is funded again through USDA, specifically the Agricultural Marketing Services Specialty Crop Block Grant Program. This program encourages youth residing in housing communities in the business of agriculture by educating them on how to access, grow, market, prepare, and consume locally grown produce. The Department of Agriculture has partnered with the VI Housing Authority and the St. Croix Science Teacher Association to implement this youth initiative on St. Croix. The participants of this program will receive education and technical assistance, as well as materials to support the establishment and maintenance of a community garden within their own housing communities. The two housing communities selected for this program are the Candido Guadalupe Housing Community on St. Croix and the Corwin Terrace Housing Community on St. Thomas. Another initiative of the marketing program is the Julie Mango in Every Yard program. This program is funded through the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program, and it seeks to establish and execute a program that aligns with the provisions of the VI Code, which promotes the Julie Mango as a fruit of choice in the USVI, while urging residents to designate a portion of their land for at least one Julie Mango tree. In order to increase the number of Julie Mango trees in the territory, the department launched a plant propagation and a tree care program. A total of 60 participants territory-wide are presently receiving training on grafting, pruning, and general tree care and maintenance. August 4th through the 10th this year marks the observance of National Farmers Market Week and National Health Center Week. And for this reason, our marketing division has organized a series of marketing events on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John to bring awareness to the importance of farmers markets to our community's economy and general well-being. And these activities will be held in partnership with our health centers throughout the territory. I will also add that as a part of this week's celebration, we are also preparing to execute an MOU with the members of We Grow Food Inc. on St. Thomas, and that will simply formalize our arrangements with the entity to care for and be stewards of the Board of Farmers Market. I mention that simply because we're hoping that this can be a model for other partnerships throughout the territory. With respect to the Cooperative Agricultural Pest Survey Program, through a cooperative agreement with the USDA's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, the Department of Agriculture receives financial assistance to conduct the following: establish and disseminate profiles of plant pests of regulatory significance, establish and maintain a comprehensive trapping and surveying network using traps and identified survey locations, to enhance the department's outreach potential and relationship with local farmers through on-farm engagements, to confirm the presence or absence of specific plant pests that impact the domestic movement of plants and plant products, to establish early detection protocols for exotic pest infestations or introductions, such as the mango stem borer, to continue to safeguard the economic and environmental stability of the agricultural sector. And finally, the funds we receive, we hire one support staff, and this position actually has been vacant for quite a while, and so we're happy that this year we have a new candidate filling that role. With respect to veterinary services, I wish to publicly applaud and express my appreciation to the staff in the Veterinary Services Division for their diligence, their commitment, and dedication despite the absence of a divisional director for the past 7 months. The team that we have continued to keep the program alive and moving forward, providing excellent service to our clients. The veterinary service staff played a major role in working with livestock farmers and monitoring their herd and flocks for adverse health impacts due to potential exposure to lead in contaminated water supplies on St. Croix. The outreach support involved the collection of blood samples for testing and providing technical information to clients. We continued to provide support work, including capturing impoundment activities and the collection of GPS data, animal identification information, as well as documenting sample collections to establish and maintain a VI farmer database. And finally, in the Vet Service Division, we continue to provide general education to livestock farmers, providing technical assistance to improve their livestock health and production. In the Nursery Division, during fiscal year 2024, the department's nurseries strive to maintain its routine level of services. These services included the sale of a variety of seeds, seedlings, soil, fertilizer, and livestock feed. And this division remains the main source of revenue generation at the Department of Agriculture. Upon request, the division also accepts special orders from commercial farmers for bulk seedling production. In the Division of Forestry, the Forest Stewardship Program has 3 active grants. The purpose of this program is to encourage the long-term stewardship of non-industrial private forest lands by assisting the owners of such lands to manage their forests and related resources more actively. During the current fiscal year, the Forest Stewardship Coordinator continued to assist landowners in developing stewardship management plans. In addition, the coordinator engaged in a community outreach across all 3 islands to educate the public stewardship and land management opportunities through one-on-one technical support. The Forest Stewardship Program received $70,000 in grants to launch a greenhouse project. This project objective is primarily to grow and distribute a variety of plants to Virgin Islands residents to help mitigate the huge tree damage and destruction caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The Forest Legacy Program has 2 active grants. The purpose of the Forest Legacy Administrative Funds is to provide support to promote the conservation and protection in perpetuity of important forest areas of high environmental importance and are threatened by conversion to non-forest uses in the territory. Forest Legacy Program seeks to identify and preserve lands in a forested state, either by full acquisition or by conservation easements. Through the Forest Legacy Program, funding has been awarded to purchase 91 acres on Inner Brass Island off St. Thomas's North Shore. And once the tedious process is completed, this purchase will be the first Virgin Islands Forest Legacy Program purchase of land in the St. Thomas St. John district, and the acreage will become a part of the Virgin Islands territorial park system in perpetuity. The property is uniquely valued by St. Thomians for its historic, recreational, and fisher use, as well as a scenic treasure. The Urban and Community Forestry Program. The goal of this program is to enhance and manage the urban forests of the USVI. The new Urban and Community Forestry Coordinator and his team are actively performing an in-depth comprehensive needs assessment that will respond to the unique needs of the territory, while retaining old partnerships and fostering new ones. The Urban and Community Forestry team is collecting and propagating seeds from native and heritage tree species for sale to the public. This program has received 6 applications for grant assistance from local nonprofits, and these applications are in the process of being reviewed. In the area of food production, during fiscal year 2024, this division continued to assist farmers by providing land preparation, water distribution, and delivery services, as well as infrastructure improvements such as work on pipelines and pumps, and by conducting hay baling operations. The division also has actively assisted other governmental entities by providing support with heavy equipment as requested. The division participates in providing tours to provide fun and educational experiences for youth camps, summer programs, and other school-based activities, as well as providing heavy equipment repair support in both districts. The Industrial Hemp Program, our newest program, during the current fiscal year, the department hired a new director for the Industrial Hemp Program who is diligently working to build our newest operational division through research and networking. In addition to the program director, this division has one field inspector who currently supports the department in the capacity of a property inspector. Once the hemp program is fully functional, 2 field inspectors will be assigned to work along with the hemp program. Through networking and other hemp operations, the director is working to identify the resources needed for implementing a successful program. Such resources will include, but not be limited to, testing facilities, equipment, and greenhouse supplies. The hemp director has completed the requisite training to become a certified hemp sampler through USDA's protocol. And finally, there are currently no hemp manufacturing operations in the territory as we speak. The abattoir. One of our greatest challenges continues to be our aged abattoir facility on St. Croix, along with its outdated equipment. The department is diligently and methodically working to resolve the 4 primary areas of concern at the abattoir. Firstly, a replacement boiler has been procured and arrived in the territory last week. The start date for the installation of the boiler is today as we sit here and speak. Secondly, a new rumping station has already been purchased and already installed. Thirdly, a selected vendor is preparing to purchase and install a new hoist for the abattoir. Finally, before the abattoir can be reopened, all of the rusted steam pipes, which are approximately 50 years old, and insulation must be replaced. Our team is proud and pleased to report to you today that the demolition of the old piping and the installation of the new piping was completed within the past 2 weeks, and the pipe installation phase is currently in progress. Upon the conclusion of this major renovation at the St. Croix Abattoir, we expect to be fully functional and prepared to serve our clients for the long run. On St. Thomas, our revised plans include the renovation of the existing abattoir as a long-term initiative. This revised approach was decided upon after reviewing a structural condition and condition survey that was completed by the Department of Public Works. In addition, valuable input was received from a team of experts who visited the territory and visited the site. We have identified a potential mobile abattoir unit and making plans for its purchase once our proposal for funding has been fully and properly vetted and funding released by the Office of Management and Budget. Regarding the leasing program, the department is systematically moving forward on a case-by-case basis. Our first step was to place all clients with leases or permits in one of 3 categories. 1, either good standing, 2, poor standing, or 3, probationary. We are currently in the second phase of the process, which involves written and/or in-person communication with clients regarding their status and taking action as appropriate. Once previously occupied acreages become available, new applicants will be vetted and lease documents initiated for successful candidates. It should be noted, however, that the department has jurisdiction over some acreages that are not legally surveyed. However, only surveyed acreages can be leased. The Department of Private Procurement has been very supportive with providing some funding for some survey work. It should also be noted that at this time, no insurance companies in the territory provides liability insurance coverage, which is required by the lease for farmers. Thus, lease agreements can be prepared but not executed until we can remedy this challenge of no insurance coverage for farmers. Challenges and unanticipated expenses. One of our major unanticipated challenges at the department is the cost of prospective mold remediation work to be conducted on many of our office building facilities. Based on the cost estimates received to date, this appears to be an expensive venture, but necessary to safeguard the health and well-being of our staff. Another unexpected and costly challenge of our agency is the farm access road repair work to be addressed on St. Thomas and St. Croix. The heavy and frequent downpours of rain within the past few months resulted in severe soil erosion, deplorable road conditions, and limited access to farm plots in and around the community gardens on St. Croix. Similarly, the heavy rains combined with the hilly terrain in Estate Border on St. Thomas resulted in impassable areas and severe erosion. Although our heavy equipment operators have begun repair work, the scope of the project is beyond the Department of Agriculture's resources. For this reason, the department issued a request for technical and financial support to the Caribbean Area Office of the USDA's Natural Resources Conservation Service to support this major infrastructure repair work. And this collaboration is in progress as we speak, as a team of engineers and conservationists have already visited Estate Bordeaux to evaluate the scope of work. In Estate Dorothea, another unexpected challenge was the failure of our well pump, which hampered our ability to distribute water resources to clients for several months. Within the past 3 weeks, the work was finally completed, a well pump was purchased and installed. The department also has been notified of an unexpected $80,000 debt from VIA in connection with post-2017 hurricane restoration work and services that were provided to the Department of Agriculture but remain outstanding. Another unanticipated hurdle which hampered services and progress across all divisions of the Department of Agriculture was the cash flow issue that the government of the Virgin Islands is currently facing. This reality has curtailed the procurement of goods and services and adversely impacted the delivery of goods and services to the farming community while negatively impacting the responsiveness of vendors on whom we depend. Across the divisional units of the department, one of the other commonly faced challenges is undoubtedly a shortage of adequate staff to effectively complete assigned tasks. The department's management team is progressively addressing this concern. Within fiscal year 24, one additional staff was hired to work in the plant nursery, a new heavy equipment operator was onboarded, and the abattoir gained an additional staff member. During fiscal year 2025, with your support, we will continue to address the issue of staff shortages based on available funding. Based on these ongoing and unanticipated challenges, the Department of Agriculture is requesting an additional $500,000 for fiscal year 2025, that should be, to incrementally address some of the concerns noted above. If granted, the additional funding will be directed toward the need for increased personnel, including but not limited to a mechanic for the St. Thomas St. John District and a maintenance engineer for the St. Croix District.
Joe for B.
The remainder of the funds would be utilized to undertake infrastructural projects, including mold remediation efforts to safeguard the health and well-being of our staff. In terms of looking ahead, Senators, as we look forward, we're resolved as a team to transform all of our challenges into opportunities for growth and improvement on behalf of our farmers. To address the challenges faced by the agricultural sector, the Department of Agriculture's team has prepared a comprehensive project proposal consisting of numerous initiatives that will address the needs of farmers. As testimony of the Brian Roach administration's commitment to the Department of Agriculture and the agricultural sector, the Office of the Governor has allotted the sum of $10 million to the Department of Agriculture. This is an historic investment by a Virgin Islands governor to the agricultural community. The proposed projects are designed to address water infrastructural needs, entrepreneurial training in agricultural science for young adults, equipment upgrades and replacements, building repairs, farmers markets improvements, the bulk purchase of water tanks, cooperative business training, grant funding opportunities for farmers, and the purchase of the previously mentioned mobile abattoir unit. Our proposal is currently being vetted by the Office of Management and Budget. With the recent acquisition of a new service truck for St. Croix and the expected arrival of a new water truck and a front-end loader and water leader in the St. Thomas district within the next 8 months, we expect to steadily increase our efficiency and reliability of delivering services to our farmers on St. Thomas. We also look forward to embarking on several other initiatives through numerous partnerships that we have forged. One such partnership is with the UVI Green Technology Center and OARECO, with whom the department has prepared and submitted a $400,000 EPA grant proposal to address the composting of organic waste, which will greatly benefit our farming community. In partnership with the UVA Green Technology Center once again, and the Department of Education, the department is also making preparations to request additional funding in the amount of $9 million from USDA for a second initiative that will also address composting, but this project will also involve school site-based initiatives. With funding support, $2.5 million, from the USDA's Agricultural Marketing Service, and in partnership with the VI Economic Development Authority, the proposal for food kitchens will be provided with resources for the value-added processing of local agricultural products. In partnership with the farming and general community, the department will allot a portion of its $1.5 million grant awarded from the U.S. Forest Service's Urban and Community Forestry Program toward the expansion and establishment of fruit orchards throughout the territory. And finally, through a technical assistance grant awarded by the U.S. Department of Interior, the department is actively constructing a pump station which will enhance the existing water infrastructure in Estate Bordeaux by upgrading the pumping capacity, expanding water distribution lines, and reducing the wear on the existing well pumps. We are confident that these projects and other unmentioned initiatives will enhance the implementation of the USVI agricultural plan and address many of the challenges faced by our agency and farmers. In closing, we extend our appreciation to the members of this committee and the entire 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States for your support and the opportunity to present our fiscal year 2025 budget request. We also express sincere appreciation to our farming clientele throughout the territory for their tireless effort and support. We acknowledge and thank our Honorable Governor and Lieutenant Governor, as well as the entire Brian Roach administration for their leadership and unwavering support to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, we'd like to close by once again acknowledging our hardworking staff at the Department of Agriculture for their support, their sacrifices, tireless efforts, and dedication to our community in general and our farmers in particular. And there ends my testimony, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner Petersen, for your testimony. We'll now hear from Dr. Hall on the Local Food and Farm Council. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Fred Gregory and members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, and other members of the 35th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, former president of the University of the Virgin Islands and former co-chair of the Local Food and Farm Council. It is indeed an honor for me to appear before this committee to provide testimony on behalf of the Local Food and Farm Council. Appearing with me today is the co-chair of the council, who you just heard from, Commissioner of Agriculture, Dr. Lewis Petersen, Interim Food and Farm Coordinator, Summer Sibley Brown, who is on St. Croix, and other members of the Local Food and Farm Council who are present, and various individuals who are our partners in carrying out the mandates of the Agriculture Plan. The Local Food and Farm Council was created through Act 8716 and funded for FY 2024 via Act 8700 in the total amount of $2,233,000. Today, I am here to provide testimony regarding the various areas and mandates that were funded, to share some decisions made by the Council, and finally, to request funding for the continuing work of the Council in FY 2025. To provide a comprehensive overview, I will detail the allocations of funds to various agencies and the progress made to date in implementing aspects of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. In accordance with Mandate 4 of the VI Agriculture Plan, the Local Food and Farm Council officially convened on July 18, 2023, and has since held bi-weekly meetings to date. During these meetings, several key operational decisions were made to enhance the Council's effectiveness. One significant issue was the pending confirmation of farmers appointed by the governor to the council, which the act requires. To ensure that the farming community had immediate representation, the council unanimously voted to appoint 4 honorary farmer members who joined in January 2024. These individuals were farmers who served on the Agriculture Task Force or farmers who had been identified by the governor, though not formally nominated. Recognizing that the fishing industry was not included in the VI Agriculture Plan, the Council took steps to integrate the fishing community into its operation. Food security encompasses all aspects of our community, and the Council invited 2 fishers to join as honorary members. A survey by the Council was conducted of the fishing community, and it was clear that they faced some of the similar challenges as members of the farming community. While honorary members have not been officially appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate, their inclusion ensures that both farmers and fishers have a voice in the Council's deliberation. Additionally, the Council voted to grant honorary members an honorarium as stipulated in Act 8716, Section 8. This measure ensures that their contributions are recognized and valued, reinforcing the Council's commitment to comprehensive food security for the Virgin Islands. The current membership of the Local Food and Farm Council represents a dynamic coalition of leaders and experts dedicated to advancing agriculture sustainability and food security in the Virgin Islands. The diverse assembly of individuals bring together a wealth of knowledge and experience crucial for shaping policies and initiatives that benefit our local economy, and community well-being. The membership of the council is as follows. As I indicated, chairpersons, co-chairpersons, myself, former president of the University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Lewis Petersen, Commissioner of Agriculture. Other members include Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, Commissioner of the VI Department of Education, Mr. Wayne Biggs, Jr., Executive Director of the VI Economic Development Authority, the Honorable Jean-Pierre Auriel, Commissioner of VI Department of Natural Resources, Dr. Usman Adamu, the Dean and Director of the School of Agriculture at the University of the Virgin Islands. These are individuals who the Act itself appointed to the Council. However, the Act also indicated that those individuals had the right to also have a designee if they are unable to participate. The designees are Nicole Angeli, Director of Fish and Wildlife from the VI DPNR, Dr. Senya Haptis from the Bureau of Fishers from also DPNR, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction from the Department of Education, Mr. Harith Wikrima, President of Island Green Living Association. As I indicated earlier, there were honorary members from the farming and fishing community, and I would like to indicate who they are. Dr. Nathaniel Olive, Director of Ridge to Reef Farms, Mr. Royce Cricky, farmer and the owner of Green Ridge Guavaberry Farms, Mrs. Abiba Selassie, farmer of Ethiopia Roots Farm, Mr. Edmund Teetree, farmer of New Breed Farms. The individuals representing the fishing community as honorary members are Ms. Mavelle Maldonado, fishing in St. Croix, and Mr. Winston Ledee, a fisher in St. Thomas. We are also delighted that we were able to have and appoint an interim local food and farm coordinator, which was key to the agriculture plan, and presently that is Ms. Summer Sibley Brown, who, as I indicated, is present on St. Croix. The composition of the Local Food and Farm Council underscores a unified commitment to addressing challenges and opportunities within our agriculture and fishing sectors with collaborative effort from the members and the invaluable contribution from honorary farmers and fisher members. The Council will continue to develop and play a pivotal role in supporting resilience and growth that benefit all residents across St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. In a summary of some accomplishments during this year. In this summary, I will outline the strategic investments, tangible impacts, and accomplishments achieved with the legislature and governor's support and funding. You will learn about the dedicated efforts and initiatives employed by the Council to support local farmers and fishers. Today, I will highlight the significant strides made by the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, and the University of the Virgin Islands, each playing a crucial role as partners and caretakers of the agriculture plan in our quest for development and sustainability. Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. The Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture received an allotment of $350,000 from the local government earmarked to support various aspects of the agriculture plan, especially by enhancing the department's expertise through the hiring of key personnel. Key allocations include funding for critical roles such as the local food and farm coordinator, paramount in advancing food security and sustainability objectives. Currently, as I indicated, Summer Sibley Brown has been selected to serve as the interim local food and farm coordinator. Since March 24th, she has volunteered for this role pending the formalization of her position. Ms. Sibley Brown will serve in this role on a part-time basis and is working to focus on building the necessary system and infrastructure to support the council. There has been a delay in her official onboarding due to the Office of Management and Budget revising the personnel requisition form submission process. The Department of Agriculture recently learned of the OMB's intent to resume the PRF process, allowing the department to proceed with onboarding Ms. Sibley Brown and formally welcoming her as the local food and farm coordinator. Further, recruitment efforts are underway to fill essential positions, including a civil engineer, a plant pathologist, soil and water conservationist, soil scientist, and an executive assistant. These roles are vital for implementing the Council's food security initiatives and programs, which aim to preserve and enhance food security. However, the department has not identified any viable candidates locally trained in these roles and may need to expand recruitment beyond the territory. The department's goal remains to fill these vacancies with local talents, but I must add that at the last or one of the most recent meetings of the council, we asked the Department of Agriculture to expand its search and to also see how the university could assist in that recruitment effort. The investment in qualified personnel aims to strengthen operational capacity at the VI Department of Agriculture, ensuring the comprehensive execution of initiatives to enhance agricultural resilience and promote sustainable practices throughout the Virgin Islands. And I must add that these positions had been identified by farmers as a need to be provided or addressed in the department. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority received $500,000 from the local government on April 25th, 2024, to fulfill Mandate 2 and 4 by establishing the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund. The PPPI funding grant program, which was launched on May 1st, elicited an enthusiastic response, with 106 applications received by the May 31st deadline from farmers, fishers, and farm organizations across all three islands. Applicants were categorized into Tier 1, those who have less than 5 years in farming or the fishing industry, and Tier 2, those with 5 or more years, reflecting diverse experiences, ambitious initiatives aimed at growth and sustainability. This robust participation underscores the critical need for financial support within our agriculture and fishing communities to achieve food security. Finally, a review and selection committee comprised of appointed members from the local Food and Farm Council at the time of this writing was diligently reviewing applications from June 1 to July 31st and has now, I am proud to say, completed that review process, and successful recipients will be notified today. Thereafter, we underscore how important this funding is to all applicants, so those who were not selected will also receive notification. A copy of the application and the criteria used for this investment program is contained in Appendix 1 to my testimony. As I indicated, through EDA, we had a total of $500,000 for distribution, and yet we received, through the applications, a total requested amount of $4,683,541. The substantial gap between available funds and requested amounts exceeding $4.1 million highlights the overwhelming demand for financial assistance in our agriculture and fishing sectors. This difference underscores the urgency for additional funding to adequately support local farming and fishing businesses and organizations striving to enhance regional economic contributions. And though not in my written testimony, now that we have completed the review process and I was honored to serve as one of the reviewers, I was just extremely impressed by the quality of the applications and the needs that were demonstrated. And the needs demonstrate very clearly that we have to modernize our overall farming community and operations. We were only able to select 12 entities that will receive funding across all 3 islands, and we are hopeful that in the future, with more funding, we will be able to support more individuals. Additionally, recognizing the diverse nature of applicants, including honorary farmer members, the Council implemented a conflict of interest policy overseen by legal counsel to address potential conflicts. The entire selection process is structured to be fair, and the review process was anonymous, though the final recipients will be made public after they have been notified. The Virgin Islands Department of Education received an allocation of $500,000 from the local government to initiate a pilot program based on the curriculum contained in the agriculture plan and to develop curriculum and training programs for a sustainable local food production system aligning with Mandate 7 of the plan. Progress has been made with the key initiatives planned to include the following. First, the appointment of the Director of Sustainability, which occurred on July 1, 2024, and as she introduced herself, Sydney Meadows is present at the hearing today on St. Croix. Second, a planned assessment of existing curriculum and leadership in creating customized programming has occurred. There's an intent to integrate sustainable food production into the existing curriculum to enhance efficiency and outcomes. Scheduled teaching workshops are going to occur to ensure comprehensive training, and the recruitment of full-time coordinator to manage logistics, provisioning, and administrative functions are underway. And finally, the implementation of a territorial seed of security pilot program strategically being introduced across selected schools. I want to share with you the schools that have been identified for the pilot program, which will be initiated this school year. In the District of St. Thomas, St. John, the Julius Sproul School, the Eudora Kin High School, the Ula Muller Grade School, and the Edith Williams Alternative School. There is consideration being given to include the Joseph Gomez School. The pilot green public schools on the St. Croix District include the Juanita Gardine K through 8 mathematics program, the John Woodson grade 7 to 8, and the Lou Muckle Elementary School grades K through 6. There are 2 non-public schools that will also participate in the pilot. They are the Gift Hill School, grades K through 12, and the Antilles School, grades 3 to 12. University of the Virgin Islands. The University of the Virgin Islands was appropriated a total of $883,000 divided across several projects. Of this amount, $513,000 has been released for specific purposes and entities. The projects and their funding allocations are detailed below. Agriculture Business Center. $250,000 was appropriated for the establishment and operation of an agriculture business center to support local farmers under Mandate 2. I am pleased to announce the successful launch of 3 offices across the islands of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. And further, Ms. Shanta Shea Roberts has been appointed as the director to spearhead the initiative of the Agriculture Business Centers, and she is present here today. Despite the appropriation in Act number 87,000 for the Agriculture Business Center, funds have not yet been received as of this written testimony. Over the past 7 months, the VI SBDC management team has diligently planned, organized, and executed the opening of the Agriculture Business Center, utilizing alternative funding sources not designated for this purpose. This proactive approach ensures that essential services are provided to the farming community. And again, not in the testimony, I do want to indicate that farmers were able to utilize these centers as they were preparing their applications for the Public-Private Investment Fund. Eastern Caribbean Center, $150,000 was allotted to the Eastern Caribbean Center. They have hired assessors on all 3 islands and have collaborated with the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the VI Economic Authority for their historic and current data on farmers, fishers, loans, and grant programs. The ECC has begun its compilation and benchmarking assessment as recommended in Mandate 8 of the plan. Reporting of the assessment results will be made available at the Eastern Caribbean Center and also on the Council's website. Appendix 2, which is in your materials or attached to my testimony, are the preliminary data collected from farmers and fishers within the Virgin Islands. This baseline data will be studied and expanded to ensure that there is comprehensive data on these industries available. We can now say that after 1 year of operation, the local Food and Farm Council, through the dedicated and experienced work of ECC staff, has developed the most locally developed comprehensive data on agriculture in the Virgin Islands. Office of Sponsored Programs, $250,000 for obtaining federal grants related to water, irrigation, infrastructure, and agriculture needs. This amount would address additional recommendations. Number 1, $120,000 for identifying the local Food and Farm Council grant writer, and this amount supports additional recommendations under Mandate 5. The OSP, or Office of Sponsored Programs, has partnered with Thorn Run Partners, a very impressive consulting firm, to enhance the Council's mandate to implement the agriculture plan, focusing on grant consulting services such as capacity building, grant writing, and proposal management. The OSP has identified funding opportunities across various sectors, resulting in progress in identifying and securing grants and being prepared to submit grant proposals. Appendix 3, again attached to the testimony, provides a report on the grant engagement process with Thorn Run Partners. Local Food and Farm Fund. $13,000 was allocated to establish the Local Food and Farm Fund, which is to raise private donations for agriculture projects, which was requested under Mandate 4 of the plan. Legal work is underway by Attorney Marie Thomas Griffith of Elevate Law to establish a 501c3 entity so the Local Food and Farm Council can receive and distribute private donations and contributions, which can expand funding opportunities and sustain long-term economic growth in the farming and fishing sector. This initiative was included as a mandate in the Act that created the development of the agriculture plan, and Attorney Griffith has indicated that she feels this process will be completed in the next few weeks. Administrative and operational accomplishments, which I am very proud of. During this initial fiscal year, the Local Food and Farm Council made significant progress in becoming operational. An administrative assistant, Mr. Kat Maynard, was hired and has served as the administrative support to the operation of the council. Regular meetings are convened, minutes are taken of all meetings, and constant and reliable communication with the council members and the public occurs consistently. In addition, as required by the original act, a local food and farm symbol has been developed and distributed to farmers and fishers. In Appendix 4, you can see a sample of that symbol. Likewise, the council has developed a logo and letterhead which creates a public presence. You can see that in Appendix 6. Finally, the website for the Local Food and Farm Council was launched during this fiscal year and provides essential information to the public, especially to the farming and fishing communities. The link to the website is included in my testimony, and again, not in the written testimony. I want to indicate that the website was a place where farmers could submit their application. They did not have to go in to offices. It was also linked to Agriculture Business Center, where farmers and fishers could also make their applications known. Budget requests. The Local Food and Farm Council is very appreciative of the support that it received in this inaugural year. The appropriation has permitted the vision of the agriculture plan to come into existence, and a strong foundation has been established, which must be continued. Therefore, the council is requesting that the amount appropriated during this fiscal year be continued at the same level for the following programs. First, the Department of Agriculture. All the funds allotted have not been expended in FY 2024, but the unexpended funds should be carried over into FY 2025, since once the staff are hired, there must be continuing and recurring funding. The Agriculture Business Center. Since these are also recurring positions and the funds for FY 2024 were not received, level funding for $250,000 must continue in FY 2025. In addition, we are hopeful that OMB will provide the funds that were appropriated for this fiscal year. Sponsored programs. The funds appropriated in the amount of $883,000 should also continue for FY 2025, because these initiatives, if they are going to bring forth results, must be supported. ECC data collection. This also is an annual initiative, and the funds appropriated in the amount of $150,000 should continue. A new area is the an amendment proposal for the agriculture plan for organic agriculture. Organic agriculture in the Virgin Islands represent a transformative opportunity to increase local food production from less than 3% to what we predict could be over 25%, aligning with a rapidly growing 50 billion annual market demand for organic products. This transition not only aims to minimize adverse impacts on the soil, the water, and coastal habitats, but also promotes sustainable farming practices certified through organic standards. Key initiatives include allocating funds to support farm-level organic certification renewal costs, ensuring the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture can stock organic inputs alongside conventional products, funding buffer zone developments to mitigate overspray, integrating organic education into educational programs, and providing grant incentives for certified organic applications. A proposed modest budget of $24,500 is recommended to implement these measures, supporting economic growth and environmental sustainability, and positioning the Virgin Islands as a leader in organic agriculture. Appendix 7 has a fact sheet on organic agriculture that was prepared by one of our members, Nate Olive, president of the Virgin Islands Farmer Alliance. Mr. Olive served as a member of the Agriculture Plan Task Force and is also an honorary farmer member. A presentation on this topic was made to the council at one of its general meetings on June 24th and was approved by members as a focus area, and we are hereby seeking minimal funding to support this effort. Thus, the total amount for the above programs come to $1,157,500. Since the implementation of the pilot program in the Department of Education was delayed, we are requesting that those funds remain with the Department of Education so that the pilot can be fully implemented during this school year. No additional funds are requested at this time. The area where a major increase is necessary is the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund. As indicated earlier, this initiative attracted 106 applications, totaling over $4.6 million in requests. The $500,000 appropriated in FY24 is way short of the need to stimulate increased productivity in the manner that is needed. Therefore, the council is requesting what was originally included in the agriculture plan budget for this initiative, which was $3 million for FY 2025. Therefore, the total budget request for FY 2025 comes to $4,157,500. In conclusion, the development of the agriculture plan was a major step forward for the Virgin Islands, and we applaud Senator Fred Gregory and other senators for sponsoring the bill and other members of the Senate for supporting it. The creation of the Local Food and Farm Council and the partial funding of the agriculture plan was another major step forward. And I hope this testimony today demonstrates that we are moving in the right direction and making important strides forward. Yet the work is still in its infant stages, and to achieve the dream of food security and sustainability, we must continue down this glorious road, and we need this committee and the full Senate to support this in order to do so. Therefore, we urge you to support the above request. And finally, though I will no longer be a member of the council, it has been an honor to serve this community in a different aspect of life that is so vital to its existence. I know that when the history books are written about the transformation of agriculture in the Virgin Islands, They will point to this pivotal moment when a plan was created, funded, and implemented by dedicated servants of the people. I am delighted to have played a small part in this agriculture story of the Virgin Islands. And I thank you for your support, and I remain ready to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Hall and Dr. Petersen. I must say that, Dr. Hall, the testimony that you provided with regards to the agriculture plan feels like an out-of-body experience for me. I'm going to tell you why. Because we know how long it takes for anything to get off the ground here in the Virgin Islands. And I have to say that the work that you and the council members, the Department of Agriculture, the task force, the work that you have done in the past, what is it, two years? It's about 2.5 years. hitting 3 is incredible. And I have to commend everybody that played an integral role in moving this legislation forward. This is amazing. If the information that you provided in your testimony isn't encouraging to us, then I don't know what is. But this, the work that has been done is absolutely encouraging. My only concern is the absence of your leadership on this particular work. But I know that we have Dr. Petersen here, and we do have new leadership at the University of the Virgin Islands. And I am committed, because I am the sponsor of the agriculture plan legislation. I actually wrote that legislation along with a millennial during the pandemic, when reality hit us that, look, ain't nobody coming to save us when we're hungry. Things have literally stopped, not only in the Virgin Islands, not only in the U.S., but throughout the world. So it was definitely a reality check for me. And, I brought the idea and the legislation to my colleagues, and there was not one dissenting vote. So I have to say that all of the members of the 34th Legislature at the time supported the measure, and we were very busy at the close of the 33rd Legislature, and we neglected to pass the funding. And the first action that we took in the 35th Legislature, I asked the then president, because I left the seat as president in the 34th, and I asked the president of the 35th Legislature, which is this legislature, if the first action outside of the forming of the legislature could be the approval of the funding. And he said yes. And every single senator in the 35th Legislature voted the funding up. So it speaks to our commitment. So there's commitment on both sides of the aisle on this. And I agree with you that when the history books are written around the direction of agriculture, it will show that this time definitely was a transformational period. We just have to continue the work. So I just want to congratulate everyone, everybody that played a role. And just, there are times when it will become frustrating, but stay the course, stay the course. All right, so colleagues, because we have two, this is literally two, because Dr. Hall's testimony was very extensive, and there was a lot of information provided. So we're going to go to a 7-minute round for this this portion of our budget hearings. I'm going to start with the Commission of Agriculture. So we have some concerns with the the budget book, or the budget that was submitted. The budget that was submitted to the legislature, did not include the agriculture revolving fund. So last fiscal year, there was some 2 million?
Yes.
Okay, so this fiscal year, there is 0. I think it's an error, so we're going to make note that we have to include the $2 million. I think were you proposing $1 million
We were.
in your testimony?
We were.
So did you utilize the entire $2 million in fiscal year 20?
It is not completely utilized, Senator.
How much of it have you spent thus far?
Mr. Brian?
I can give you the balance.
The balance is what we're looking for.
You could give me the balance. That's fair enough.
2,966,165.
2,966,165.
Balance in the revolving fund.
Give me that number again. 2,966,165.
Correct.
Okay, that's how much you have left.
In the revolving fund.
How much have you spent this year, though? I'm going to allow you to look for that. When you're looking for it, I'm going to take a quick recess. I have an emergency call coming in. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. All right, let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Senator Diane Capehart, non-committee member. Thank you for being here, Senator Capehart. All right, so we left off with getting the balance or the expenditures for fiscal year 24 thus far on the Ag Fund.
$117,421.16.
Your expenditures are low.
Senator, one of the reasons we're trying to safeguard the funding has a lot to do with our new administrative building and the need to supplement some resources to have it done.
I believe that you're going to have a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
That is, the name of that account is the Agriculture Revolving Fund.
Yeah.
And the law is very specific around that. So if you have additional needs, if you want to use the funds rather outside of the law, then you're going to have to seek permission. Because the law says that it's basically for the purchase of seeds, fertilizers, insecticides, and other agriculture and farm equipment. Is it tied to equipment?
Not necessarily, Senator.
So if it's a build-out?
It's a build-out.
Well, then you're going to have an NSA and the production and encouragement of temporary agriculture workers for planting and reaping. So if there's an additional, if there's a need outside of the legislation, you need to ask a senator, we could have the discussion as to what the need is, and we could do something that says something like, notwithstanding the law, XYZ, for this particular period.
We'll be doing so, Senator.
Okay, but we need to have that sooner than later. Okay?
We'll be doing so, thank you.
Yeah. Want to make sure we don't expend dollars outside of the law so we could create any unnecessary issues for anyone. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to us. So I was saying that, so you've been safeguarding the funds, but then you ask us for 500,000. So how are you dispersing or paying for your seeds and all of those things as we speak, fertilizers and the like in this fiscal year? How are you doing that? If you've only spent 117,421.
But we have been purchasing the needs that we have with the funding.
Okay, so you have sufficient of these items to disperse throughout the community, yes?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. All right. And then so also under the when we look at did you all look at the budget book that came down from OMB?
Yes.
The budget book. What did they provide you with a copy of the 2025 executive budget book, your department? Because when we look at it under the budget categories, there isn't any amount also budgeted for the hemp commission. There's no money budgeted for that either. I think there was last year, there was, what, 300,000?
300,000 last year.
And then I saw, like, they have it in one place and then it's not in the next 247 or
A reduction for this year.
Yeah, but it's not under the actual numbers that's being added up to consider what the total general fund budget is for fiscal year 25. So that's something that we're going to have to make a note to add back in. And why is it reduced from 3 to 247 or whatever that number is? Are you satisfied with that being reduced?
We would like for it to be restored to the 300,000, Senator.
And how much of that money have you spent in this year?
I'm going to ask Mr. Bryan to help me with that.
If you don't have it right now, you could look for it and then just give me hail me up and I will, you have it?
But the hemp is on page 369
of
the budget book.
Yeah, but it's there. But when we look at page 57, that adds up the budget categories and tells us what amount that we're proposing, that the executive branch is proposing, is not included. So they have it in that, on that side, but the actual budget itself, the budget recommendation, is left off. That and the 2 million. So there's a miscellaneous section. It's not included. So if you take an opportunity to look at 57, page 57 in the same book, you'll see what I'm talking about. When you look at the Department of Agriculture, it's missing. There's no miscellaneous funding at all available to you. But we will make the necessary adjustments. But I wanted to bring that to your attention. All right? All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round, like I said, and we're going to start with Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, you're $1 million short. Okay, right off the bat, you're $1 million short, minimum. Because in the 24 budget, Act 8617 appropriated $5,372,391. Is no way you could come and you asking for $5,327,889. We're going backwards. We're here talking about agriculture and the direction we should be going, but we're going backwards. We can't do that. Personnel first. Anybody receive any wage increases in 24?
No, Senator. We have proposed increases for the next fiscal year.
Okay, anybody you have unionized employees. You have any GS employees?
I'm speaking of unionized employees.
Okay, any GS employees? Non-union classified, no?
Not currently. He's on leave.
We're speaking to the mic, please.
He's currently on leave right now. Only one employee.
Okay, so they're covered in the 25 budget to get their increase?
Yes.
Okay, good. How many unionized employees you have? Man, this information, don't roll your eyes. You got to know. How much personnel you have total?
60.
60. Out of that 60, how many are vacancies?
6 of them are vacant.
6 are vacant. So that's 54 people you have currently. Out of the 54, how many are unionized employees? How many are exempt employees?
26 are exempt from the 60.
26 are exempt.
And 35 are classified.
And 35 classified. Okay, and 35 are under overlaw?
Most of them.
Most of them. So what other unions you have?
Supervisors Union.
Have they received wage increases?
That's in discussion.
That's in discussion. Overlaw is in discussion also?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so nothing before September? Nothing before September 24?
September.
Yeah.
Correct.
Would they be finished negotiating before September 24?
Correct. The negotiations that we have embarked upon will be effective in September.
Okay, so then come 25, then you'll need an allotment for whatever the increases will go to?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't have a guesstimation of that as yet?
We'll get that number to you, Senator.
Oh, if you do. Okay, so the supervisors, overlaw, exempt persons, anyone receive wage increases?
In the exempt category, no.
Okay, anyone do wage increases in 25?
In the exempt category?
Correct, yeah.
No such discussion, Senator.
It reflects so in the post-audit report. So I say, if you don't know, then the post-audit report said there will be increases for exempt personnel. That's what we need to make sure we're covering all employees, exempt, non-union classified. First, deal with people first. Then the facilities that your personnel work in, they're atrocious.
I agree.
Run one of them big D9 bulldozer through them and rebuild. Come saying the mole issue you ain't gonna fix based on the capital outlay and stuff we asking for. You've been here before. I support you before. I gonna go down support you now. But come on, let's go. Agriculture is too vital to us.
Agreed again, Senator.
Okay, so to come here and ask for 500,000, to me it's a joke. No disrespect, it's a joke. You need more money. You're personally making no money. Agriculture, all the things we want to do cannot function without your personnel.
I agree.
So then let's talk personnel first. For me, personnel first, infrastructure where they're working in, safe, secure, then everything else after. And I've been saying it for 8 years, so I ain't looking vote saying it now. That's my way. So again, I think through the chair we could send down to make sure the recalculations. If you have numbers for the wage increases by September, then they have to be reflected in 25 budget. So you should have that. So if you could pass that through, so we could make sure we have that.
Thank you, Senator.
Now, the total acts for 24 was 9,488,082. The total acts for 25, 9,382,666. That's why I say it's impossible. You out of the 500,000 in addition that you're asking for, out of the 5 million and change, 160 is going to utilities, to the single payer. You have to back that out, the 500. Gives you $340,000 left. So you got to bump that 340 back up to the 500 to get you that 160 back. Because you're losing it for utilities. Am I correct? Money is going to utilities,
Right.
160?
That's correct.
Right. So you're 340 in a hole. You got to get back the 160. And the difference from the acts in 24, the 944 to the 9,382,000, that difference you got to add back in addition to the 160. That's what we're saying, $1 million. So I'm justifying what I'm saying based on where we're going. Now,
1 minute.
Boy, Dr. Hall, I'm going to get to you. But Dr. Hall, okay, so the 2,233,000 is what you have currently.
Yes.
And you see, you want 4,157,500.
Yes, primarily for the public-private investment fund to go from 500,000 to the 3 million. We received 4.6 million in requests.
Okay.
And we just need more to be able to invest in the various farm and fishing industries.
So what
30 seconds.
What would be sufficient if we don't get the full?
Well, we we believe all of it is necessary.
Well, like I said, I do think it's all necessary, but I'm just saying the reality of what's going on now.
Sure.
Money problems we have in.
Sure.
So overall.
Well, again, this program needs to have much more to distribute. So any increase is going to help because we were only able to fund 12 individuals out of 106. So if you doubled that, one would hope that we would be able to support.
So the 2,233,000 that you have, you want the 4,000,001 is an addition to that, or it's the
no? We're only asking for
that.
3 million in addition
Total. Okay.
to what we had, and some of what we had in FY24, we're not asking for additional monies because they weren't spent. So 500,000 for education wasn't spent in FY24. So what we're asking is that those funds be allowed to carry over.
3 million.
The same with the Department of Agriculture's hiring. We're asking that those be carried over to the next fiscal year.
Okay, and just in closing, if I may, Madam Chair, is there's a grant for specialty crop. I'll just go with this one that ends September 24. It has over $100,000 that would be left in that account. Yeah, it will have 161,281 left. Well, two questions just to end. What is our specialty crop? And will we be able to expend that money for the specialty crop between now and September 2024?
I'm pleased, Mr. Senator, that all of our grants are up to date with respect to either expenditures or extension requests. So there's no concern about any funds going back. And especially the crop block grant program is one that uses funding to promote the production and the marketing of specialty crops. Specialty crops for us are most of our local fruits and vegetables. As we mentioned in the testimony, one of the many uses we've done with the monies is to engage the public in the training for the Julian Every Mango Yard, an educational program. So the funds, Senator, that you see there expiring in September will not be expiring on our call. They're going to be extended.
Okay, I got more, but thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So going back to Dr. Hall. So Dr. Hall, you shared that based on the number of interests or applications that you received, you've calculated to some $3 million, correct?
Yes.
My concern with that is you also shared with us that you are working with an attorney. I can't remember the name of the law group.
Thomas Griffith, Attorney Thomas
yes,
Griffith. Yes.
Thomas Griffith to establish the nonprofit that
Correct.
will allow for the local food farm council to generate gifts, to get gifts, bequests, etc. So those, once that is completed and you're able to generate funding, that funding can go to support this work, correct? To support
Yes.
the public-private partnerships.
It could, but
Okay.
the challenge is we have no track record yet of being able to raise funds. So it's hard to predict, even once we have the legal status of how much we would be able to raise.
Okay, so the $3 million represents all of the applications? Or is it a portion of the applications?
No, we received, and that is for the funds that were allocated for this year, requests totaling $4.6 million.
Okay, that's what you said.
Yes.
Okay.
So what and one could say, well, why aren't you asking for 4.6? Well, we're sticking to what we said in the beginning when we developed the plan, was that if you had $3 million every year, that would allow you to really address a lot of the needs.
Okay.
Because I'm sorry.
Got it. Yeah, I forgot that part that you said, and the fact that there is a $3 million commitment that's part of the conversation in the plan. Yes, I forgot that part. All right, so Dr. Petersen, the St. Thomas Abattoir.
Yes.
I note in your testimony you spoke about a possible, I think the words were very uncertain. You spoke about a possible mobile, what is it called?
Abattoir.
Right, a possible mobile abattoir. Is that definitive, or is it still being considered? Because we are not clear on, what's happening there. We've kind of heard these conversations around
Of
the
course.
status of the abattoir in St. Thomas. We know that a number of our farmers here have sort of gotten rid of their livestock. I know of one in particular because of this particular challenge. So how realistic is this mobile abattoir? And if it is truly realistic, when do we envision that we'll see this coming online?
The reason why I sounded the way I did, Senator, simply is because the mobile abattoir purchase is a part of our plan, a plan which has been submitted, a plan which is currently being vetted. Only because the plan is currently being vetted and not completely vetted and responded to in a definitive manner is why I speak the way that I do. The monies are going to be, of course, from ARPA funding, as we discussed. And as a part of the process, unknown to me previously, as a part of the process, the Office of Management and Budget has to do its due diligence. As a part of their diligence, they have responded to our proposal. They have asked questions, which we responded to, and they continue to probe and to ask questions and for more detail and information. I remain confident that at the end of the process, we will be funded. But we cannot purchase, of course, the abattoir until that vetting process is finished. Funds are released to make that purchase.
What kind of money are you talking about?
Approximately $900,000.
So share of $1 million. And I was under the impression or I thought, or if I've heard these conversations before under the previous commissioner, that there were FEMA dollars that were made available, or I'm not sure, probably they weren't obligated yet, I'm not sure. But what's the status of the FEMA funds for this very same, I don't want to call it the project because it seems like you're moving away from the brick and mortar because of the structural challenges that you have on that particular property. So how does that impact how does the funding that you're seeking elsewhere impact the funding that you should have gotten as a result of the storms of 2017 to rebuild or to re-upfit, I'm not certain, the abattoir in this district in St. Thomas?
I am not aware, Senator, of any obligated FEMA funding for that purpose. I have not seen any documentation to that effect, and that is why we have pursued other funding. I have not seen any funding available through FEMA for an abattoir.
I am
on St.
certain
Thomas.
that if we go back to the record, that was definitely discussed with this committee before, that there was funding available, and I don't know if it was a PW or what it was, and the Department of Agriculture was working with FEMA and the Office of ODA to get those funds obligated. There was a process. Nobody remembers?
No.
You can speak. You can speak.
Deputy Commissioner speak.
Put your name on the record when you talk first.
Yeah, good morning, Senator. Deputy Commissioner Risa Richards. I have been dealing with most of the FEMA projects over here, and what we had gotten was some insurance proceeds. I have not seen any evidence of any allocations or allotments from FEMA for the repair of the abattoir because technically it was not, the present structure was not damaged during the hurricane. It was shuttered before that.
Okay, so then if I'm saying FEMA, then it's probably the insurance dollars. But I know for a fact that on this same committee, there was a discussion about repairing that facility.
That's true.
With funding. Ain't no question in my mind.
Yes.
So the question that I have is, fine, it's not FEMA dollars. It is insurance dollars.
That's correct.
Those dollars were made available for that particular project. Are we moving away from utilizing those dollars? Or these dollars that you are looking at, you're applying for at the Office of Management and Budgets that's tied to the ARPA funding, is that to supplement the funding that you already have? Well, this is all new money.
We'll let the commissioner answer that.
The ARPA funding is new monies. We have a short-term and long-term plan. Based on what you just presented, Senator, the funding that is out there somewhere, we're going to use that to supplement our efforts by two means. One, we have a short-term plan, and that plan is to get the mobile abattoir in place as soon as possible for the use of farmers. The long-term plan, as I mentioned in the testimony, is this. When I came on board, I heard a lot of commentary about the demolition of the abattoir. I don't know where that came from. I read some reports recently, and the reports indicated that the DPW conducted a structural engineer survey of the facility. And what that survey does, Senator, is very revealing. It shares with us what the inadequacies are of the structure or what needs to be done to repair. Basically, no dollar figure attached to it. Two things happened subsequently. One is that a team of experts that we made contact with on the U.S. mainland, they were traveling to Puerto Rico to visit abattoirs for the same purposes. And we requested of them to visit ours, and they did so at no expense to us. And when they saw it, they thought it was very crazy for us to consider demolishing it. They have seen worse, and they recommended rehabilitating the abattoir. Without any numbers, they basically put a figure of approximately $1 million to rehabilitate the abattoir. Therefore, when our delegate to Congress a few months ago issued a request for proposals through some appropriations, we submitted a request for $1.2 million for that particular purpose. Whatever funding we're speaking about right now can be added to that project, Senator. But that is our long-term project based on this new information that we have uncovered.
So you're asking for $900,000 from the ARPA money. There is funding that you've applied for the long-term plan. and nobody don't know what the insurance proceeds is.
We have it.
So, yeah, because...
The monies are there.
But I'm not getting that impression from the commissioner. So, Commissioner, what is the amount of the insurance proceeds?
Approximately 500,000.
I'm understanding approximately $500,000.
And that is in what account?
Accounting part, I would leave Mr. Brian.
Mr. Brian? And then I have to go to the next senator. But we got to get this clear, because it doesn't seem like we have the full picture of how we are going to rebuild or temporary address the abattoir challenges that we have in this district. So, Mr. Brian?
We'll have to research that information and get back to you on that.
I have money and I don't know I have the money. Commissioner, you got $500,000.
I just heard, Senator. I'm going to find it.
You could have already started to procure this abattoir.
Abattoir?
Yeah.
We will find it.
I'm telling you, we've been at this, not 2022. If I go back and look at the records, I was not the chair of this committee at that time. I clearly remember the discussion about the funding and about the work that was to be done, but there were some challenges at the site which kind of held things up as far as A&E services, etc. I clearly remember it. If I go back and read it, I'm sure I'm going to find it. Ms. Richards?
Yes, Senator, if I may. There was discussion prior to the commissioners being seated about demolishing the abattoir. And since he has assumed the position, his posture has changed on it. But in the meantime, because it's a long-term undertaking, he has determined that it would be prudent on our part to purchase the mobile abattoir with the intention that once we rehabilitate the present structure, that can be relocated in another area, probably on the island of St. John, to attend to their needs.
All right. I'm going to leave that there, but I'm going to just ask you, Commissioner Petersen, to please look into all of the funding that's available within your department to include this funding for agriculture for the abattoir in this district. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Novalee Francis Jr. for his 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same lines, the property that you have up at Black Point Hill, up on the top,
yes, Senator.
That's been abandoned for all these years, can that be looked at, or I don't know what plans you have for it, but can that be looked at in terms of putting a permanent abattoir there?
Potentially, yes. The current plans for the area, for the building, Senator, is that we're working in conjunction with USDA to rehabilitate the building. The work is in progress, and to share the building as office facilities, office and lab facilities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank Mike Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for your testimony, Dr. Petersen as well as Dr. Hall. And I could see from the presence here today that you're well staffed up, Dr. Petersen, and ready for the mission at hand. I want to say that, I gloat as well because I think that we have brought the Department of Agriculture and the whole agriculture industry from the back burner to the front burner over the last 3 legislatures, starting with the 33rd, 34th, and 35th legislature. We have moved a number of legislation in support of the Department of Agriculture. I wanted to ask you of one in particular, of course, Act 8259, which was the primary sponsor in that piece of legislation that earmarked a percentage of the government budget towards agriculture. And in your testimony, you spoke about that measure, but I'm not sure what you were saying there where you talk about additional funding. I wanted to know how much was received and how that money was utilized.
We did receive the funding, Senator. And in speaking with Director Brian here, we have used the funding for various tasks.
We are
Okay,
moving
I'll move on from there. I'll move on from there. You don't have to go into any further details in regards to that. You got the money.
But the
Are
funding
you
was
aware of
received.
Act 8279, which speaks to stormwater management plan? Commissioner,
I didn't
Tim
get
Brennan,
I didn't get that, Senator. Which act?
are you aware of Act 8279, which speaks to the stormwater management plan?
Not fully, Senator, please.
Are you aware of Act 8280, which speaks to the well drilling unit program?
Well drilling unit program. Not clearly, Senator.
And again, I believe that this body, again, has really moved agriculture forward. You heard about the agriculture plan. You heard about the symposium regarding agriculture. One thing that's very disappointing for me is when we look at the salaries of individuals here. When you talk about heavy equipment operator, butcher, and those individuals for $27,195. That equates to $13 and change an hour. You know what they're paying over at the market and plaza? $15 an hour for cashiers and baggers. And they can't even get people to take that. Well, we expect our hard-working employees at agriculture, at sports park and recreation, at public works, the individuals that impact our quality of life issues here in the Virgin Islands, to work for these meager salary. Do you think that's fair?
The answer is no, Senator, and we are hoping that there'll be some changes into the new fiscal year as a result of our negotiations recently with Overlu and collective bargaining. But we agree.
I looked at the post-audit report 10 years ago when I entered the Senate, and those salaries are the same damn salaries today. Same salaries, but we expect improvement. Let's be for real. How much do you owe in vendors payment?
How much do we owe in vendors payment?
In vendors payment in aggregate at this time.
Vendors payment.
No outstanding. We don't have any outstandings.
I understand that we don't have any outstanding payments, Senator.
Just Via.
Only
Via was 80.
I understand that we have no outstanding payments except for what I mentioned in the testimony with Via.
Well, the post-audit report is reflecting $269,000 in vendors payment. Have you seen the post-audit report?
I have it in front of me.
And there's no outstanding payments? You're all paid up to date?
We are not sure if this is accurate, Senator. We will have to double check that.
Very well. Let's move on from there. So have you considered the replacement of an abattoir in both districts and what that cost will look like?
Have we considered the replacement, you said?
Yes.
Replacement, okay.
A new building for both.
Yeah. Based on the team of experts that I made reference to earlier that visited the territory, their quick analysis was that perhaps $3 million to rebuild an abattoir.
That's at each of the districts?
He made reference to the St. Thomas districts, I would say per district.
Per district. $3 million? Okay. Is that something that you'll consider? Because obviously the mobile morgue is in my opinion, far-reaching. We're still waiting for a mobile morgue here in St. Croix. And so I don't see that a mobile abattoir would be something that will be a quick turnaround unless you have other information that assures that there will be a quick turnaround of a mobile abattoir.
I'm not opposed to brand new facilities at all, Senator. Once we have the monies available, I'm not opposed at all. The mobile abattoir was meant to be a short term and a quicker turnaround. I believe it still is a quicker turnaround.
1 minute.
All right, real quickly, I know that we are having some rainfalls here, but do you have any plan or anything in place in regards to drought or harvesting the water that we are seeing coming through right now?
We have projects, Senator, on all three islands, and the projects are aimed at increasing water harvesting. The projects are aimed at constructing new water catchments, cisterns. The projects are also aimed at excavating our current ponds to be
30 seconds.
to have better capacity for storage. So yes.
Excellent. And real quickly, any update on the break-in or the theft that happened at the Department of Agriculture sometime back where funding was stolen from the office?
Senator, there are no updates to give. We have resolved those issues, and there's not a chance of that happening again, Senator.
I'm not worried, but what I wanted to know that what happened with the investigation. Has anyone been caught? Anyone been charged?
Oh, in that
regards
respect.
to that is a report.
In that respect, I have not known
Sorry?
of any. I have not known of any such updates about anyone being caught or charged for any such
Time.
crime, Senator. I've had no updates, no such updates.
So, can you tell me what is the information that you have in respect to that incident?
Senator, all I would have in the office are reports of what took place in the past, but nothing current since approximately a year or so ago. I have nothing except internal documents, Senator.
Thank you. My time has been called, and I'll hopefully wait for a second round. Just real quickly, in regards to your website, what's the status on updating of the website? Do you have a lot of old information on the website? Any plans to update the website?
We definitely do. Our new public information officer is working to rectify all such issues, including modernizing our website. And that's noted right now.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So, I'm glad that the senator brought up the website because the Local Food and Farm Council also talked about a website. So we're having two websites. Why do we have the need to have two websites and not a agriculture website with a tab that speaks to the Local Food and Farm Council? I mean.
Of course, I proposed a link between the two sites, and I hope that the link is still there. So there is a link. So there is a need, in my opinion, Senator, because the department has a lot of functions that are independent of the council. We have tasks in common, but a lot of issues that are independent of each other. So I think there's a need for both, but a link between both.
Okay, I think that's fair enough. I didn't think about that part. The fact that you can click on your website or the vice versa on the Local Food and Farm Council website, the link to agriculture. So that's fair. Once they're connected, that's all that matters. Okay. So Dr. Hall, you talked about the fact that you have not received the $250 for the business center.
Correct.
But I know that we've hired a director.
Yes.
So it means that we are utilizing funding that belongs to the University of the Virgin Islands, I suspect.
That is correct.
And I have to commend you.
And we would like to correct that situation soon.
Yeah.
And we would like to have the continuation funding in FY 2025, and not just the appropriation, but also the allotment. And those funds have been requested, and some of them came over for the other programs that are under the university, but not the ones for SBDC. I mean, for agriculture business.
So that's the only one that you didn't receive? Because
Yes.
there's a couple of dollars here. Well, there's the $250. What is it here? 120,000. For the grant writer for the Local Food and Farm Advisory Committee. Has that been released?
Yes. Yes.
So that's the only-
The only one that has not been released is SBDC.
And when was the last time you wrote to get those funds released?
I would have to check with our Administration and Finance. I'm sorry, you? In July.
Like last month? Recently?
July 7th.
Okay, so we'll put your name on the record quickly.
Shay Roberts, Agriculture Business Center Director.
Okay, so we are going to help to remind them to release those funds. Of course, you know, there's some challenges, and there is a move to reduce the allotments for the last quarter of fiscal year 24. But if you've expended money, at minimum, they should give you back what was expended. So I'll work with y'all to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Carrion, are you still here with us? Senator Carrion should be on Teams. If you're not up, we'll go to the next senator and we could come back to you. Okay, we're not seeing him.
Good day, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, proceed, Senator
Good
Carrion.
afternoon to you. Thank you. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. And good afternoon to the testifiers that are here before us this afternoon. Commissioner, I do have a few questions. I need some clarity with regards to, I heard you mention that some of the challenges that you have regarding to the leases for the farmers because of the insurance companies are not offering those type of insurance coverages. And in the meantime, you're unable to execute the leases. How long has this been an issue, a challenge? And what is your plan moving forward?
The issue has been a challenge at least for the past 9 months to a year. I say that because we do have some farmers who initially got insurance coverage, which have expired recently, and some about to expire. So I would say 9 months to a year. We have been in communication with that particular company on an almost bi-monthly basis because they've asked us to continue to meet with them to see if any new markets come online. What have we done about it? Communicate with the insurance provider. We've also asked them to recommend to us what could be done, if anything, on our part. I am thinking, Senator, that perhaps one of the creative ideas might very well be an incentive of sorts provided by our government of the VI. That's what I'm thinking at this point in time. An incentive for companies to come on board.
So, yeah. No, I hear you. But, you know, my concern is, in the meantime, what are we going to do? Are we going to keep that and hold hostage some of these farmers with a lease that they can execute? We know the importance of having these leases to be able to access grants and other type of federal assistance, and sometimes not qualifying or not being able to receive these assistance because of not having a current lease that has been executed. So we really need to have an immediate temporary solution because we're affecting the business and operation of some of these farmers. Do you agree?
I do agree. I also should have mentioned to you that we've had conversations with our Department of Primary Procurement, nothing definitive, but basically the conversations were centered around could we allow for a period of time until these issues are resolved for farmers, for leases could be executed without coverage. There's no definitive response to that as yet, Senator.
Okay, and the recommendations you said that you received from the insurance companies were which?
Basically, for us to continue engaging them on a bi-monthly basis to see if any new markets come online to assist us. But basically, at present, they have none. They have none.
Well, the government really needs to move on this because we can't continue, you know, the path that we're going. So we can't continue holding these farmers hostages. And in regards to your leases, we know in the past we had farmers that have been waiting 10, 15 years in order to be able to get an executed lease. We've had some that come before us, before this body. Do you have any such other cases pending at this time?
Cases of farmers who are pending leases? We have.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have at this point in time, on St. Croix as an example, 8 leases that have been prepared for execution. We have prepared those leases because the acreages that we have put those farmers on have been properly surveyed. We have leases, or applicants, I should say, beyond those that we're also preparing to place. If you look on the listing of farm acreages that we submitted, you'll find at least 8 or 9 plots that are vacant. But those plots, Senator, are not surveyed. So we are working with the Department of Primary Procurement to have them surveyed. There is no lease agreement that can be processed without surveying of a plot. So we are moving diligently.
So
Senator.
what's
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. What's the time frame? Because something that we see sometimes is that things just fall through the gap. There's no urgency sometimes in a lot of these matters. You know, what can you tell us? How are you dealing with this? How soon would this be ratified?
We had a meeting with one of the surveyors within the last 2 weeks, and we expect that surveyor to conduct some work within the next month or less on approximately 80 acres, thereabout. That is the next dedicated.
Very well. And what's the status? Yeah. Well, what's the status in your vet, the territorial vet?
Okay.
I know the previous veterinarian you had retired. No one has filled the capacity. No one has filled the vacancy.
Mm-hmm.
How is that recruitment going?
We're happy to say, Senator, that we did some vigorous screenings, and we do have a new vet. That vet, Dr. David Wenger, will be onboarded this month, on the 12th of August. He'll join us.
Well, that's some good news, and I wish we wouldn't, wait to the last minute to fill these type of vacancies. When we hear that someone is about to retire, when someone is about to leave, we should start that recruitment process, start searching, not wait until the individual leaves to then begin from zero trying to find a replacement, because then it leaves the department in the condition it is without having a head territorial vet. With regards to accounts receivables, where are you with that?
We do have, let Mr. Burns speak in a few moments, but we do have some outstanding payments. In some cases, in many cases, if they have been in that state for too long, we have been reporting them to the office of I know. We've been reporting them to the office of. In any case,
Attorney General's office?
Excuse me?
No, I was wondering if you were reporting those to the Attorney General's office or to Property and Procurement.
We used to do that. What we have basically been told, and Ms. Charles is online with us, what we've been told is that we really need an enforcement officer, Senator, because in many cases, the other offices that used to assist us, they don't have the capacity to assist us with enforcing. So Ms. Charles, I think she's online, but we have been, in response to the non-payments, we have been preparing
30 seconds.
We have been preparing written notice to all of our clients, and when payments are not received, we have been reporting, and at this point in time, we're asked to secure our own enforcement officers. If we want a little more information, we have Ms. Charles online, our fiscal person, who can share with you.
I would like to know what's the amount that you have on accounts receivable, that monies that are still outstanding that you have not received. And you should have within your policy a clear procedure of what happens when funds are not, individuals are not making their payments.
Yes.
What's the process? Because you have a list of individuals that are waiting for farmland. The fees are at a very low rate.
Time.
So we need to find, what's the issue and what's the problem in that regard. So what's the amount of account?
It's approximately
that, is still outstanding.
Approximately $4,000, a little over $4,000.
$4,000. Okay,
Yes.
It's not a large amount. Good. And you mentioned about enforcement within this budget. Did you submit it to this body? Because you and I have had conversations about an enforcement arm, and especially according to the code, you have the responsibility about the responsibility of the animal warning and animal control unit within the territory. We know we have a number of complaints of individuals who have been attacked by wild dogs, have been attacked by dogs that belong to other individuals. We have a number of stray animals that we see in our territory. We don't have an animal control unit. We've had that conversation about putting up that division within your department. Did you submit to this body within this budget the formation of the division of the animal control warning unit
and
enforcement arm within your division?
Oh, no, we did not. No, we did not.
Why, sir?
within, well, we expected, Senator, well, within the request for additional funding, when I indicated the monies would be used to hire new staff, that person has been considered. I indicated a mechanic, I indicated a maintenance engineer, among others. So we did give thought to an enforcement officer, Senator, and that person, in my mind, at that particular point in time, would be assigned, of course, to our land inspection unit for purposes as we've discussed.
So, the issue I'm having, Commissioner, is that, you have the needs, you're mentioning those needs, but we need, we're not seeing within the budget any requests in this regard. You definitely need an enforcement component. We have had conversations about the animal division, control division within the territory, because the animal shelters cannot enforce and deal with the problem. We know that Virgin Islands Police Department had a division that dealt with that, an individual in each territory, but the numbers and the complaints have increased. And by statute and law, it's the responsibility of the Department of Agriculture to fulfill this mandate in this regard. So I would ask that you submit to this body a budget that would show for each district what that structure would look like, establishing enforcement units in each area, because it's needed within our territory. So can you, through the chair, submit that to us, sir?
I will. May I comment, Senator? Senator, in our discussion as well, what I really was anticipating is that the provisions that you were providing to create that unit would have come with the funding to support the department as well as the shelters. And that's what we had discussed. I was really hoping that the legislation that you were preparing would support the department and the shelters at the same time, whereby the officers would be using a dual purpose for the department's purpose and the shelters.
Well, we're willing to assist and work with your division, but I was waiting for you, because you're the commissioner, to really say what your needs are, what that look like, and what that structure should be. And this is the moment within the budget process for you to make your requests, whether it's new positions that you need within your division, which is already established by statute. So if you could submit that through the chair, that would be great.
Thank you, Senator.
And I know my time has been called, so thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leniency, and we remained connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Commissioner Petersen, you earlier when we spoke, you talked about utilizing the revolving fund. What was the name of the fund?
And the revolving fund?
Agriculture revolving fund for some build out, and I think you brought that up before in a previous hearing.
I did. May I? I think I misspoke, Senator.
Okay.
The tourism revolving fund.
Oh, well, you could
which is a
use
separate
that.
fund. Excuse me?
I'm not sure. The tourism revolving fund is used for capital projects.
That is why.
Sorry, my apologies. So last fiscal year, we appropriated $1 million for that. Have you used $1 million? Because that's what I was going back to.
Okay. We have not used the total million. No, we have not.
Okay, so what are your challenges? We in fiscal year, what are you building out?
Okay. Senator, the reason why I was making reference to the tourism revolving fund, and sorry, not the agriculture revolving fund, is because we have an administrative building project that we would like to execute. However, the federal funds that we have received as an award for the project are not sufficient. Therefore, the project cannot take off. So what we are in the process of doing right now, Senator, is revamping the whole scope of work from a beautiful 2-story facility prepared for the modern times into perhaps now a single-story, much reduced scope of work. And that is what I was referencing when I made comment about matching the funds, federal funds.
Okay, which is fine, because I realize that there is capital projects dollars that was made available in FY23, FY24, And now there's an ask in FY25 for capital projects. The question that I have is, in FY23, did you expend any of those dollars? And have you expended any in 24? And are they tied to this same admin building project?
23.
So that's in total, you've already received, should have rather, and I don't have the prior years, but I have in front of me 23 and 24, $2 million, and there's another ask of another $1 million. In order for us to continue to provide this funding, we have to know how you spent your previous $23, if you spent them, and your $24, and if it's
Capital
tied to this
improvement.
project.
Okay.
Because we are unclear as to what we're pouring this $1 million annually into agriculture for. So do you have that information today?
Perhaps we do.
Mr.
Bryan?
Bryan?
For the tourism, for fiscal year 24, we spent $3,313.42. I could provide a report with a detail of all the
For what purpose? What project?
I'm showing like 1.8 million went to capital outlays. 931,507 went towards other services. Supplies was 572,924. But again, I could provide a report with all the expenditures.
But see, it's not the expenditures for me. Is theirs tied to a project? That's the question. Is it tied to a specific project? Because you're talking about the admin building. There's a cost associated with the admin building. We have to have a structure and some focus on how we're utilizing these dollars. So I'm unclear. What is the, we said 3 million, was funds appropriated in fiscal year 22? I would have to go back and look. So there's information that we need to receive from tourism in order for us, from you rather, as it relates to the tourism revolving fund. Otherwise, we cannot continue to provide that funding absent of the information. That, you know, if I mean, you say you spend, where's the, I don't have a thing for it. I will go to the next one.
Since you're asking for the capital improvement uses for the funding for 22, 23, 24, correct?
Well, no, Mr. Bryan shared with us that you spent $3 million this year. So that's mean that those funds clearly are available until expended. Because we did not appropriate $3 million this year. So we need to know how much money you have in the tourism that you've been appropriated, or that's been appropriated to you, to tourism, up to agriculture, against the tourism revolving fund.
Understood.
And what purpose?
Understood.
What are you using the funds for? So let me ask you, Dr. Petersen. You spoke about the building project.
Yes.
A new admin building.
Yes.
So have you started any work on that?
On the construction?
Correct.
No, Senator. The current conversations are to revamp the scope of work. We would have liked to begin.
So what are you spending these monies for this fiscal year?
Correct.
$3 million.
Senator, it would be varying needs, but we'll have a listing of those needs submitted to you. But what I do know is that in many cases where we had needs for the abattoir, the roof work, purchasing of the boiler, I approved funding to be spent from the Tourism Revolving Fund for those purposes. So it'll be a wide use of funds for use of the funds, Senator, but we'll have to give you that list of all those uses.
So you don't have a funding source for your admin building that you're talking about?
Besides the federal funding?
So there's federal funds. What is the matching requirement? Is there a match that you have to provide?
Well,
yeah, that's important to understand, because if there's a match, then the matching funds. How much money did you receive in federal funds for the admin building?
That was somewhere around 4
million?
Roughly. But what I do know is
what's the match?
What I do know is that we needed an additional approximately $2 million.
Okay, so we gave you the $2 million. We gave you the money in 24, and we gave you the money in 23. But we're not. You appear to be using the funds for something else. You understand?
Yes, Senator. What I also recall in our internal meeting, Senator, is that when the question came up about matching those federal funding, the idea was not to expend our tourism funding to the level of zero balance. We're going to use a portion of it.
Y'all gotta give me something that is better than this. I need a clear picture of how you are dealing with this project, what you are utilizing this $1 million for.
Understood.
Because, you know,
it would
bottom
have
line
been-
is, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was simply saying that when we had our discussion, Senator, for us to use the $2 million that was there in the balance at the time would have depleted our tourism revolving fund to zero at that particular time in our conversations.
But that's fine. We're not trying to save money. We're trying to spend the money for the projects. We ain't saving money. You are not generating any interest on them. If you have a project, move forward with the project. Because we're not trying to save money. If you need additional funding, then you come back and you show proof that this is what we've done with these dollars. It's true and proof. We've asked Dr. Hall. He's good at it. Yeah, this is what we've done with these dollars. In order to complete this project, we need this. We can't be saving the money. We ain't in a position to save because right now, what's happening because of the cash flow issues, wherever they see cash, they're using the cash. So be mindful of that. I'm going to go to Senator James, and then we go to Senator Capehart. Senator James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, and then Senator Capehart.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My question is to Commissioner Petersen. Before I get into my line of questioning, I just want to cite from www.vi.gov, and it's a press release, and it said, finally, after months of a voluntary closure and a total overhaul, the St. Croix Abattoir is ready to open. And I recall attending that ceremony. It was a soft opening, if I'm not mistaken, a ribbon cutting ceremony, and it was a joyous day for St. Croix. But my question to you, though, as far as the cost of maintenance and repairs for the last 4 years, because we're in August now, do you have that information? Because the reason why I'm asking for that information, I want to average out per year how much it costs to repair and maintain abattoir. So you can go ahead.
Okay. Across the last 4 years, Senator, I would not have that here with me. However, I did ask of our director for the past year, and that number approaches $150,000 for the past year.
So my suggestion to you is add a couple more to that and do an emergency fund, because we cannot continue to operate like this. Our farmers need to get rid of their livestock in a timely manner. Otherwise, we're causing confusion. Okay?
Got it. Thank you,
I would like to request to the chair the cost of maintenance and repairs on the abattoir for the past 4 years, if it can be submitted to this body so we can make sure that you have all the resources that you need. So when they call my phone, I know who to blame, not us. As far as inventory, though, as an inventory list, do you have extra inventory when it comes to parts for the abattoir? Yes or no?
The answer is yes, but the answer is also a low inventory, but the answer is yes.
And my another question to you, as far as relationships with contractors, do you have a great relationship with your contractors when it comes to working at the abattoir?
As far as I know, yes.
And the reason why I'm asking you these questions, because when we give you the resources, we want to see results. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so you have the inventory, you have the contractor. It shouldn't take long. If you have to ship it over, we have people in Taiwan and all over the place rebuilding places in less than a week. And we can fix a simple abattoir to feed our people. And I know some people may not eat meat, but ain't everybody the same. You can't tell people what to eat. So let's make sure that is done. As far as your remaining balance, once you pay your personnel, your expenses, and your operations, how much do you have set aside for like emergency situations?
Senator, we don't necessarily have a category for emergency operations. We have a category in our budget as other, and that is what we look to address those emergency situations.
I am only one of 15. I'm not here to promise anything. If you can't do it in this fiscal year, do it in next fiscal year. You need some cushion there. Just like how the governor has the emergency fund, and had the situation other than the governor went into the emergency fund, you need an emergency fund. Okay. Do you agree?
I agree, Senator. That's a good fund to have because we have lots of emergencies.
Only the governor get emergency funds. As far as the construction of the administration building on St. Croix, I saw you have a company that's doing the work. Can you just let us know how is that coming along? Have you been able to expend any of those funds, or is that for FY 2025?
You're speaking about the administrative building?
Yes, on St. Croix.
The only funds that we have been able to expend, Senator, have to do with the work of the architects and engineer work. No actual construction work has been done.
Through the chair, I would like to request the amount of funds that has been expended thus far when it comes to the construction of the administration building on St. Croix. It sits right there on the roadside and it looks horrible. I want to make sure that that project comes into fruition, and regardless of me being in the Senate, I will be there for the ribbon cutting ceremony. As far as the Industrial Hemp Commission, I saw here FY 2024, $300,000. Has any of those funds been utilized? And if so, I would like to say to this committee, what's the outcome and what's the progress with the Industrial Hemp Commission? Anybody?
The funds that have been expended so far are basically for personnel and fringe. And with respect to the activities within the hemp program, I will allow Mr.
What activities? Be specific. What activities?
No, I said based on the funds that have been spent, they've only been for personnel and fringe, and I'm going to allow Mr. Clifford Joseph, the hemp director, to speak about the actual activities.
Please do. And when you speak about activities, put a cost to it. Otherwise, we could just go to the next question. We're talking about a budget here.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Clifford Joseph, the hemp director. To make it short, I don't have a direct cost for any of the activities. Most of the activities that I've done is to prepare or basically to fix some of the issues that the previous program had. In regards to not having a lab, as of right now, with hemp, you're allowed to source a lab source anywhere. It doesn't have to be within the territory. So we do have a lab in Puerto Rico called Analytics, to which we do plan to use as our source until there is a testing facility in the Virgin Islands. In that regard as well, like the commissioner said, most of the budget is used on payroll and fringe. As of right now, I am the only part of the program. The federal program is that you need a certified sampler. I am a certified sampler, and the goal will be to make sure that the personnel on St. Croix and St. Thomas has the same certifications to allow them to sample. So again, it's still a work in progress. The program itself just needs waiting on one more government agency to really sit with the board or the commission to therefore to move forward. But for the most part, what is being done is to overhaul any inequality or inadequacies that we might have had in the previous program, as well as addressing dormancy.
30 seconds.
All that. It's seen right now, as of right now, we're seen almost as inactive, but I'm doing the work needed to keep the program active as far as we're concerned. So anything as far as hemp retail and things of that nature is still able to be conducted here in Britain.
Thank you for placing that on the record, and you have made me a proud Barracuda today. Big up the complex. As far as page 16 of the post-audit report, it speaks to the collection of revenues from molasses, animal feed, and the list goes on. And while I was watching the charts, specifically on page 15, I saw where animal feed had a drastic increase October of last year on St. Croix. Then it went down a little bit of 2,000 variants in November. And then December, January, February, March, no feed, no revenues. Can somebody speak to that? And is there any progress or improvement when it comes to selling animal feed in the district of St. Croix?
I think I understand the question and the answer why, but if Ms. Charles is on, Renee Charles, she's our fiscal officer, and she is responsible for that area. And if Ms. Charles is on, I'll ask Ms. Charles to speak to your question, Senator. Renee Charles.
You will have to speak in the mic.
Good afternoon. I'm Rennie Charles.
Could you hold the senator's time, please? We are unable to hear the testifier on St. Croix.
Hello? Okay.
You may proceed.
So with the, animal feed, some of the reasons why you would see the trend with sales is...
You have to hold, could you please hold the mic closer to you because we can't hear you, please?
It would be because we had supplies. If the supplies are not available, if the farmers spending power and the weather and the seasonal, all of that would be contribution to why we have different, where you would see in a month we make probably 44,000, the next month we make 28,000. So it would be, and also some of our farmers are becoming self-sufficient. So they're finding ways, they're ordering the feed on their own and different things like that.
My time was called. I don't want to abuse my time. I don't ever get involved in the St. Croix boss at the same time. I say I have family and friends on both sides. I understand that we're getting creative, but there's a big difference between animal feed and if you're talking about budget and revenues, at a later time I will speak to the commissioner who always answer my phone call. So no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. I think that the conversation is ripe to be had. Let's understand exactly what is a challenge with providing the resources to the farmers, because we do have the funding in the revolving fund, and we only spent $117,000 this year. So I'm not sure what our challenges are. Is there a challenge? So to the senator's point, what's the issue? Oh, I am not following this one. We have funding that we're sitting on. We are not in a position to be sitting on funding that we don't want to spend. When the money done, or before the money done, we come back and say, look, in order for us to be successful, this is what we need. Why are we holding on to this money? We had the same conversation last fiscal year. This very exact discussion. I remember it like it was yesterday. What's the issue? 117,000, and then we are hearing now that, what's going on, Commissioner?
What I do know, Senator, with respect to that revenue source, the revolving fund and the funds being spent to purchase feed, etc., what I do know is that there was a period of several months within recent times when there was no movement on purchases. There was no movement on shipment of goods to us simply because the vendor was waiting on their payment. That's what I do know. And that is what caused for several months within this current fiscal year a lack of availability. It was with respect to soil, with respect to fertilizer, with respect to feed for several months where the movement simply was not there with respect to the transaction, Senator.
So do you have purchase orders for those items that's just being held up? I mean, you have the funding, so you should have the POs at least. Even if the transactions are not moving on somebody else's end, which would be, I don't know. Do you have purchase orders that are not filled? That's basically what I'm hearing from you.
We have purchase orders as we speak for feed to be purchased, Senator. We have to follow up on those, but we do have.
So what's your obligation then? Because you spent 117. What have you obligated then? I'm going to go to Senator Capehart. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, agriculture team, Dr. Hall, Dr. Petersen. You know, I hold Department of Agriculture close to me, and I want to see good things happen because agriculture sustainability is important to the Virgin Islands. And your primary responsibility is to expand agriculture activities through production activities of marketing. And if I was to ask you this one question, Dr. Petersen, if there was a natural disaster today and we were cut off from all food supplies, how long you think we're going to survive here in the Virgin Islands? It might sound like a harsh question, but your department, with the agriculture plan, with even the amendment that was recently passed for machineries, amendment that I brought, these are the things that we as legislators seeing that it's a need, it's important. So I'm asking a question, do you think we would survive?
Not for very long, Senator.
Thank you. And I appreciate your honesty. And Dr. Petersen, you know, you came through rules, I believe in you, and I know you can do this. But I think we need to start prioritizing and spending monies, because when I look at some of your grants and I see amounts expended and then remaining balance, did you have to ask for extensions on these grants? I'm going.
You're asking, did we have to?
Based on the post-audit report,
Yes.
the post-audit report that I'm sure that you have it, in the column where it says Exhibit 7, grant titles, you have urban and community forestry programs. You have different grant periods, 95,000, 120, 150. There's only limited amount expending and remaining balance, and I'm just asking, did you have to request extensions on these grants?
Yes, we did, Senator. And I would say to you, Senator, as well, that there would be varying reasons from grant to grant as to why balances are there. For one example, our Urban Community Forestry Coordinator, that position was vacant for quite a while. We hired a new coordinator this year. The Forest Legacy Program, that's another issue where we are going through processes before we can spend funding, for example, with land purchases. So those are just two of other reasons why funds might be sitting.
If I may, thank you. But if I may, does these grant have where you can hire a project manager or someone related to these grants, that you hire individuals to manage these grants, to work the grants?
Some of them, including the one that I referenced with the Urban Community Forestry Coordinator, that is how he was hired with those funds.
And any other of these grants have individuals that you can hire and you didn't hire them?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Commissioner, you have a lot of work, and I sit here and I look at the salaries for these individuals. I see a lot of new faces. I see faces that's been there for a long period of time. And all I can say, you need to hire more people and you need to increase these salaries. And probably being creative is what you need to do. You have land, you have seeds, you have machines. You guys start making the Virgin Islands the breadbasket of the Virgin Islands, what it used to be. Start planting crop A, cucumbers, crop B, tomatoes, that we sell from Department of Agriculture slips. This is hurricane season. We're going to lose more trees if we have a natural disaster. We need to start investing more in sustainability of agriculture. And I know you've been in this industry a long time, and that's why I'm going to ask, as we are dealing with global warming, the farmers them are being impacted. My colleague to my left talked about it, because these conditions bring drought. And then I'm going to ask, are you doing pond restorations? Groundwater recharge? How's the department doing with pond restorations?
Really well, Senator. That initiative is undertaken in partnership with USDA's Natural Resources Conservation Service. And on St. Thomas, where we have begun, the plan, and it has begun, the ponds will be excavated and restored to their full holding capacity. There's also plans to pave or line the inside of those ponds to prevent increased sedimentation, but also to make them easier to excavate in future times. So we do have a very robust project with NRCS to work, beginning in St. Thomas, to excavate and renovate all of our ponds.
I see here in the Posada report something, there's a dollar amount for Bordeaux ponds. You have to restore
1 minute.
those ponds. Is there any restoration going on to the Bordeaux ponds?
The answer is yes, Senator. The projects are in progress.
Okay. Give us a timeline for the work on the St. Croix agriculture building, because you have for architectural
30
design.
seconds.
But can you give us a timeline when that facility would be done?
The next step that has to be completed, Senator, is the completion of the new scope of work. That is in progress.
Do you have any idea like how long it might take? A year, 2 years, 3 years? Because your employees are working in uncomfortable environment. And that means some employees take sick, not come to work, and then there's no production going on.
Time.
I have to say, Madam Chair, if I may conclude, that you have a lot of good programs. Your Farmer Stress Program, your Conservation Workforce Development Program. These are good programs, Commissioner. But we need to eat. The people need seeds, more plants to grow. I have faith in you and your staff, so I look forward to things happening within the next few months. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I, Senator?
Of course you can.
We appreciate your confidence in us, Senator. We really do. I just got information that the scope of work that is being redone for the project, for the building, administrative building, hopefully will be done within 3 months or less. And from there, we can proceed with the other aspects of the project and build up.
Are you finished, Senator? You're good?
If I may conclude, yes. There was one thing that you mentioned in your testimony, and I just wanted you to expand on it because this is training for your staff. So if you can just expand on that on page 5 of 33, the Conservation Workforce Development Program. Can you just tell us how this is going to impact and better prepare your employees for the agroforestry industry?
I'll be happy to, Senator, but since Assistant Commissioner Collingwood is the lead person, I'll allow her to share with you.
Yes, thank you for the question. We've been making an effort.
Put your name on the record
Thank you. I'm Diana Collingwood, the Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture. And again, thank you for your question, Senator Capehart. We've been making efforts to include in our grant funding opportunities for staff training. So with the Workforce Development Program, we have several VEDA staff members who will be embarking on a 1-year certification program where they will become certified conservation planners with the NRCS. So that's one cohort, but we also have another cohort which we send the application out to the community. Applications are due maybe August 5th, and individuals in the community could actually apply an AmeriCorps type program where they will get, $13,000 to do the 1-year program and get the certification. They actually get to do 2 1-week boot camps, one in Vermont and one in the VI. This is a collaboration between the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture and the Vermont White River Conservation District. And these initiatives are things we've been working on for the past 2.5 years, and it's finally come to fruition. And the 1-year program is going to be a continuation. We'll be able to do this for hopefully in perpetuity. But we are excited about that partnership and building capacity locally.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. So I think my colleague earlier brought up, I think I gave you a copy of that bill.
Yes, you did.
That's for the drilling of, what bill was that one?
8280.
8280. And that was for the drilling of wells? What was
Yes,
that
it
one?
is. Implement a well drilling unit program.
Okay, so I know that you are, what's the year on that measure?
The year and this?
It's right on the top, right in between.
2020.
2020. So since you've come on board, there's no information that was shared with you with regards to that particular program?
The answer is no.
Okay, I would like to suggest that there are a number of measures that we've passed in the legislature for agriculture. I would like to strongly suggest that you have someone in your office go back and look at, just pull up any and everything agriculture so you could see what's available to the department.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, and then I am looking at I need to go back to the tourism revolving fund. Y'all share that you spent 3 million, how is it? 3 million and change this fiscal year?
Yes.
So those funds were available until expended?
Yes.
Okay, so we need to go back and look at that. Those were appropriated in a particular fiscal year?
We're giving it $2 million every year.
Oh, you're talking about you're having
Tourism.
two different conversations.
You said tourism.
Pull the mic to you.
You said tourism or
Yes.
revolving fund?
Right, the tourism fund. You get some funds from tourism
Correct.
to agriculture. So what fund did you spend the $3 million from?
That was the tourism fund.
Right, and I'm asking, so that's tourism, that's not revolving. That's not revolving to you. Those are one-time appropriations. So when you receive those appropriations, you are spending those funds according to what particular act? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
I have the spending, but I can't see exactly what was spent on. I could give you
No,
a
the act.
report, a detailed report on all the expenditures.
Something isn't right about what we're discussing. The funding that, for instance, Act 8769 for fiscal year 2024, the funding for agriculture from the tourism fund is $1 million, and it expires on September 30th, 2024. So I am suspecting that the previous year, and we're going to pull them up, the previous year budget bills also expired in 2024. So we need to look back to see how those funds are being spent.
Okay.
And you said that you spent $3 million in fiscal year 24 thus far.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to be very frank with you. I'm somewhat at a loss here. So we need to dig deeper into the tourism revolving fund or the appropriation. Let me just be clear. The appropriation of the $1 million for the past 3 years from the tourism account. So $1 million that goes to tourism. We need to determine whether or not those funds lapsed at the end of the year. I know in 23, they definitely lapse. They're not available to you after September 30th. So, and I'm bringing this up because the commissioner is like, we don't want to spend all the money on the account. It's going to lapse. This $1 million is going to lapse at the end of this fiscal year.
Okay.
Okay?
That's good information, Senator. Thank you.
Yeah, the bill is 8769.
I have it. Thank you.
And then you said that you've been notified of an $80,000 debt.
Yes, we have.
How are you dealing with that?
We intend to dig into our revolving fund, more than likely the tourism revolving fund, and address that. But we have no choice but to pay it. It will come from either that or our other category of general funds, Senator.
Just know that that's a prior year expense, so you need to deal with the Office of Management and Budget and that.
Okay.
I think what's happening is, this is where we've kind of running into some challenges with our financials. That's an outstanding debt.
Yes, it is.
That's not a debt for this fiscal year. So
Correct.
it requires a discussion with OMB and in particular.
Okay. Will do.
Dr. Hall, let's go back to your presentation. So you are, the total amount that we provided, that we appropriated, let me see if I have a total on this thing. We have to add it up. Let me strike in. Okay, it's about 1.4, 1.157 according to your testimony. I have to go back to verify it, right? But you are asking for 1.1 in addition to 3 million to a tune of 4.2, correct?
We're asking for, excuse me, 4.157 and 500.
Okay.
And that is because some of the funds that were appropriated in this year will be carried over because they weren't expended. For example, the pilot program for agriculture in the schools wasn't implemented. So what we're asking is that those funds not be taken away from the Department of Education and that they could be used for this fiscal year, the upcoming fiscal year. We're asking the same in regards to the Department of Agriculture for those hires, that the funds were allocated. They did receive them, but the hiring has not occurred yet. But we need those funds to roll over into the next fiscal year.
Okay, I have to check as to the availability of these funds. So what I need to get clearly from you
Yes.
is where the funds have been released is the word.
Mm-hmm.
You only have one set of funds that was not released.
That's correct.
But we need to get from you, of the funds that were not released, what's the balance in those accounts, if you will. So you can send that back to us. Because we
Okay.
need to be clear
Okay.
on how we are going to move forward with providing the funding. The other thing that I realize is that we are going to have to establish a cost center for the local food and farm council. So it will become a regular part of the budget cycle. If not, then we could see where it could get left off.
I agree.
Over the years. So we have to establish that. So we're going to get that back from you so we could be clear on how we are going to support this particular work, continue to support this particular work.
Okay.
And so that's Dr. Hull. Where is my... So, Commissioner Petersen, under your personnel services and your associated fringe benefits for fiscal year 25 recommendation, there is a $38,000 reduction in fiscal year 25 and a $51,000 reduction under your associated fringe benefits. What is the reason for that reduction? Is it tied to just the ceiling that was provided to you by the Office of Management and Budget? What is that impacting? What positions and what are your vacancies?
Mm-hmm. My understanding, Senator, is it's connected to the overall decrease in our budget.
So how does that impact your office, though? Because do you currently have vacancies? How many vacancies do you have?
We have 6 vacancies.
And what's the dollar amount of your vacancies?
The dollar amount?
dollar amount?
Yep.
$2,000,000.
Vacancies?
No, sorry.
Oh.
219,422.
420.
422.
And those are funded vacancies for fiscal year 24?
Yes.
Yes.
So there's an associated fringe benefits that go along with them?
Yes.
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 And those positions were funded at what percentage in fiscal year 24?
100%, 150%.
So all at 100 except one?
Correct.
Okay, so this is what we're going to need to get from you because we need to clearly understand your personnel services. So we need you to send us back an updated listing, an updated personnel listing for fiscal year 24 and what you're proposing for 25. And if you have, do you have any positions, Commissioner, that you are looking to fill before the fiscal year ends?
Senator, hopefully the executive assistant position, yes.
Where are you in the process?
We have interviewed and we are issuing a second call for candidates, Senator, to be interviewed.
Do you have an approved PRF?
We just submitted that to OMB. Once they open their process again, we just submitted that.
That sounds like next fiscal year. Yeah, that's what that sounds like. So send that back to the committee along with the associated fringe benefits to support those positions. And then the agriculture revolving fund. I'm not sure why this is listed this way. It's kind of confusing me a little bit, but I will flesh it out later because we have contribution to the agriculture revolving fund, $2 million. And you said that in that fund, clear clarification, you spent $117,421. Correct?
Repeat again, I'm sorry.
How much did you spend in the agriculture revolving fund this year? I think you said $117,421. That was in the beginning of the conversation. Mm-hmm. And there was something else you were supposed to give me.
You got a 117,421.
Okay, do you have the other information that you were to give me? I didn't make a note of it, but I knew there was something else. I told you to, when you get it, give me a little signal. Remember?
There was.
I think I gave you that information already.
What was it? We remember? I'm going to remember.
That was it. When we took a break and we came back, that was it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, were you able to figure out where is the $500,000 under some sort of a special fund under your award for your insurance monies?
That's what I'm going to research and get back to you on.
All right. So we're going to expect you to provide us. We're going to send you correspondence on the $500,000. Commissioner, please stay on top of this. Be vigilant about this because
Yes.
you could have definitely moved forward with the abattoir challenges that you have in this district. And then the Industrial Hemp Commission. So you have federal funding to support the Hemp Commission?
We have no federal funding for that.
No.
Yes? No?
It's all local funding.
It's local.
Okay, so I think I heard the gentleman,
Mr. Joseph.
Mr.
Clifford Joseph.
made reference to some federal funds, because if you have a hemp commission and we have 300,000 and the majority, basically, what's the breakdown of this money? Are we using it for personnel alone, or does it have supporting operating expenses tied to it? Because then we have to figure out if we establish a hemp commission, it has to work.
Yes.
So we can't just have personnel against it because there's other things that you have to do for this work. So we need to understand exactly what this funding is being used for, and if you need additional funds to support this work.
Sure. I'll let Ms. Richards speak.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm serving as the commissioner's designee on the hemp board. Oh, Risa Richards.
Pull down your mic a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Risa Richards, Deputy Commissioner. I'm serving as the Commissioner's representative on the Hemp Commission. And right now we are trying to reconvene the commission. And we're going to, one of the things I would like for us to do is to provide training. So we're going to need some monies for training for all the new members that are coming on, because there are going to be some new members that are going to be coming on, as well as, for us to eventually expand the program. I would ask your indulgence and let me sit down with Mr. Joseph and let us see what we could come up with in consultation with the commissioner, and we'll report back to you.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
Do the hemp commission, does it require, do the members have to come to the legislature for confirmation?
No, I don't
Okay,
think so.
do you have a fully staffed up commission?
One person, one designee that we are waiting a response from is from the VIPD. The commissioner is supposed to serve on that board and have not been able to make contact with the acting commissioner. As soon as I'm able to, and to find out if he himself wants to personally be on the commission or he's going to designate somebody, then we will be able to convene our first meeting.
Okay. Going back to the, Mr. Bryan. So give me quickly the breakout of how we use the $300,000 for the hemp commission now.
Right now, salary and fringe.
That's it?
Correct.
Salaries and fringe. So how is the testing being done? Who's paying for that? Because I think Mr. Joseph...
No testing is being done at this moment, Senator. Mr. Joseph made reference to his training as far as sampling, but no testing is being done as we
So who paid
speak.
for Mr. Joseph training? He
Was
came
that-
trained?
No. It's USDA training.
Right, so there is USDA funding available for
I
this?
don't know that there was a cost involved there.
I'm not
Okay.
sure.
I don't think that it was.
So then what work are we truly doing in the Virgin Islands around hemp? I'm trying to understand, like, we funding something, we have key performance indicators. So how are we aligning, you have key performance indicators for the hemp commission?
No, we have
Not
not.
as yet. We do not.
Yeah, so we have employees, the employees have to, we have to provide the appropriate support so they can do their work. So I think we've passed the employee part. We staffing up the commission. We have to. We're in the what year are we in now? We're gonna say the
With regard to the hemp program?
Yeah.
I think probably 3, perhaps.
Yeah, we
Mr.
heading
Joseph is on board for the past 6 or 7 months, and he's building the program.
Yeah, we're heading to the 4th year in this program. So that's something that we need to
Agreed.
have a clear strategic plan around. And that
Agreed.
brings me to this last thing. I think I know there's more, but we're gonna have to wrap up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so excuse us, but whoever is speaking on whatever they're speaking on is coming through the legislature. Please put your phones on mute. And I lost my train of thought.
Something about the plan?
Yeah. So we had a lot of conversation about agriculture today, particularly on the side of the department. Have you or are you working on a strategic plan to address like these buckets of challenges that you have?
Senator, definitely yes. And that is exactly what our plan is to address for the use of the $10 million. So should we look at that plan that we prepared, Senator? It addresses training issues that we spoke about today. It addresses infrastructural issues that we spoke about today, and many of the other challenges. So the answer is yes, that we are working on a plan. We have a plan to address the challenges that we have spoken about today. Other issues that the plan would not address, Senator, include the hiring of additional staff, include increases for staff, which we all support, which we all definitely support. And I would say to you that those are two. The plan also, by the way, addresses some of the infrastructural needs of the department as we speak. The mold remediation, the abattoir construction, abattoir repairs. But the priority, as was said earlier by Senator de Graaf, is our staff. But the plan, of course, does not include increasing staff numbers or increasing staff salary. Those are other concerns that we support, but the plan does not include those. We cannot.
Do you have a copy of the plan?
Yes, I do.
Can you forward it to the committee? You know why I'm asking you this? I'm going to tell you why. So, in 2019, there was Act number 8259 was passed. And it says that every year, as we work on our budget, we are to allocate a certain percentage of the overall government's budget to agriculture. Okay? To support local farming initiatives. I did not support that measure. I did not support that measure because I felt in order for us to lay out percentages that's tied to agriculture, we needed to have a plan, a clear plan as to how these funds are going to be so to support local farming initiative. Hence the reason why we moved forward with the agriculture plan, right? But I am in support of agriculture 100%. The evidence is there. But we need to clearly see from the agriculture department, what are those things that you clearly need? That's not the word. What is it that is required in order for you to be successful? And we have to lay them out. You have to lay them out in a plan. You need to set timelines. And you need to be like Dr. Hall. He'll come and tell you he need all of this money for these purposes. Please, we need to mute these phones. These phones need to be muted. Please. We're hearing it coming through. Please. So I remain concerned about, not getting a clear picture of where agriculture is going outside of the local food and farm council. I'm very concerned about that. I'm prepared to do what we have to do when it comes to the percentages, etc. But we have to have a clear pathway as to why we're dealing with providing this funding in the way that we're providing it. And I'm going to close with that. I don't know if my colleagues have any other burning questions. I could start with Senator Francis. Junior, do you have a burning question, Senator Francis? We're not hearing you in St. Thomas. All right, I guess that's a no. All right, Commissioner, we're going to allow you a 30-second close, as well as Dr. Hall. And whatever other information we need to get from you, we will be in touch with you to get it as we build this budget.
Senator and other senators present, I want to thank you for the opportunity today to speak and to present our budget of fiscal year 2025. We understand all the concerns raised. We share the same concerns. We also share the concern by way of a proposal to address the concerns. The proposal simply needs to be funded, and we are confident that through the support of the Office of the Governor, it will be funded. And we expect to see results and share with you, senators, within the next several months, those unfoldings of the projects to address all of these issues we're speaking about. The issues involve infrastructure improvement. We know we need them. We know what they are. The issues include our abattoir concerns. We know what the issues are, but also what the solutions are. And those are all a part of our plan. Senators, I want to thank you as well as our staff here today, our staff in St. Croix, our staff who are not here with us, and our farmers for their support along the way. And we expect and appreciate and look forward to your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hall?
Yes, I want to thank this body for giving me the opportunity to update you on the progress that has been made by the local Food and Farm Council. I hope you feel good about it, because in 1 year, the council has really done a lot and worked well, and so have our partners, and some of them you have met here today. And I think that's a wonderful sign of progress. I am confident that this plan, if it is continuously supported through the council, we'll be able to achieve many of the goals that was originally envisioned. I want to thank Commissioner Petersen for working with the council. He is really a partner. As co-chair, he is present, he is engaged, and I think this is what we always envisioned, was to have a broad-based advocacy body. So we have EDA, Department of Education, the university, and others helping to move agriculture forward, and I think it will reach its goal with the support of this body, and I am privileged, as I said before, to have played a small part in getting us to this point.
Well, thank you, and thank you both for spending half of the day with us. I want to thank the agriculture team for being here. It is clear that there's much work to be done, and like I said earlier, we will send you the correspondence with regards to what you need to send back to the committee so we can make an informed decision. Dr. Hall, I want to thank you for all the work that you've done around the agriculture plan and the work that you continue to do with the local food and farm council. I really think that you should consider we need to change the legislation to make sure that you are able to continue this work. No, I know that you're ready to. I know you're ready for your sabbatical. I'm only kidding, but I know that the work will continue, and we have some great people in place, and I'm very excited with regards to all the possibilities with agriculture in the territory. So we just need to collaborate, and communicate the needs. Don't be afraid to say, look, I can't get this done if I don't have the funding. If we're not magicians. So in order to get the work done, we have to provide you the necessary resources. Again, thank you for the time. And I see that the Commissioner of Health, the Department of Health's family is here eagerly waiting for their to defend their budget. So we're going to go to a recess. And we are going to reconvene about 1:30 this afternoon. The committee stands in recess until 1:30. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on the record, and we see that we have the Commission of Health and her team. They are ready to present their FY25 budget. They're ready to defend, actually, the FY25 budget. So I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please read the last block into the record.
Block 2, VI Department of Health, invited testifier, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I see that the Department of Health has the entire health family here, literally. So it makes me very happy to know that I have to make sure that I treat my sore raw good today. But on a serious note, though, let me just say that good afternoon to all of you. And I have to say that the work that you're doing is not unnoticed. So thank you for all that you do. It's not easy. We know that we have times here in the Virgin Islands where we are challenged with our resources. So I know that you do what you can with the resources that you have available to you. So we're going to talk about that today, and we will try our best to see how we could accommodate your needs. Okay, so what we're going to ask is that Commissioner Encarnacion, please put your name and title on the record, and then we're going to go to my right, your left, put your names and titles on the record. Then we're going to go to my left, your right, put your names and title on the record, and then I see you have some folks on St. Croix. They will go next, and then I understand that you have a few individuals on teams, so we'll get their names and titles as well. But we're going to start with you, Commissioner. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Tatia Monell Hewitt, Chief Financial Officer.
Beverly Stephen Samuel, Departmental Budget Control Officer.
Mike.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Beverly Stephen Samuel, Departmental Budget Control Officer.
Good afternoon, Joan Jean-Baptiste, Deputy Commissioner of Human Resources.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. Assistant Commissioner Ruben Molloy.
Good afternoon, Ty Hunt Caesar, Chief Medical Officer.
St. Croix.
Good afternoon, the Deputy.
Okay, say that again, Mr. Steele. We miss you. Get a little
Red and
closer to the
Steel,
mic.
Deputy.
One more time.
Red and Steel, Deputy.
So that's Rain and Steel.
Deputy Commissioner of Public Health Services.
Okay. We're going to ask that as you speak on St. Croix, you stay with the mic because the mics are very sensitive. So as you move away from them, then we're unable to hear you. Next person.
Dr. Esther Ellis, Territorial Epidemiologist.
Okay. And one more person.
Dr. Janice Valmon, Deputy Commissioner, Health.
Okay, one more time. Close to the mic.
Dr. Janice Valmon, Deputy Commissioner, Health Promotion and Disease Prevention.
It's not. All right. And those of you that are on teams, is there Veronica Ortiz? Is she on teams? No? Okay, so who's on teams?
Good afternoon. Wait. I'm here. Good afternoon. HR Director of Workforce, Veronica Ortiz.
Okay. And I don't see anyone else. Is there anyone else?
Aisha Rivers, Acting Director of Public Health Preparedness.
Ms. Rivers, can you put your name and title on the record?
Let's go to the next one. Aisha, we have Ms. Stout Munife Stout, Director of Immunizations.
Ms. Stout, are you here with us? Name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Monife Stout, Director, Immunizations Program.
Okay, good afternoon. Is there anyone else?
Deborah Richardson Peter. Director of Professional Licensure.
Ms. Peter, name and title on the record.
Yes, Deborah Richardson Peter, Director for Office of Professional Licensure and Health Planning.
Next person.
That's it.
That's it?
Oh, no, Dr. Linnea Fredericks, Director of Chronic Disease.
Ms. Fredericks, Dr. Fredericks, please put your name and title on the record.
Good day, Linnea Fredericks, Chronic Disease Director.
And Aisha Rivers, are you there? Go ahead, Senator.
That's it? All right. Are you ready to provide your testimony?
Yes, I am.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. Honorable Senator Novalee Francis, Jr., Vice Chair, committee members, and all other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. And those of you who are listening and viewing, I am Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before the Budget, Appropriations and Finance Committee to present the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget along with our goals and objectives to share our fiscal year 2024 accomplishments. Joining me today are my Assistant Commissioners, Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims and Ruben Malloy, Chief Financial Officer Tatia Monell-Hewitt, Deputy Commissioner of Human Resources and Labor Relations Joan Jean-Baptiste, and Budget Control Officer Beverly Stephen Samuel. Also is Ty Camille Hunt-Caesar is here with us. She's our Chief Medical Officer. Other members of the Department of Health team are here in the chamber and the chamber on St. Croix. I extend my deepest gratitude to all our department's leaders and staff for their unwavering commitment to safeguarding the community's health. A special recognition goes out to our Employees of the Year, Mr. Cosme Harrison in St. Thomas St. John District, and Mr. Aubrey Drummond II on the St. Croix District. We also celebrate Director Jacqueline Greenwich Payne, who was selected to receive the 2024 Vanguard Award for Women in Emergency Services from the National American Ambulance Association. The VI Department of Health also extends its appreciation and gratitude to the Honorable Governor Albert Ryan Jr. and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach for their support and guidance as we address public health matters in the territory. Members of the 35th Legislature, we appreciate continued support and willingness to collaborate throughout the year. The Virgin Islands Department of Health is authorized by Title III of the VI Code, subsection 412, Title 19, and Title 27, Chapters 1 through 4, which establishes our state and local public health responsibilities. We serve as the lead agency for Emergency Services Function 8, or ESF 8, which involves supervising hospitals during times of declared emergencies or disasters. Our mission is to reduce health risk, increase access to equitable, quality health care, and enforce health standards. Our vision is to create a trusted system that supports a healthy Virgin Islands. The proposed fiscal year 2025 budget totals $58,775,761, which includes $26,060,486 in general fund, $1.2 million in health revolving fund, $29,386,477 in federal funds, and $2,128,798 in non-appropriated funds. The breakdown is depicted in the graphs below. For the general fund, personnel services, $12,113,464, which is 46.48%. Fringe benefits, $5,472,247, and that's 21%. Supplies, $808,079, and that is 3.10%. Other services and charges, $7,603,696 at 29.18%. Public utilities, $63,000, which is 0.24%, which again, the total general fund is $26,000 $26,060,486 at 100%. A breakdown of our federal funds: personnel services, $11,017,020, which is 37 and 49%. Capital outlay, $50,000 at 17%. Fringe benefits, $4,992,515 at 16.99%. Supplies, $5,421,422 at 18.45%. Other services and charges, $7,860,352 as 26.75%. Public utility services, $45,168 at 15%. Total again, $29,386,477 at 100%. Breakdown of our designated health revolving fund: capital outlay, $38,278 at 3.19%. Supplies, $188,965 at 15.75%. Other services and charges, $972,757 at 81.0%. A total again of $1.2 million. The breakdown of the non-appropriated funds: capital outlay, 0. Supplies, $426,000, that's 20.06%. Other services and charges, $354,647 at 16.66%. Public utility services, $1,347,000 with $151,100 with 63.28%. Again, a total of $2,128,798 at 100%. The proposed FY25 budget at $26,060,486 reflects a decrease in the budget ceiling of $1,285,937 when compared to the FY 2024 budget. The FY 2025 budget supports personnel costs, other off-island care, and of course, all operational costs. Revenue cycle management. Revenue cycle or revenue collected as of June 2024, inclusive of EMS collection, totals $2,058,322. We continue to support VI fire and emergency medical services with its billing and coding efforts. Less VI FEMS collection of $956,527.38, with that of 7% or $66,965.91 that remains with the VIDOH for the billing and coding efforts, brings us to a total of $1,168,751 with 54% revenue collected as of June 2024. The department is projected to collect $1,504,305 in FY 2024, which is slightly lower than the fiscal year 2023's collection of $1,532,928. The outline says below. In reference to a depiction of the breakdown, outpatient services received $275,718 with 31 cents. Environmental health, $321,334. Food handlers, $307,224. MCH outpatient, $78,778.63. Audiology, $2,844.13. Eye care, $552. Medical records, $530. Mental health, $2,657.16. Vital statistics, $111,736.63. Ambulance services, $956,527.38. Substance use, $430 with a total $2,058,322.24. Several of key divisions have shown resilience and growth in their revenue collection. For example, our Environmental Health Division, crucial to public health and safety, has demonstrated positive trends. Between October and June of FY 2023, the Environmental Health Division's revenue collection from its Environmental Health Permit and Food Handlers Permit and CARDS program was $307,605 and $266,726 respectively, for a combined total of $574,331. Revenue collection for the same period in FY 2024 total $628,558, which is a 9.44% or a $54,227 increase. Environmental health permits revenue collection totaled $321,334, and food handlers permits CARS revenue collection totaled $307,224. In FY 2024, environmental health permit application increased by 4.46%. Food handlers permits and CARS saw a significant increase of 15.18%. These improvements reflect an ongoing efforts to streamline processes, enhance community outreach, and respond effectively to public health needs by prioritizing high-risk establishment for inspections and working smarter, not harder. Our outpatient clinic division, a cornerstone of our community health services, has also shown remarkable growth. Between October and June of FY 2023, revenue of the outpatient clinic division total $243,453.95. From the October to June of FY 2024, revenue totaled $275,718.31, an increase of 13.25% or $32,264.36. This significant increase demonstrates the growing demand for and utilization of outpatient services. This indication of this increased utilization of our primary care services is a positive sign for community health engagement. It is worth noting that some smaller divisions showed promising growth. Audiology, for example, increased by 29.15%, and substance use services, while small in absolute terms, saw a 230% increase. Our Vital Records and Statistics Division, essential for recording and managing critical life events, has faced some challenges but shows promise for future improvements. Between October and June of FY 2023, Vital Records and Statistics reviewed revenue collection totaling $119,113.74 compared to the same period in FY 2024, where revenue collection totaled $111,736.63. Vital Statistics revenue decreased by 6.19%. The decrease was due to efforts to relocate the services, combined with the transition from manual input to a digital system. In December of 2023, we successfully implemented an electronic vendor system for birth records. This system allows hospitals to enter birth information directly into a database in real time, improving the efficiency and accuracy of birth certificate processing. Looking ahead, we plan to implement the death module of this system in September of 2024. This will complete our transition to a fully electronic vital record system involving hospitals, funeral homes, and our office. We anticipate this will significantly reduce processing times for death certificates, which is often crucial for families during challenging times. These technological advances, while potentially causing short-term disruptions as we transition, are expected to streamline our processes, enhance data accuracy, and improve service delivery to our community eventually. As our staff and stakeholders become more familiar with the new systems, we anticipate seeing improvements in both efficiency and revenue generation in the coming fiscal year. Despite this decrease in revenue, we've made significant stride in modernizing our operations, which we expect to positively impact future performance. However, we face significant challenges in some areas. Ambulance services saw the largest decrease from 35.44%, which is $956,527.38. This substantial drop is a primary factor in our overall revenue decline. Revenue from the maternal child health outpatient services decreased by 30.15%, or $78,778.63. Mental health services revenue fell by 69.25% to $2,657.16. In response to these mixed results, we are implementing a multifaceted approach, conducting a comprehensive review of our ambulance services to identify and address the causes of the revenue decline, conduct retroactive billing for services provided by the newly incorporated psychiatrists in the billing system, building on successes in environmental health and food safety by further streamlining processing and expanding community outreach, investigating the potential for growth in smaller divisions that have shown significant percent increase, revision of fee schedule for areas such as vital records and statistical and environmental health. That's ongoing. The Office of Federal Grants Management. The Office of Federal Grants Management oversees 103 single account budgets totaling $102,214,090. The significant grant accounts have increased from 95 to 103, with an additional 8 grants of previously awarded funding onto other areas already existing grant. The federal grants breakdown for agencies such as Agency CDC, 36 awards, $23,919,660. Department of Health and Human Services has 4 grants, which is $1,279,764. Workforce, 3 grants, $12,870,052. HRSA, 11 grants, $5,859,327. SAMHSA, 7 grants, $2,346,697. USDA, 5 grants, $13,510,463. USDE, 2 grants, $1,718,598. COVID-19, 35 grants, $40,709,529. Our Human Resources and Labor Relations Division. In the Department of Health's proposed FY 2025 budget, there are 389.76 funded positions, with 204.14 funded through the general fund, 185.62 federally funded. Of these, 191.66 employees are in St. Thomas St. John District, and 198.10 are in the St. Croix District. Our workforce includes 221.26 classified employees, 158.25 exempt employees, and 10.25 temporary employees. Between October 1st and 2023 and June 30th, 2024, there have been 13 separations, 11 resignations, and 4 retirements. We have successfully onboarded 46 team members, including 35 new hires and 11 rehires. The VI Department of Health has 7 vacancies listed at 50%, which is depicted on our file as 33.5 general fund vacancies, which was an error. 48.5 federal vacancies. Human Resources has hired a Director of Workforce Development and a Labor Management to support labor relations, retention, and hiring. Collaboration with the Office of Collective Bargaining has resulted in a newly salary plan for the Registered Nurse Leadership Union, with salary increases currently being implemented. Our Office of Procurement and Contracts Management and Reporting. The collaborative work between OPCMR and Department of Property and Procurement resulted in the execution of over 30 executed agreements, supply contracts, approval to engage, change orders, and exercise of renewal options. Between the end of fiscal year 2024 and the first quarter of fiscal year 2025, approximately 10 agreements excluding the supply contracts are set to expire. Presently, the OPCMR is actively working on more than 100 pending agreements and solicitation, as well as even 11 pending leases. Furthermore, the unit has successfully executed 32 leases, with 8 on St. Thomas and 24 on St. Croix, and are managing over 52 executed agreements. There's also an appendix has more detail, Appendix L. The Office of Legal Counsel and Risk Management, Medical Malpractice. The Medical Malpractice Liability Program has two principal objectives: to ensure compensation for patients who are injured through the negligence of healthcare providers. It provides a sense of justice and deter providers from practicing negligently. They set standards for care that physicians and other professionals must consider when providing health care. In practice, however, the system is slow and costly to administer. Medical malpractice suits are important in several ways. For individuals and their families, their suits can provide compensation that helps them cope with an injury or illness that resulted from malpractice. It also provides a sense of justice, but these suits are not plainly important for the individual harmed by malpractice. They're also important for overall public health. They set standards for care that physicians and other professionals must consider when providing health care. We extend medical malpractice insurance coverage to all health care professionals providing health care services within a territory that includes medical, surgical, dental, and nursing treatment of patients. Below is a summary of claim settlements 2022 and to 2024 year-to-date. The outstanding litigations date back several years and are in varying stages of the process. Since 2022, the Risk Management Unit shifted its approach to the malpractice program from reactive management to strategic management, providing general operations to providers with a 7-step approach that healthcare professionals needed to consider for avoiding a malpractice lawsuit when performing their services. Below, I will speak about the claims and outstanding litigation. Claim settlement year 2022, $1,016,266 with 6 cents. 2023, $502,122.65. In 2024 year-to-date, $75,000. Claim settlement and year 2025 pending payout, $135,000. Cases in litigation contract services, 34 were verified and 8 proposed. Cases in litigation Department of Justice, 44 total, SRMC 11, JFL 33. New cases per year in 22 we had 7, 23 7, and 2024 year-to-date 8. Verified complaints in litigation by year of filing on 2005 1, 2012 1, 2014 1, 2015 2, 2016 2, 2017 1, 2018 1, 2019 2, 2020 7, 2021 3, 2022 7, 2023 7, and 2024 8 proposed. Malpractice disposition per year. Risk management disposition deposits FY 2022, $1,324,501.10. In 2023, $1,081,818.84, and 2024, $66,487.30. Other interactions with patients and providers give us valuable insights into the occurrence trends and management of malpractice claims. The Risk Management Division recognizes that the culture of the healthcare is today becoming more patient-centered with more of a focus on putting the patient first in most decisions. It is also becoming more focused on safety with changing policies and strategies to make patients safer. We are therefore shifting towards greater collaboration with doctors, nurses, and other providers, working together to give patients the best possible care. Behavioral health. The Behavioral Health Division provides psychiatric services, case management, therapeutic interventions, substance use treatment, opioid treatment programs, and forensic and outreach services. The team includes part-time psychiatrists, counselors, case managers, clinical staff, and support staff. Efforts are underway to expand services through grant funding, and the recent addition of a local psychiatrist highlights a commitment to culturally sensitive care. However, there remains a critical need for trained workforce. For example, the full implementation of the crisis response team can be impacted by our ability to staff appropriately. Behavioral Health Division detail is provided in Appendix A. The Clubhouse. The Clubhouse operates under the Clubhouse International model, emphasizing that individuals with mental illness can reoccur or recover, leading fully integrated lives. Clubhouses serve as a community centers, providing opportunities for members to build relationships, gain employment, pursue education, and secure housing. The VIDOH's Clubhouse follows this model and offers psychosocial rehabilitation, social and emotional learning, pre-vocational training, expressive arts, structural social connection, horticultural wellness, and individual and group training. It supports life skill training, social educational opportunities, and provides a safe environment for socialization and emotional support. The Clubhouse aims to help individuals with mental illness establishing a sense of belonging and reintegrated into society. It focuses on members' strength, members-to-member support, and accessible professional staff. While it does not offer drug rehabilitative services, it ensures members receive appropriate links or referrals and warm transfers when needed. Off-island care. Currently, 48 USVI residents, which includes 22 not guilty by reasonable insanity or NGRI, 15 chronic care, 11 intellectually disabled individuals are receiving essential acute care in various off-island facilities. 2 pending transfer off-island and 1 recent transfer to Eldridge Shelterman facility in June of 2024 reflect the high demand for specialized mental health care. Often mandated by court orders, these patients require intensive services for their acute mental health diagnoses. The division oversees all off-island residents, providing case management services, participating in treatment team meetings, and remaining available 24/7. The total cost of off-island care as of June 2024 is $9,647,185.71. Our allotment is $8,139,762. Thus far, we have paid about $5,842,227.52, and the balance is $3,804,958.19, with a variance of $2,037,269.33. Below shows the cost of off-island care. The total, $5,842,227,152. Actual expenditures from October to June. Outstanding balance, $3,804,958.19. The allotment, $8,139,762, with the variance again, $2,037,269.33. The crisis response team. The department requires additional funding to fully support the crisis response team and has applied for the supplemented federal HRSA funds to bolster the program, potentially accelerating its implementation upon arrival. Ensuring 24/7 access to comprehensive crisis and continuing for all, regardless of financial constraints, is crucial for delivering prompt and efficient interventions to individuals experiencing a behavioral health crisis. Enclosed with the testimony is the funding breakdown chart outlining the $1.8 million annual need for personnel and fringe essentials to establish and maintain a robust 24/7 crisis response team. Of course, that will be supplemented with federal funds. Communicable diseases. The encouraged to encourage sexually transmitted infection and HIV testing, the Communicable Diseases Division, or CDD, partnered with multiple organizations to offer free entry tickets to individuals to several activities for those who got tested and know their status. CDD continues to provide treatment and care to HIV-positive individuals under the Ryan White Grant, issuing over 2,000 prescriptions worth $2,985,304 to ensure adherence and viral load suppression. In line with the 340 Getting to Zero initiative, CDD will launch a doxy PrEP program in the fourth quarter of this year to aim for zero new infections. The CDC certified end of 2023 report shows 15 new HIV cases, 690 chlamydia cases, 83 gonorrhea cases, 55 syphilis cases in the territory. In the first quarter of 2024, the division reported 24 gonorrhea cases and 109 chlamydia cases, which are currently under investigation by the CDC for confirmation. The end of 2023 report certified by CDC showed 15 new HIV/AIDS cases, 690 chlamydia, 83 gonorrhea, and 55 syphilis cases reported in the territory. During the first quarter of 2024, the Communicable Disease Division received a report of 24 gonorrhea and 119 chlamydia cases. They are unofficial and are going through the normal investigation process with CDC to confirm. Chronic disease and prevention. The Chronic Disease and Prevention Program includes several federal grants related to health promotion and disease prevention focused on chronic diseases. Grants include diabetes and tobacco prevention and control, preventive health and health services block grant, which includes sexual assault. Our chronic disease grants also include cancer prevention and control, which encompasses breast and cervical cancer early detection, comprehensive cancer control, and VI Central Cancer Registry, rape and prevention and surveillance, which is being conducted through a behavior risk factor surveillance system survey. The Cancer Registry and the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance Survey programs collect and report on chronic diseases and their risk factors such as alcohol and tobacco use, nutrition, physical activity, cancer, cardiovascular disease, and weight status, which have a substantial impact on an individual's health. To date, incidences data for 2016 and 2017 have been updated and released. The incidence of cancer in 2016 was 535 and 374 for 2017. A total of 37 additional cancer cases were identified in 2016 and 2017 and added to the report. The Cancer Registry has continuously been identified cases for 2018 and beyond, and anticipate the release of 2022 incident report in January of 2025. The Comprehensive Cancer Control Program, funded through the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, has spent the last year meeting with stakeholders to develop the 2024 to 2029 USVI Cancer Plan. We recently held the second annual Cancer Summit to present the plan to stakeholders and garner support to begin in implementation. This plan is the first of its kind and represents a concerted effort to address the burden of cancer in the territory. The 2023 Behavior Risk Factor Surveillance System was completed as planned and should be released by CDC this fall. The 2023 BREFIS, which is called survey, performed exceptionally well, capturing responses from 2,056 Virgin Island residents. Data collection for the 2024 BREFIS is in progress and will be completed by January 2025. I would like to take a moment to applaud Dr. Linnea Fredericks, Director of the Chronic Disease Division, for consistently upholding a standard of operational excellence, successfully delivering on her programs with remarkable efficiency. Epidemiology. With the realm of infectious diseases surveillance, key priorities for public health include Zika and arbovirus, 18 respiratory viruses including COVID-19 and influenza, vaccine preventable diseases and all reportable diseases, In terms of COVID-19, the number of cases in 2024 remained low. As of July 8th, 2024, there have been 59 new cases reported last week or in that week. This is also a highest reported number of cases per week for 2024 thus far. However, it is still lower than 2023 numbers. For comparison, the highest number of new cases in a single week in 2023 was January 28, in which we saw 222 new cases. Comparatively, in June of 2022, there were over 2,000 new cases per week, highlighting significant improvement. I'd also like to recognize Dr. Esther Ellis, territory epidemiologist, who has consistently showcased exceptional efficiency in managing grant funding, achieving a 97% spend rate this fiscal year. Her adept handling of the workforce development grant has led to the successful onboarding of critical or crucial staff members, including our new public health strategist and the director of the Office of Health Equity. Her team also added 11 scientific publications to their portfolio. Congratulations to her team. Lead testing. As of July of 2024, 1,270 tests conducted on St. Croix were 3 lead positive, 6 copper positive. As of April 2024, 698 tests conducted in St. Thomas, St. John District, 4 lead positives. This represents testing that was completed in response to the lead emergency. Testing was completed at all schools, daycares, and child care facilities that agreed to participate in first on Island St. Croix and then on the island of St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island. The test results for the back-to-school Head Start population for the 2024-2025 school year are pending. Our process improvement performance management. The purpose of the process improvement, or the PI team, within the Department of Health is to enhance the efficiency, effectiveness, and quality of healthcare services and public health programs. This is accomplished through various strategies and practices focused on streamlining operations, reducing waste, improving patient outcomes, and ensuring optimal resource utilization. Acting as the liaison to the Office of Management and Budget, the PI team develops tracks key performance indicators. KPIs align with the overarching goal for the territory. These KPIs are crafted with the department's strategic plan, mission, and vision in mind. Please see Performance Management Appendix AA for more information. For key accomplishment in FY 2024, Charles Harbor Memorial Facility, the demolition is 49% complete and the design is 100% complete. The RFP for contractor is out for bid. Project completion is expected the first quarter of 2027. Wick Newt Hansen. In November of 2023, the VI Department of Health cut the ribbon on the newly constructed 5,280 square foot facility, USDA funded $4,958,344. Wick Frederickstead, Phase 1 completion is completed, interior design and rebuild. Phase 2 hazard mitigation is currently in progress. The Department of Defense Innovative Readiness Training Mission. In June 2024, we brought 300 military medical professionals for the USVI for the 2024 Virgin Islands Wellness Fair to increase access to care. The fair delivered $2.25 million in medical services at no cost to the USVI resident, all in the hands of our Dr. Ty Hunt-Caesar. Morrissey Castro Clinic, 10% of design completed at St. John Town Hall is scheduled for August 2nd, which is tomorrow evening. Anna's Hope Behavioral Health Facility, 4 concepts were presented and discussions will continue. Climate change, establish public health climate strategic framework and work plan. Successful summits, Disparity Summit, Health Equity and All Policies. Cancer Summit, First USVI Cancer Plan. SCI HIV Summit was also a Health Equity Summit. Veterans Affairs Suicide Summit with the Governor's Challenge. Vital Records Automation, Birth Record Module went live in December 2023. Death Record scheduled to go live in September 2024. Public Health Emergency Response, Vivoni Landfill, Water Quality Response. epidemiology, 11 publications in peer-reviewed journals in FY 2024. VI Data University Universal Data Warehouse implementation project started in April 30 of 2024. Phase 1 MMIS scheduled to be completed by December 2024. Full projected schedule is to be completed in January of 2026. In conclusion, we are excited for the upcoming fiscal year, and the goals and objectives identified included full implementation of the Universal Data Warehouse, Health Information Exchange, and continued progress of the public health infrastructure IT and construction projects. We will continue to foster a culture of continuous process improvement, building upon the culture of health equity in our policies, processes, and operations. We recognize that we can only improve through high-level community collaboration and engagement with our public, private, nonprofits, and federally qualified health centers. We remain committed to providing high-quality, accessible health services while striving for fiscal responsibility. Once again, I would like to thank the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach, my colleagues in the Cabinet, and the members of the 35th Legislature for your continued support in positioning the Department of Health to be able to continue improving services needed in our community. To our VIDO8 staff, thank you for your hard work, expertise, and commitment to excellence, and for remaining committed to our mission to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality health care provided in a culturally sensitive, equitable manner, and enforcing health standards. Senators, this concludes our testimony. Thank you for your continued support. We stand ready to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Encarnacion, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round. And we're going to start with... It's Senator... I can't find my paper. DeGraff? Senator Graff, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Commissioner, welcome. Thank you and your team for all they do.
Thank you.
You mentioned about Ms. Greenidge, so I want to make sure before the accolades to her, because she's dual citizenship, she's from St. Thomas Foss. And then that's all.
Okay.
Just want to make sure. So.
And she's here with us today, actually.
Yeah, and I realize. Okay, now for me, it's always personal first. Anyone receive any wage increases in 2024?
Yes, there are. And we actually have a list, and we have our Deputy Commissioner of HR who would be able to give you the information.
How much people receive wage increases? Or what union is this?
Joan Jean-Baptiste, Deputy Commissioner, Human Resources Labor Relations. We implemented salary increases for the VISNA, the Virgin Islands State Nurses Association. We also implemented any wages that were pending for the USW. We do still have 2 persons that is going through our queue right now, but that's in collaboration with the union. Our registered nurses union was recently negotiated and approved. The agreement was approved, and it's going through the process in collaboration with the Division of Personnel. And those are the top ones. And the Licensed Practical Nurses Association have been paid as well.
Okay, so VISNA wage increases completed?
Yes, we have. Can I just add, Senator?
Sure.
We do have 1 nurse who we are trying to close out, and I'm not going to go through all the details, but just one. And we thank her. I want to publicly thank her for her patience, as it has been a bit. So I really do want to thank her.
How long has she been patient?
She's been patient since, well, she did get some of it. It's just an adjustment that needed to be made.
Okay, so we got to finalize
to
that.
take through a budget revision.
So VISNA has 1 to complete.
Yes.
Everyone else is completed in VISNA.
To my knowledge, sir,
They
yes.
receive any retro owed to them?
They should have received all the retro. I do have the CFO here, so she can coin that.
Any retro owed?
All retros was paid.
Paid. Okay, the VISNA cover. USW, Minus 2. 2 we're still waiting on pending.
Yes.
Besides the 2, were all of them paid? Any retro owed?
To my knowledge, sir.
No, I don't want to know to
I'm
your
sorry?
knowledge. You
Yes.
got to tell me
I
yes
am
or
telling-
no.
I'm
I don't
telling
know.
you.
To my knowledge, I don't know. So
No,
that's what
I
I'm
do
asking
know,
the expert.
but I do know. USW, yes, we paid all our wages, our salary increases. Like I said, we do have 2 outliers. One
Right.
of them is actually going through the process as we speak. So we got the approval documents yesterday. We inputted that for action, and there is one pending
Okay, and no retro owed. Any retro owed?
for the retro.
No.
Okay. RN nurses, they were processed, completed. Any retro owed?
The RN was completed, no retro owed. We paid everything.
Okay, LPNs.
Same thing.
Okay, so that encompasses about how many people? Those unions. So are there anyone else in 2024 that received wage increases? Any GS employees?
No, Senator.
No GS. Okay. Any exempt persons receiving wage increases?
Yes, we do have some exempt employees that receive parity pay. We have some of our directors that were mostly the federally funded directors were paid a salary increase.
And from federal monies?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so then everybody covered, personnel covered in Department of Health in 2025. Everybody be covered in 2025?
We do have some outstanding compensation that we're working on right now. And so we do have a list of them. We can provide that list to you.
Okay, yeah, and then I guess whatever numbers you'll send out to.
Yes.
Now, Department of Health, still back of Nude Hansen and stuff?
Yes, we still function out of New Hansen.
Them old building.
Yeah,
But I don't see any capital outlay. I mean, so...
From those old buildings, in terms of community health, you saw some from community health?
Well, on the federal end, but by the time about local general fund monies, I ain't see no general fund monies going toward the health of your employees. They work in them old building from time my father working there.
Mm-hmm.
So they still in them old building.
So we're trying to move them out. Our communicable diseases we just moved out because that part of the building was actually pretty sick. So most of them are right now in the hospital in Royal Side Hospital on the second floor where we are from the Department of Health. And then of course we do have our environmental health is there. Right now I think that area is pretty safe. But we had to shift the ones that had increased mold. We shift those out. So we're trying to analyze the building. I do have my director of the project management office here, and she would be able to tell you details as to what the plans are. But one at the yard itself, we are doing some renovations, and we're actually rebuilding that area. So within the next couple of years, we should be seeing significant changes. On that as well.
And also the mahogany trees have destroyed the roads, making it unsafe for people to walk also. Is that being addressed?
Actually, that's actually going to be addressed. That's one of historical preservations.
Right.
We have to look at that. So we are getting permission to see exactly what would need to be done. But that whole landscape area is going to be fixed.
Okay,
That's the
because
plan.
again, just employee safety, you want to make sure. In environmental health officers, you have officers active now?
Yes, we do. We have one environmental health officer in St. Thomas and 2 on St. Croix.
We have
DC?
3 environmental health officers on St. Croix. Sorry. Hold on. I have that exactly.
Okay, do they work 24-hour shifts?
No.
No, but for example, if we need them to shift their time so that they can actually do assessments throughout the evening or in the night, then they do that.
Okay, and then do they collect night differential? Are they paid overtime and stuff?
The ones that we have, yeah.
And all of that is funded for 25?
If it's funded for
1
25?
minute.
No.
Okay, so right now in 24, they work overtime, they work night shifts,
Yes.
if needed.
Yes.
And how do they get paid?
Well, it depends. If we do have, let's look at the categories of them, and HR would be able to tell us what the categories are in terms of their work categories. HR?
30 seconds.
So I think the first, Deputy Commissioner Joan Jean-Baptiste, Human Resources. So our health enforcement officers fall under the USW collective bargaining agreement. So we pay them in accordance with that, and of course in accordance with the code. The inspectors fall under the Seafarers International Union, so we pay them in accordance. So differentials, all of that is outlined per the CBA.
No, I got that. That's why I asked if it's in the budget for 25. You said no.
25, no.
So
So
that's what
we-
I'm saying. So if it's
Due
they,
to-
they were ones who negotiated,
Time.
so they should be covered in 25. No.
Well,
you're
if I
asking,
may,
like, two different
if I,
questions.
well, if
Sure.
I may, yeah. If
the
I may,
differential and stuff, overtime differentials.
that's an automatic when it comes out. In reference, so we know we did have a cut. We indicated that we did have a cut of our budget. However, once their work pay is there based on the category that was explained by HR. So yes.
Okay. And in closing, Madam Chair, we're in hurricane season, and again, if we had to evacuate our residents abroad, I know Department of Health has a function. Are there a set group of individuals who will address this, and are they covered or from your budget, or are they external people that will be brought in during an emergency time? I'd like to figure exactly how that works.
Combination of both, and I'll begin, and AC Malloy can continue.
Okay.
We have our public health preparedness program. Aisha Rivers, our acting director, is actually a federally funded program, and that's and federally funded, but local individuals. Post-storm is when our federal partners like FEMA, HHS, they come in and assist us if we need to do any transfer. We have also implemented what you call a JPAT system, and AC Malloy can tell you a little bit more about that information if you need it.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, the current strategy for dealing with persons who may need to be evacuated is actually to shelter in place. So HHS has, our federal partner, has indicated that they would rather send their resources here and have our citizens remain here than to have them evacuated off island.
But the fact is, it happens. So that's all I know.
It does happen, and as a result of that, we actually implemented in an electronic system, an armband with the JPAT system. So last time that we had the transfer, we actually basically couldn't see or find some of the individuals that we transferred out. That's no longer going to happen because it's linked electronically with the medical record system. So wherever they go, we would know where they are.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Okay, so let's go back to the salary increases for fiscal year 24. So the Appropriation Act 8759 is $11,970,031. And I'm seeing that the recommended personnel category for FY25 is $12,113,000, which is some like $143,000 difference. So tell me, because I note specifically that you indicated that you only have 3.5 or 4 vacant positions against the general fund.
7 vacant
7?
positions.
Okay, so how many positions did you lose? Because clearly you've lost
13.
positions if you are able to, if you granted salary increases, what was the total amount of the salary increases to your department on personnel services general fund? Do you have that information?
CFO, would you like some time?
And if you don't have it right
So
now?
it's no, I could give you
You
right
have it?
now.
Okay.
Yeah. So we had for RNLU was $261,066. And then we also receive $100,788 for VISNA. We got a total of $361,854.
361?
Yes, $361,854.
That's your salary increases?
Yes.
Total?
Yes, so far. I mean, for those that are negotiated and
So
agreed
that would
upon.
be USW and VISNA.
Yes.
But you also said that the RNs are paid? What where did they fall on that?
The RN is RNLU, which is the Nurse Supervisory Union.
But you said that they're paid. So how many
Is budgeted.
No. When my colleague asked, you said that they were paid.
Have they all
Okay,
been paid out?
Shared that they were paid.
Okay, so,
So you only gave
a
me
correction.
numbers for two.
So the regular nurse RN union, they have been paid. The supervisory nurse union, that they haven't been paid. That they just executed their agreement, and so we do have the money in our budget that OMB
In what
gave us.
fiscal year? This? Fiscal year 24?
It's in fiscal year 25.
Okay. When I look at the differences between fiscal year 24 and what's being recommended for 25, the difference is 143,000. Clearly, you have lost positions in order to grant these salary increases. It's clear. So what I'm trying to understand is what is the impact? Because you only have 7 vacancies. How many vacancies do you have? Because we have in two different conversations. We talk about 24 and we talk about 25. In 25, you have how many vacancies? 7?
7.
In 24, how many vacancies do you have?
We lost 13.
So you lost 13 positions. And
So we had 20 in all.
okay, good. So you had 20 positions and you lost 13.
Mhm.
Commissioner,
Yes.
what does that mean for the Department of Health in losing 13 positions?
What it does is actually the positions we lost were support staff, and we were able to keep our clinical staff, but without our security and our maintenance staff, we actually reduced our projected maintenance efforts, which actually costs money. So that's really and truly, and of course, also it adds to increase over time for especially our security guards.
So you lost security guards?
Yes.
And where do they provide that service?
They provide, where you said, do they provide? Eldridge Shelter Brand, and of course, all our facilities, behavioral health, as well as right now, any place that we actually have, what do you call, financial transaction? Yes, that's what we saw. That would be Newt Hansen, it would be the hospital, it would be several places within, on St. Croix, so I would have to list all of them, but many places, especially now we're scattered as a result of not being able to be in the modular system.
Okay, so are you sharing with us today that we do not have, is it that we don't have sufficient or we don't have at all security guard services at IE?
We don't have sufficient. We actually survive on overtime management in that area, which is costly.
Half a dozen at one, 6 at the next, right? I need you to send back to the committee your vacant positions that you lost in fiscal year 20.
Thank you. We'll do
Moving over
that.
from fiscal year, and I would like you to rank them in order of priority.
We'll do.
Please. And then I'm going to go to the next senator, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. You recognize for your 7 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Department of Health Family, and thank you for your testimony, Commissioner Encarnacion. I also want to join in recognizing those individuals that you gave the shout out to, certainly Dr. Ellis and Director Fredericks for their shout outs, as well as for your technological improvement that I've seen that you have made there. I want to give you kudos for that. Obviously, you're quite fragmented in terms of personnel all over the place, which I believe would be challenging for management. How are you handling the ability to be able to manage your staff as a result of all of this fragmentation that you're experiencing?
Through leadership, as one of the things I think that we have going for us, strong leadership in our executive team, as well as our directors and our coordinators. That helps as well. A lot of the things that we do, I have to tell you that we had our all-staff meeting about maybe 2 weeks ago. We had close to 300 individuals on the all-staff meeting. So that gives us, it allows us to stay connected with them as well. And outreach. So once we have the outreach and we incorporate that, the engagement is there.
On page 12 of your testimony, you also spoke about you had 11 resignations as well as 4 retirement. Are there any particular trend that you're seeing in regards to those individuals that have resigned?
I'll let DC Jean-Baptiste answer that.
Okay. Joan Jean-Baptiste, Deputy Commissioner of Human Resources. Senator Francis, actually in looking at the resignations, it's the, I mean, I don't want, ageism is out, so that's not that. We're clearly looking at the younger team members, the ones turning over faster. So, and they're in all different programs, coming out of all the different programs. And of course, the retirees are because they were tenured and ready to retire.
It's hard to keep them. We have to keep them motivated and excited about the job that they're doing.
Yes.
Otherwise, they're ready to move on. I didn't hear anything about COVID. Is there anything to be concerned about? I've been hearing about this upsurge in certain areas. I heard about individuals at the hospital that might be on the ventilators. And what's happening in that space?
We have both Dr. Hunt and Dr. Ellis that can speak to that. I'd like Dr. Hunt to begin, but Dr. Ellis to speak about what we have in terms of our website and what's available on our website. Dr. Hunt?
Ty Hunt Caesar, Chief Medical Officer. So currently, we are seeing a surge that we are feeling in the community that is very similar to the nationwide surge. Fortunately, we're not seeing the burden of illness in the hospitals. So we are not seeing individuals in the hospital who are on ventilators, as you stated. If there has been, it probably was not associated with COVID pneumonia. And we do unfortunately see sometimes the effects of infection control practices when we do lapses in infection control practices when we do see surges. But those trends, we actually get hospitalization rates daily, and we have not seen any inpatient hospitalizations associated with COVID. So the current surge in the community is not reflective of a high burden disease in the hospitals, and we continue to really enforce and educate, re-implement good infection control practices when we do see surges in the community.
We also have a tracking tool Dr. Ellis can speak about, and she can also speak about dengue, because you didn't ask about that, but we actually have dengue within the territory as well. Dr. Ellis?
Good afternoon, everyone, again. If you go to the Department of Health website, so it's doh.vii.gov, you can access 2 data dashboards now, very exciting. So anybody from the community can go to the website. At the very top of the page, it says view the USVI epidemiology data dashboard here. If you click on that, you have access to real-time data for COVID and dengue. For dengue, we are seeing an increase in dengue. And we're watching that very closely, and we'll be putting out press releases as well as providing education to the community as that unfolds. But we are seeing an increase, and that's very concerning. So please be aware, especially after these heavy rains, that mosquitoes are going to be prevalent in the community, and do what you can to empty buckets, remove anything in your yard that can collect rainwater that can help mosquito eggs hatch, as well as what you need to do to protect yourself, as well as wearing long pants, long sleeve shirts, and repellent on exposed skin.
Thank you for that. And of course, I didn't see there, Dr. Tyhan Caesar, and thank you for the RTI, as well, and the work that you've done to bring that team here. Kudos as well for that. So real quickly, in respect to the medical malpractice, there was some discussion there about that. Are we seeing any redundancies of providers that should be red flagged or alarming to us?
I think my director of risk management is in the audience. I could say that because we have such a small number of physicians, we're not going to be able to tell you a lot. That could be an offline discussion. But if he is there, he'd be able to give you some information. But in terms of trends, from what I've been reported to me, we have not been seeing trends.
Okay, the only reason why I asked is because, of course, we're seeing that JFL 33 case of litigation pending at Department of Justice, Snyder. We've seen 11. I think that seems to be extremely high, in my opinion. 44. So we just want to see if there's any trend or something that needs to be concerned about, or we need to prioritize these issues because we're talking about individuals, patients, and others that's being impacted. So I wouldn't be belabor that, but that's of concern.
But just to let you know, Senator, our Director of Risk Management, Rafael Joseph, he's extremely capable.
1 minute.
One of the things that he does, he actually goes into and teaches the physician how to mitigate the risk factors in reference to medical malpractice.
So while he's coming up, I'll ask the Madam Chair to at least allow him to respond on her time because that'll be good. But I wanted to get in a couple more questions real quickly. So just recently in our conversation with the Snyder Hospital in their budget presentation, they had some concerns, or they mentioned collaboration with you, Commissioner, regarding some shared costs for the building that you're occupying over there in St. Thomas. What's happening with that?
Well, we actually, we requested several meetings. We finally got to meet with the CEO and two of her staff members a few weeks ago. I think it's about maybe 3 weeks ago. We've never really been provided invoices for us to allow us to question the invoices. So we still haven't gotten them, but we're waiting for the invoices to be submitted for us so that we can reconcile the invoices, have a meeting with them, and develop whatever plan that we need. If we have to pay, then we will. So we've been entertaining discussions with the CEO and her team, and we're ready to figure out exactly what we need to do. But no invoices have been presented to us thus far.
Very well. I'm hoping that there's some decision there. Madam Chair, I heard my time call. I have two more real quick, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, you can proceed.
Thank you. Commissioner, in terms of the revenues that came in for the EMS, I guess the ambulance call, how long will that continue to be in Department of Health? Is there any opportunity in the near future for that to be bumped over to VIFMs, or you intend to keep that in your shop for quite some time? And that's the billing and coding efforts that you spoke about.
Well, the contract is written for us to keep it as long as they need us to keep it. However, we've been conducting some training. Our Office of Coding have been working, Ms. Miller has been working with them. We actually assisted them in applying for CMS certification. That should be granted because the application was put in. So we're thinking 45 days, and it's been at least 2 weeks, 3 weeks that they've put it in. So once that's completed, then we'll continue the training, and then they can take their coding and billing over.
Okay, and my last question on this round is regarding behavioral health. I see that was the shortest paragraph in this whole presentation, and you know how I feel about behavioral health. And I wanted to get a real true assessment of where we at, where we're moving towards in respect to behavioral health. I believe that we have a responsibility to make sure that we're moving the needle on this particular issue as our time winds down here in leadership, and what is happening with our behavioral health area.
Well, let me just let you know that we wanted to make sure that the testimony wasn't too long, but we did send an addendum to the testimony. So all of the numbers that everyone has been asking for is in the Appendix A, so you'd be able to look for that. In reference to the infrastructure and behavior health, We have been having some discussions with the governor as well in reference to the funding that's available. We have completed some architectural design. 4 of them were submitted to us. DC Steele is there with you, and I'm not going to steal his thunder. He'd be able to explain a little bit more intricately about that, as well as what we're doing for services.
On the forefront for services, we've been actually meeting and collaborating with all the different agencies following Act 8688. So we have a full active interdepartmental committee occurring with the agencies. We've actually had several conversations with SAMHSA as to seeking additional fundings for crisis support. We currently have some funding for crisis support through the 988 process. Unfortunately, until we actually go through an accreditation process in the territory, which is to be finished later this year, before we can actually start taking our own calls and become a certified call center. In conjunction and interim, as you see the proposal within the bill for the mobile crisis response, because SAMHSA only covers the call center, and you're responsible for finding funding for your own response to the community. In conjunction there, we've actually transitioned our methadone program over for the buprenorphine, so we're going to be expanding our opioid use disorder program in the clinic. And we have a state opioid director on board who's now going to lead that charge. And we've been focusing on reintegrating back as the new school year is kicking off. We're getting ready to do a new campaign. And the assessment and survey of the entire high school body from all the schools are actually going to have a survey done by our teams in conjunction with Rutgers University at the second week of August and third week. And that's ready to go, so we can have a true impression of where every student is on an emotional status, and then be able to have more targeted approaches to work with those individuals. So all of those are running simultaneously while clinical operations continue. We're also now pursuing an expansion of psychiatric services with Morehouse School of Medicine. We received the funding for that, so we're moving towards getting a contract in place that will add psychiatric, pediatric psychiatrists as well as forensic psychiatrists to the team to expand our capabilities.
And Senator, page 33, if you see page 33, sir, of the appendix, that gives you a detailed information of the percentage and the age range that we've been seeing.
I'll take some time and read that, Commissioner, and certainly I want to say that on this end of it, we're at the legislature is also having a discussion in regarding some additional funding that will be sent your way to support this endeavor with behavioral health. So you should be hearing about that in the very near future. We have school that starts on Monday, and I think it'll be critical for us to be able to get the mobile stations out or whatever that we can do, because we know what's happening within our school environment. And coming in after the summer, I believe that'll be critical for us to be able to have some assistance with our schools for next week. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. You did ask a question earlier, and you wanted someone to respond on my time, but I cannot remember who or what the question was. Can you restate the question, please, Senator?
Yeah, the risk manager is seated here and prepared to respond to the question. I was asking about the, not to really reveal any information, but if there was any trend of redundancy that we're seeing with our providers in regards to these numbers, that we're seeing these high numbers of 33 on JFL and Snyder Regional of 11 entities.
Okay, so that's tied to the malpractice insurance. Got it. Okay, you may respond, sir.
Good afternoon, Raphael Joseph, Risk Manager. Regards to the question, there were no actual trends that we're seeing, but just have to bear in mind that of these cases, they are from extended periods. Some of them are from 2005, 2007. So that's why the numbers look that high, because the whole system, the whole process takes a very a long time to get everything going. So those are extended cases. So we didn't see any trend that per se as it appeared.
All right, thank you for your response. And going back to the last speaker, you shared, he was making reference to the behavioral health vans. And I know that 2 of those vans, I believe, were rolled out a few years ago. 3, about 3, 2.5 years ago, 3. What's the status of those vans? Are they operable, and do they have?
I'll refer again to DC.
Yes, Renan Steele, Deputy Commissioner. The vans are functional. As part of we've had a loss with the outreach team. We've had some members who have either left or that. So those were 3 vacancies were affected in that process as well for outreach staff. But with the interim staff we have and the additional support from outpatient clinics, we have been taking it out to different locations. Most recently, the incidents of shootings in the project housing and stuff, the vans went out on site. So in St. Croix District. So we do rotate them with the limited staff we have currently, but their vacancies for outreach was affected.
Okay, and the vacancies of these particular vacancies are part of the cut for FY25?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right. I want to go back to the personnel discussion. Need clear clarification. So the RNLU were not paid.
Correct.
Are their negotiations complete?
Yes.
So why are they not paid? You have not gotten the release from OMB. What's the
Well,
reason?
actually, it's actually going through the process, the ERP process. It was entered. It's approved. It's I think it's in the Division of Personnel queue at this moment.
So you're saying that the NOPAs?
Yes, the NOPAs.
Notice of personal action for those employees are going through the process.
Right.
So when do we expect to see their increases? What is the
Well,
funds
it's
are
a
released-
Division of Personnel, so I can't put a timeline on that, but hopefully within a week or 2 weeks, once the NOPA is executed, we do the miscellaneous to pay the back pay from the initial date of the agreement. So we do not sit on that. We pay them immediately
But
once we get
what's-
the executed NOPA.
What's the turnaround time for a NOPA to be processed, though? You should have some idea.
I'll
based-
defer that question to DC Jean Baptiste.
Sure.
Joan Jean-Baptiste,
My twin.
Human Resources. Yes, your twin. Senator, a NOPA literally, if all the approvers in queue are standing ready to execute, can go, it could happen in a day or two. On average, I would say the outposting, I would say about a week. It can take longer if something is found to be of a technical issue in between, or even if human error happens and a DOP catches that and then calls back the agency to add or delete something. So those things have been known to happen. So I would say on average, it can take a week or a little more.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking the question is because we are now in August.
Correct.
And if it's going to take 2 pay periods to make them whole. Their first check, and then their retro.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't do it within this fiscal year, then it hits the next fiscal year. So that's my concern.
Yeah, and listen, that's my concern too, and we're trying to avoid it because our budget is very tight for FY 2025, and we do have some salary savings due to employees retiring and of course the vacancies that we lost. We can't fill those positions since they're not in the FY 2025 budget. So I'm trying to get all of them paid before the fiscal year ends.
So I'm sure Director Richardson is listening, and we'll also connect with her after.
Yeah, we ain't sure if she's listening, but we need to make this happen for these employees. Okay? So
we will, Senator.
Yeah, because the folks at Roy Snyder, they've already received their salary increases. So I'm not sure what's happening on this end, but I know you're not in full control because you have to wait for the funds to be released to you. So I get that, but the concern is making it fit within fiscal year 24. And then let me ask another follow-up question. I want to wrap up the personnel part of this so we could be clear. Did all your directors receive salary increases?
I think they did. Not all of them. DC Gemma, please.
Have we submitted? Let me rephrase my question. Have we submitted salary increases, approvals for all of the directors within Department of Health? Because I know there's an approval process. So was that done?
No, Senator, not for all.
Why? That's the commissioner.
To the commissioner, you said? I'm sorry.
HR should answer that. Go ahead.
I'm going to continue to answer. So Senator, we started with like all the federal funded positions, giving them priority to the level approved. And then we started, we actually did, it was a piecemeal process. We didn't do it categorically. We did submit, if I may, Commissioner, a spreadsheet with all the exempt positions for approval up to the governor. I will lean on the commissioner with that regard. The directors were included as well. So right now, I mean, we'll have to go through and check to see exactly those who did not on the general fund receive the level of pay and then make them whole.
So you all received approval from the governor for the directors?
No, we didn't. For those, may I clarify?
Sure.
So on the federal side, yes, the budgets were revised and those federally funded directors, those whose budgets were ready did receive. On the general fund side, we have a few that did receive from before, but we do need to look at that. Some of them did not.
Commissioner?
Are
you aware that you have directors who did not receive increases and you know the type of morale issues that could create, right?
I know what it can bring.
Yeah.
We'll follow up on that. Thank you,
Please.
Senator.
And then, do you have employees? You have enforcement officers? You have the
Yes.
environmental enforcement?
Yes, we have 3 enforcement officers.
Yes.
So you have 3 enforcement officers, and do you have a director of, what is it,
Environmental health,
Yeah.
yes, we do.
You have a director of environmental health?
Yes.
Who's your director?
Watson Harris.
Mr. Harris, and he's on St. Croix?
Yes, he is.
And you have an assistant director?
Yes.
And
That's on St. Thomas.
you have an assistant director, and who's your assistant director on St. Thomas?
Karen Gonzalez.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner. Karen Gonzalez. Apologize.
Okay, do you, have you, all of these employees made whole? As far as their payment?
I know that the director is, Karen Gonzalez is in the Acton role, so she has not been, of course, she's being paid Acton pay, so that's where we are right now, but.
Are you sure she's being paid Acton
I'm
pay?
actually going to refer it to Human Resources to indicate.
Senator, I can't confirm that she's getting acting pay. I can look into that because that's the payroll side. But I also want, you said if she's been made whole, so I'm going to clarify.
Yeah.
I mentioned we do have compensation going through for members, 2 members for USW, and she's one. So we do owe her some funding, not tied to salary increases, but to the career incentive pay. And then the acting pay, I will have to research it through payroll and
So you, so the career incentive pay is going through the system.
Yes. Again, DOP partnered with us. They did approve, it goes through that system first. So now we have it. My team is working with that. To make
you are not aware whether or not that employee is being paid
the
for acting?
No, I truthfully can't say that I could say
Please
that.
look into it.
I will.
Mr. Hammond, is he whole, made whole?
Mr.
Because he's also acting.
Mr. Who?
Is it Harris? Sorry, Harris.
No, he's
not.
He's a director.
Oh, he's a director. So he don't have that challenge. I'm trying to make sure y'all close up these things before the fiscal year closes.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Senator, let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Senator Marie C. James. She's actually on Teams with us. Good afternoon, Senator James, and welcome. I think I'm seeing Senator Capehart. Senator Capehart? Oh, let me see if Senator Carrion is on. Senator Carrion, are you still on with us? Let me just apologize for my colleagues. Some of them are traveling this week, but we need to make sure that we wrap up the budgets. We know that we are always in the middle of hurricane season, so we want to make sure that we are able to have a prepared budget in the event of an event. Okay, so let me apologize for my colleagues, but I'm not hearing Senator Carrion. If he comes back on, just send me a ping so I could know that you're back on. Senator Dan Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Department of Health team. First, I want to ask about the outpatient clinic division. Is this the division where all the services are rendered for child care, health, everything that falls under Department of Health? I just wanted clarification on that.
We have our outpatient division, which of course sees mainly adult chronic disease. Our MCH, which is our maternal child health division, also sees children up to 18 years. So there are two distinct divisions.
And with the closure of the Charles Howard Clinic and the services that was rendered in the back, how is services being provided now? I noticed in your testimony you said that you had a significant increase, which demonstrates the growing demand. So you're still able to reach out to everyone in the community, even though you're spread in different places?
We did see in several months, we saw a lapse or a drop in clinical services in certain of the areas, especially in St. Croix, where we actually had to stop services for maybe a week or two. We relocated to UVI so that we can actually clean that area for a short period of time. But our outreach services continues, actually increased dramatically. So I have to tell you that one of the things that we need to figure out exactly how we can bill from an outpatient services perspective when we're doing outreach, if we set it up in that manner rather than a free outreach. So that's one of the things that we'll be working on. But yes, we have been seeing more consistent now that we're more stabilized.
Okay. I have a question about the mobile integrated health. Is Pafford still supporting the MIH program?
Now, well, they have two individuals from Pafford in that program, but Director Jacqueline Greenwich Payne is the lead person for that program. So she provides services as well.
Do we have an outstanding bill or anything do we owe Pafford at this time?
Yes, we do.
Are we up to date?
Yes, we do have an outstanding bill with Pafford.
And what is that outstanding balance?
CFO?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Chief Financial Officer. Currently, we owe Pafford $1,204,151.
And when was the last payment made?
The last payment made to Pafford was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
You remember?
And we still have an outstanding of $1 million?
Yes.
So what about the services that they render? Because, there are individuals that are at risk of losing those services. So what's going to happen, or what's the plan to support this MIH program if Pafford leaves?
Okay, so a couple different things. And I could tell you that we actually have Director Greenwich Payne in the audience as well. But I can start, and if you'd like her to come up, she can continue with that. One is a transition of staff from Pafford onto DOH. I've spoken to Pafford up to last evening, and they are willing to ensure that the staff that are working with them are not owned or not committed to any contractual arrangements that does not allow them to come over to us if they so choose. So that's one of the things they're looking at. HR is working expeditiously to hire staffing replacement in that area. And of course, those staff can be trained because Director Greenwich Payne is, like I said, she provides the services as well and are rather versed in what the needs are.
I don't know if Madam Chair would allow her to come up after I speak, because I have some additional questions. The Lifeline vans, are they the vans that would offer the outpatient services from these vans? Because you have a Lifeline van, and then you have two outreach vans. Can you tell me what the difference is in those different vans and what services they render?
We have behavioral health vans. We have our MCH vans. So in terms of the Lifeline van, in terms of the labeling for that, I'd have to look to see exactly what it is. I don't know if facilities would be able to help. We can get that information for you to give you more details. We have 3 sets of vans, so I want to make sure we break that down and provide you that information.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. On page 22, I just want to talk about some of your key accomplishments. The Charles Howard Memorial Complex, you said 2027, that's expected for completion. So all the outpatient services would be there until that whole completion is done?
Correct. Well, right now we're scattered, but yes.
Okay.
That's right.
And what's the status of the Wick Nude Hansen project?
The Nick Nude Hansen project, I have to tell you that Director Concepcion just told me this morning that they're all checked in, so everything is active. They're seeing patients there now, so it's open.
Okay, great. What about the Frederickstead Wick? Because you have here phase 1 completed, interior design and build out phase 2, hazard mitigation in progress. What's the project completion date?
I have to tell you that maybe AC Malloy would be able to. Could you please help me with that?
The WIC retrofit is...
1 minute.
Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, is scheduled to be completed. I have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Through the chair. And then I was excited to see that there was a climate change
30 seconds.
Conference, or you had something going on. Did you invite other departments to this, like Department of Agriculture, who has challenges with climate change? Was other departments invited in this conference, or was this just solely for Department of Health?
A couple different things. One, we have started a climate change conversation within the Department of Health. AC Malloy has been actually asked to lead that, as he also leads preparedness, environmental health, linked. Dr. Ellison, epidemiology, is also going to be a big portion of that, if I may continue. Okay, and also the governor sponsored a climate change summit. So we had an agency, federal agency, that came down. Prior to that, I actually spoke about climate change in the territory nationally, linked with that agency, so that we can begin that discussion. So actually, the governor is putting a team of individuals together. Dr. Sims actually represented me on that day. She could tell you exactly more about that, but we are developing different team approach to addressing climate change within a territory. We are linking also with the University of the Virgin Islands, who has actually a big climate change entity in the University of the VI. Do you have anything to add to that? No. Okay, good.
I do.
That's it. You do?
Yeah.
AC, if I may?
Yeah. A team of individuals, Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, a team of individuals from epidemiology, environmental health, mental health, public health laboratory, and one other agency that one other division that I'm forgetting right now. We established, we worked on a climate change strategic framework, public health climate change strategic framework, and an associated work plan. The work plan calls for establishing a climate change health council to do exactly what you're alluding to, conducting vulnerability assessments to identify at-risk population, enhancing emergency preparedness and early warning systems, engaging communities in adoption initiatives, implementing evidence-based health interventions, promoting cross-sector collaboration and supportive policies. And that's a 7-year plan.
And if I may add, climate change is actually very relative to the number of non-communicable and communicable diseases that we're seeing across the nation and across the world. For example, H5N1 or the avian flu. And 2 weeks ago, we actually invited the Commissioner of Agriculture, Dr. Petersen, and we were able to have a special assistant from CDC who is in charge of H5N1 under the President's arm to speak to the group about H5N1, provide educational and training opportunities, and that it will continue. So we're looking at any facet that is implicated by the changes that we're seeing in our climate.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't know if you can have Ms. Greenidge to respond to the question as I asked about the mobile integrated health and PAFFORD.
Absolutely. She's ready to respond. You may proceed, Ms. Greenidge.
I bless it. I bless you. Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, please.
I am the acting director of the Office of EMS. And in reference to the question with PAFFORD, many of the staff right now, because what we have on board is 3 personnel. We have a nurse practitioner, a registered nurse, and a paramedic. So it's a combine of nursing and emergency services when we go out in the community. When the MIH program was legislated last year, I think on September 3rd, we were hoping that we will get some funds attached to the legislation to help us to be able to get staff so that we could have permanent staff, even though some of the staff for PAFFORD will be assisting and staying and being carried over to assist us with providing this, because this is a very well program, I'm telling you, that's out there for the Department of Health, and we want to be able to extend this program in the St. Thomas and St. John areas because it's really, really, really needed. So I do hope that that answers your question. We will be working with the PAFFORD staff, and some of them might be staying on. And again, we want to increase the staff, and so we could expand the program.
Senator Capehart, does that meet your satisfaction?
Yeah, I just, concerned about the staffing and supplies as, this is a challenge for the department. I guess that could be further discussion with Department of Health at another time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. So I note that, so Commissioner, you're sharing with us that, and this is going back to MIH. Let's stay here for a minute. So you're sharing that, there's a immediate interest for individuals to be transferred to the Department of Health.
Correct.
Are these tied to federal funds?
The ones that we're looking at, those are actually PAFFORD staff, so they're not tied to federal funds. One of the things that we are going to be doing, we have a health strategist now, so she's seeking federal funds to see how we can actually sustain some of these programs. Right now, they're PAFFORD staff. We're hoping to get them over in Department of Health and provide, and looking at whether or not we can utilize one of the federal grants. It's called the FIG grant. That's the Workforce Development Grant, to see if we could put them on that grant, if at all possible.
Okay, so this, what you are sharing is not something in the immediate future.
Correct.
That's a work in progress. But in the interim, we have how much do you pay, are you in for on an annual basis with PAFFORD?
We'll have to divide it in terms of the MIH. You have the breakdown, CFO?
For MIH or for?
Just for MIH.
Okay, because you shared earlier that you have an outstanding amount of 1.2 million, right?
Right.
Yes.
And that amount, is that budgeted?
No, that it's not budgeted.
So what are we doing about it?
Okay, so that's one of the reasons why we're in conversation with PAFFORD, where we have to present a transition plan, because right now, whatever we gave them, I think it was 200 and some thousand 2 weeks ago, but it adds up on a continuous basis. Obviously, we need to decrease. We actually need to come out of that program and be able to put our staff in. One of the reasons why if we have more openings, we'd be able to do that, because it actually, in evidence, is costing us more money. trying to supplement that through Pafford.
But you see the issue here? So the budget that you presented to us, and this is where I continue to be, I think I saw a point of information from Senator James. Senator James, bear me a second. So as we have the discussions around these budgets, I continue to be like taken aback by some of the discussions, just to be very frank. Because if we have a challenge with Pafford and you are looking to transfer some of the employees and we have an outstanding amount, we have to figure out exactly what we want to do. So we are here in the middle of a budget process. You have a challenge with Pafford. Pafford funding, is any of that budgeted in how are you paying Pafford? Where's the funding coming from?
General fund.
And how much is budgeted in FY20?
That nothing for Pafford is budgeted. It's something that we need to transition out of. So we did not budget anything for Pafford at this point in time. It's not budgeted.
May I? We had a ceiling, and we had to stick to the ceiling, and we did not have sufficient fund to budget for Pafford, even if we wanted to, and even for behavioral health services, we did not get the full funding for off-island care.
Okay.
And that was told. We did mention that to Office of Management and Budget, but we had to stick to our ceiling.
In essence, Senator, we're going to transition in ensuring that we have sufficient individuals to replace as well as continue to pay until we have completely paid what is due to Pafford.
How if you don't have the funding? How? Something is getting hit on this. And I'm saying, if we present in our budget, if healthcare is important to us in the territory, then, and of course, I know this is no fault of yours, so don't misunderstand my commentary this afternoon, because I know that you are given, this is a number that you need to work in. The one thing I will say, though, that is if you have a challenge in this area, it's important that you ask to meet with the governor and the OMB director, because this is a need that you have to meet. This is not a game.
We actually had a meeting with them yesterday, and we'll continue to meet them so that we can figure out how we meet the needs that we have within the territory and yet fulfill our obligation.
Yeah, because I don't think it's fair for the conversation to be held here on the Senate floor when, in fact, we don't know what a deep dive discussion is with the executive branch.
The governor is working with us and assisting us in that, and that's where one of the things that we're looking at is a transitional plan, and until then, ensuring that we are able to afford what we have to work with, and that's Pafford.
So we're going to, before the budget season is closed, we need to get from the Department of Health a clear plan as to how they're moving forward with Pafford and how they deal with this MIH program.
Thank you.
Because we need to have a clear understanding of what's happening on this and how the collaboration is taking place around this. Because I have to agree with Ms. Greenwich, this is a very important part of our work, part of our responsibility in the community. Senator James, Maurice James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, you touched on what I was going to ask about with respect to if you're transitioning staff from PAFA to DOH, then you're still incurring costs for the operation of the program. So, and if it's not budgeted now, I too am confused as to how we're going to continue the MIH program, because as you know, last year when it was brought before us and Ms. Greenwich Payne testified, there were a number of people in the community who testified as to the importance and the critical nature of the services that are being provided to them, as well as people from the island of St. Thomas hoping that the program would be expanded to St. Thomas. And in correspondence with you, you had indicated to me that to run the program itself on the island of St. Croix would cost 1.8 million with 7 positions. So my question at this point is, what would happen if, number one, there are no funds available? Does the program abruptly stop? I know you, and I know you're going to do all you can to make sure that the program is sustained, but we also need to know what it's going to cost to sustain it and to expand it to St. Thomas. So can you just address that? Well, I know that the chair more or less summed up my concern, because even though I'm not a member of this committee, I wanted to make sure that I was here to specifically strongly advocate for the MIH program being funded, because it is codified.
Well, it's a preventive measure. Anything preventive actually it decreases emergency room visits and it decreases hospitalization, which of course is an extreme cost. So the governor actually agreed upon that yesterday as well. We now need to find a way to ensure that we maintain the program because it's a preventive measure. I have to tell you that one of the things that we're going to be doing is meeting with Human Services, looking at how we can actually look at Medicaid funding from a preventive standpoint. Because if you prevent, then your cost of care is less. Your hospitalizations are less. So those one of the things. So Commissioner George is open to the discussion as how we can look at the Medicaid state plan and how we can implement some changes to reduce costs overall. So that's one of the things that we'll be doing. Seeking federal funds, ensuring that we have federal funds that allows us to have clinical staff added to that, because many of the federal funds deny clinical staff to be placed into this section. Of course, you know me, but you also know Director Goodrich Payne, so you know that she is not going to allow this program to die just like that as well. She's actually done a lot of it on her own when she needs to. So those are things we just have to collaborate amongst ourselves. We have one of the things that we have at our hands as community health workers, ensuring that those individuals connect with those outpatient services and see how they can actually bring the needs to us, and we provide whatever the needs are.
Thank you. But I wanted to understand, I need to just understand, what's the interface between the community health workers and, for example, our MIH program? How do they differ? And that's just a question for clarity on my part in terms of...
Dr. Tahan Senior is biting at the bit to be able to explain what the community health workers do, so I'm going to allow her to do that.
Tahan Caesar, Chief Medical Officer. Well, community health workers can be placed in any setting. So that's the connection. And if we were to essentially place the community health workers under the direction of MIH, they can actually go into the homes, go into the communities, assess the needs, bring the needs back to wherever where the services are, so that we can come up with innovative strategies to provide that education and prevention. The community workers that I worked with in Miami, they actually went into the homes of people living with HIV, and they educated them on everything that they needed, on all of the social determinants of health, the barriers that prevented them from acquiring the care that they needed. So it wasn't only just educating them on the medications that they needed, and always coming to their appointments, but it was also making certain that they linked to the human services, making sure that they have bus passes so that they can actually get transportation so that they can come to their appointments, all of those things. So if we were to actually just place community health workers, link them with MIH, in the absence of paramedics and the clinical teams actually going out, if we have a void, they can fill that, they can bring all of those needs and of the community right back to the programs to say, hey, this is where other services can pick up. This is what this patient needs, so that we can prevent them from ending back up into the emergency room.
A community health worker can be anybody.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify something, if I may.
That's a long point of information. But
that's okay.
No, it's actually, it's real. It's really okay because there are not many of us here today, so you may proceed, but you're actually going to be recognized for your 7 minutes and a minute. So go ahead.
No, I just wanted I just wanted to make sure that we do understand, though, that the MIH goes further than what the community health worker does. They are so critical to the community, and I don't want us to think that by the community health workers, they can't really, in my opinion, fill the work that is done by the MIH. But that's my professional opinion. I think Ms. Greenwich Payne may agree with me. So I don't want us to think that we're substituting one for the other, but that we're in fact bringing them together in a synergistic.
Senator, it's not a substitute, it's a supplement, a very needed supplement. But I have to tell you that our community health workers, we have 60 certified community health workers throughout the territory, not just in health. And they can also be CNAs, they can also be nurses. So just because they're community health workers doesn't mean they're limited to their skill set.
True. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
For sure. Actually, I was about to recognize you for your 7 minutes, but let me just go back to I was just reading on page 9, and I remember you saying that you only have 3 or 4 environmental health staff?
4 inspectors on St. Croix, 3 inspectors on St. Thomas, but in terms of peace officers, we have 3.
3.
Okay, so
plus the director.
So you have inspectors.
Correct.
Okay, good. I wanted to clarify that. All right, Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Okay, so my 7 minutes will be a lot shorter than I think.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Department of Health. And I just want to thank you for all you do, everyone in the Department of Health. I wanted to ask about the and this is really not budget per se, but with the trauma that occurred recently with the shooting in RUDS, I know that you went in and you worked with the I believe the Housing Authority and Human Services, but with schools starting, I want to know if you're going to follow through with the trauma. Addressing the trauma that these children experience. That's one of my main concerns, that sometimes, one department does what they do, but then there's no follow through with making sure that the child's needs, emotional needs are being addressed. Can you address that for me, Commissioner?
You're right. We did go in. We have DC Renan Sealis here in reference to that, and that's on St. Croix. Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims is also here, who go into the school on an ongoing basis to do some assessments and provide some counseling. So I'm going to start with AC, and then I'll go to DC Steele.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner. Actually, there is a calendar that has been developed from the Behavioral Health Division. Once that's finalized, we will share it. The plan, according to DC Steele and the team, as they put their heads together, is to do a heavy rotation, because you are correct, trauma that happens in off seasons translate to on school seasons, coupled with having to go back to school and those adjustments. So they will be doing the circulations based on the calendar and providing the necessary tools, which will couple with trainings for teachers and counselors alike, so that persons are aware of any signs that they may see, so that the child can further be assisted.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And my other question goes to EMS, and I am working on the regulatory side that of course you are familiar with. Your entire the people in your department that I've been working with know that we need to get that codified also. In the meantime, though, is there any training of paramedics and of EMS, emergency services, the technicians, any of that going on to fill the gaps that I'm seeing in not only in your department, but in other areas where they're needed? Is that happening?
We met with Fire EMS just yesterday. So 2 individuals became paramedics a few weeks ago. and that's in fire EMS, and they have one also that's supposed to be retrained. But at the same time, our state agency, which is our EMS regulatory, that is led by Jackie Greenwich Payne, has been actually doing a lot in reference to some of the certification of programs and what they'd be able to provide. So she's here, and I'd ask her to comment on what she's been doing and the number of facilities that she's been able to certify.
Good afternoon again, Jacqueline Greenwich Payne. One of the things that we do within our office is to certify educational program to be able to teach and qualify their instructors to teach EMS program throughout the territory. And as of date, we were able to certify the Medical Simulation Center at the University of the Virgin Islands, the Whitley Scale Center, St. John Rescue, and within our office and St. Croix and St. Thomas, we do have within the National Registry also a training division, and along with first responder safety. So in all, we have certified 6 agencies within the territory to be able to do EMS education. And all of their instructors, one of the requirements were for them to be nationally certified as EMS educators and to understand the process of how to teach, because when you're teaching an adult, you're teaching somebody that already had life experience. And when it comes to EMS, we got to be able to have them to simplify and reprogram them in order to be able to educate. So we're working as we go along.
And I would like her, Senator, if I may, ask her to speak about the opioid training. So it's a EMS CPR opioid training that she's working alongside HIDA as well.
Okay. So before we were working with HIDA, we were working with the Department of Health Behavioral Services through their opioid grant. And so our office has been the educators for that program, and now through the commissioner, we were able to join with HIDA, and that's the high intensity drug unit. And because many responders nationwide, I mean, you just screw down your car window and that responder goes down. That's just how potent this fentanyl and opioids are. And now, guys, they're actually mixing it with horse tranquilizer. So even the Narcan might not be enough to be able to save the responders. And so that's why when we teach this opioid program, it's combined with CPR and first aid.
1 minute.
And so we've been doing that throughout the territory. And so we just completed 2 classes here in the St. Thomas district with multiple police division, whether it's from Port Authority, the governor's security, all over, in essence, at time.
Just one, I have 1 more minute, right? I'll use it. I thought I was
30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. My question is just simply, how many people do you serve under the MIH program on St. Croix? That's it.
It is actually, I give it to you, it's 97 patients. Let me make sure I'm correct. 94 patients.
Wow, thank you. We see the need and we need to fund it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. I lost my train of thought, but I'm going to remember it in a few. So I see that in your testimony on page 11, you spoke about millions of dollars that you have in federal funds. But you didn't give us, when do these funds expire? You have 36 awards from the CDC, 35 COVID. I mean, it's...
CFO, go ahead.
It's over $100 million.
Yes. Good afternoon again. Tatia Monell-Hewitt, Chief Financial Officer. So there are several different fiscal year end. So we have some grants that are ending in September, well, some just ended in July. We have some ending in September, some in December, some in January, some in March, and some in June. So there's different fiscal year end for the different grants.
Okay, so are you expecting to, that you will be expending all of these funds?
Yes, we always aim to expend all our funds, and we're expecting to do that.
Okay, can you please send back to this committee a breakout of these grants, the award date,
Okay.
the amount of the award, the purpose of the award, and and the purpose of the award, the balance, and of course the expiration.
We have that already, but we'll forward it to you. It's called our cash report. That gives you the overall view of our grants.
Yeah, that's very important to the budget discussion. Okay.
Yes.
And then you have the project M1941, the clubhouse funding, and it seems as if there were expenditures in 2020. Is this tied to Act number? Is this tied to Act number 8117? The MAP money that we had
It is,
appropriated for mental health programs.
And we actually have a table that speaks to that, but I'm going to have DC Steele speaks a little bit. It's on page 16. And DC Steele, can you elaborate on that, please?
Wait, before he go, I need to understand something. The funding on this page 15. Okay, so it's tied to the 3 million. So have you obligated, because I'm seeing here that it was $3 million. You had 3 personnel hired. You have associated fringe, supplies, other services, capital outlay. So you've spent, based on this report, $2.2 million since the inception of these funds. So you appear to have another, another million, almost another million and change, a million south to expend. So I'm trying to figure out what's the status and what's the status of the funding, and when do you expect to complete the use of these funds? Because complete this project, well, I know it's an ongoing project, but the use of these funds, because this appropriation was passed since 2019.
We did speak about that, and DC Steele, can you speak to that? I know that these funds are being used for payroll, but DC Steele, can you speak to that?
Yeah, the current balance currently right now is actually 761,000 plus, and it's only for the hired staff. So by the time it's all tied to salary to continue that program and supplies.
Okay, so you got 3 people in that program, 761. What is the amount that's needed for the staff annually? Because at the end of the day,
I don't have the number in front of me, but we can get it to you.
Okay, but this is where I go back to being concerned about our discussion. So this is an important program, correct, Commissioner? This is important. It appears as if your personnel is, this is starting balance. So I don't know what the personnel cost is.
Actually, that's why I was leaning to HR to see if she would be able to determine that, but we can get that to you.
Because I'm trying to figure out how long is this 761 going to last you? We don't know. I know you are required to send a comprehensive plan to the legislature, and I think I saw that a few years ago. Well, that happened.
But
right?
a follow-up plan, we probably need to follow up with that and give you a little bit more detail. So DC Steele, I know that Director Ramos is listening as well, so we'll have to make sure that that's submitted to you as soon as possible. And it'll give us a timeline for spending the funds.
Yeah, because you purchased vans and all these items that were purchased still in operation?
Yes.
Okay, so if this is a program that's important to the work or responsibility, then we should be knowing what this program will cost us in the future, and if there's a need for this program in this fiscal year. I don't know. We don't know. Because this is the issue. The issue is when we come before the legislature and then questions are asked about these, then it's said, well, the funding ran out, so we can't continue the program. But if we don't know, we can't do.
Understood.
You see? So we have to figure out, we have to have information in order to make decisions, and we have to know what is the importance of these programs. And I know, I'm actually surprised that, I guess he didn't have the time, but that, because I know that the Senate President is always asking about this particular program and this particular pot of money. So it's been from 2019, we are now in 2024, we're approaching 25 hard. We need to be wrapping up the use of these funds and figuring out what's the future of this program, and what does this program look like?
We'll provide it to you.
All right. I'm going to go to another round. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
This mic is...
I'm going to be nice. Okay, so could I have the 24 actuals, the latest numbers you have, expenditures for your 24? Personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges.
CFO?
Yes. Just give me
And
a
I
minute.
think for 24 you had capital outlay also, right?
Have yours close by?
Our CFO likes paper, so please give her a few minutes.
Okay, so by category, I will give you for general fund, our total expenditure as of June is $8,463,889.49. We had no capital outlay budgeted. Fringe is $3,651,481.37. Our supplies expenditure thus far is $280,019.97. Other services and charges, our total expenditure as of June is $7,418,751.15, to give you an overall total of $19,814,141.98.
19,814.
141.98.
Okay, you didn't, you gave me personal?
Yes, I did. That was the first
Give it
one
to me
I gave
again,
you.
please.
Okay, personnel was $8,463,889.49.
Good, got it.
Thank
you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so, and this is of June?
Stay there.
As of June, how much is your...
Yeah, as of June, yes.
How much is your personnel per pay period or per month?
For what?
Per month or per pay period, whichever one you have.
Per month for salary is run us about almost 600,000.
8, 9. How much more pay periods do you have? 4?
Yeah, 3 more pay period. Well, how much more? 4. 4 more pay period, yes.
Okay, I just was trying to make sure that you're falling within that number, because I note specifically that under your other services and charges, this 7 million is inclusive of general and federal funds?
No, that's just general fund.
So then,
and
if
that's primarily off island care.
So if that's general fund, then you have over expended your general fund. No?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, give me the number again.
So our expenditure for salary and fringe is...
No, just other services.
Other services? Okay. Other services is $7,418,751 $0.15.
Okay, I'm trying. Okay, here it is. Okay, so.
Yeah, and what was actually budgeted was $8,055,608.
Okay,
for
so I see.
FY24.
So I see what it is. So under the other services proper in your fiscal year 24 budget is $6,857,181. However, we have other programs. You have the Ryan White. You have.
Yeah, that's the miscellaneous fund.
But they roll up into that number that you just give us.
Yes.
Sure, you're certain?
I'm positive.
Okay, good. So that's why you come up to the 7 million.
Correct.
Because if you were only dealing with the other services category, it's 6.9 million. Okay? So, Commissioner, do you have any information regarding the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure? Because I remember there was a move to separate them, which when we look at the law, they fall squarely under.
Yes,
the
and
Department of Health.
there was an error. We're working with finance right now because there was an error and they were given independence in reference to finance, but we're working on reverting that back as soon as possible.
The law does not allow for that.
I understand.
Yeah, so when that happened, that should not have happened. So
Right.
when we passed the budget in 24, we corrected that.
Right.
So there's 852,000. Who's managing those funds?
Right now, honestly, it's a VA Board of Nurse Licensure, so finance is working with us to correct that process so that we can begin managing those funds again.
Okay, so these fall under your department
Yes.
in FY24. 4. Your total is 27,346,000. So please, we're going to need to get back from you because they were supposed to come down with you, but they are not available. And we are not sure that we have a window to accommodate them.
We'll get that information
So
for
we're
you.
going to need to get the expenditures for the 852 for fiscal year 24 and they proposed for FY 25. Okay? So I
Okay.
understand your numbers now, Madam CFO. Okay?
Thank you.
So we're good. All right, Senator Novelli Francis Jr., 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll try to be a rapid fire here. The former Charles Howard facilities demolition, what's happening there and any timeline in which the demolition will be completed?
It's 49% completed thus far, and it's actually looking good. I do have my director here, but I also have AC, if you have any information, or Director Brown, who is in St. Croix, would be able to give you detailed information. Director Brown?
And while she comes, status of the laboratory.
A laboratory has been shifted down to beyond the parking lot. So that was a big project, and that was the delay for getting Charles Howard demolished. So that's where we are right now. But the director would be able to give you details. If she's there already, she will be able to.
All right, Director, and if the laboratory is also operational, go ahead.
Rosalina Brown, Director for Project Management. So the laboratory project is currently ongoing. We project to have the full demolition and abatement as well as the laboratory relocation completed by October of this year.
And we have a location where we're taking those debris. Has that already been cleared for where the debris will be placed?
Sure, it will be taken off by.
Off Island, okay. And what's the morale, Commissioner, of the employees?
I think they wane back and forth, but we have to tell you that we've begun a personnel resource team led by Cosme, one of our Employee of the Year, and I think that is actually energizing us a little bit more. We actually had several projects last year. August is going to be our employee month. We're not waiting for June to come around, and so we're looking for that engagement. We had a wonderful engagement in July of last year, and everyone is asking for more activities, and we're doing so. So we have ups and down swings, but I think that our trajectory is positive.
What is the two major challenges facing your employees at this time?
Well, let's see. I have to ask. Yeah, go ahead, HR.
Okay. So, Senator Francis, good afternoon again. I know the commissioner was going to give you the two, but I do want to just add that we are right now looking at literally engaging in
1
staff
minute.
satisfaction surveys so that we can ideally tell you what the top two factors are.
But if you're looking at, some people actually speak about finance as always a concern. Top concern is finance. And a lot of, some of it also is in terms of whether or not they agree with some decisions made by leadership. That always brings morale down a little bit, but hopefully we can balance that.
Okay. Do you have any pending litigation at this time? Against, outside of the malpractice issues, do you have any litigation or judgment against the Department of Health at this time?
In reference to employees or just in general?
Just in general, any pending litigations, judgment that we should be aware of in terms of this funding cycle?
No, nothing that's coming. I do have my attorney present in St. Croix as well. I'm sure she would be able to say yes or no, but as am I aware, and she brings everything to my attention, nothing that I'm aware of.
What about licensure? Are we up to date? I know I've had to move several legislation in regards to board licensure and those areas. Are we fully complemented at this time? And are we up to date in terms of those applications and requests?
Director Richardson Peters, well, of course, unfortunately, she was out for a little bit, but she's back. And so she is up and running. And I think that from what she's told me, she's actually online. So Director Richardson Peter, can you respond to that, please?
Good day, everyone. Deborah Richardson Peter, Director for Professional Licensure and Health Planning. Our renewal cycle is coming up this year. So October 1st is our next set of renewals. And then we'll have 6 boards in October and then 3 in January. So we're on target.
Can you please turn your camera on?
Sure.
There you go.
Okay.
Let's say again, Ms. Richardson Peter?
Yes, we have our renewals are every 2 years. So our next renewal cycle is coming up for October 1st, and I'm working with the CFO to rectify a bill. And once we get that done, we will be up and running. It's going to be online and automated like it was the last time in 2022.
Great. Thank you. My time has been called. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So let's go back to the budget. So under other services and charges for fiscal year 25, recommendation is an additional $746,515. That's accurate? Or that's roll up?
Can you repeat that, please? Thank you.
So we're seeing, I think that's roll up. I think they've rolled up all of the other, yeah, it looks that way. It looks like they've rolled up because all I'm in a red. So, no, actually not. So under fiscal year 25, the recommendation is $7,603,000. Which represents a $746,000 increase. But as I'm looking at it closer, it appears as if that $7 million is inclusive of Ryan White and all of the others. It is, right?
Yes.
So that's something that we have to work on. You know how this we've been finding it throughout the budget. It's just how we, the legislature, have put the budget together. So we need to sit with OMB this year to figure out if these need to be, because they sit under your org, which in this instance, your org is 700.
Right.
So if that's the case, then everything will roll up. I think it makes it a lot easier if, while it sits under the Department of Health, you have a miscellaneous account to actually manage them. I find that this is creating some issues. Because if you don't really understand the numbers, which you guys do because that's what you do every day, from a legislative perspective, we don't really have to understand the financial part of it. But I see where this could create some issues. Do you agree?
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, we need to fix this. So these need to have their own special we call them M accounts or something like that?
Yeah, M
Something else?
account, M account.
Yeah, so I have to speak to OMB to see how we could best accommodate this so what we're seeing is like you having an increase but ain't really true.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, because it's in there twice.
Correct. Exactly. It's counted twice.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, so we have to fix that. All right. So let me ask you, Commissioner, the Virgin Islands Vital Records Information System, we budgeted $318,427 last fiscal year. Is that a recurring expense or was that a one-time expense?
It's a recurring expense for the company that's assisting us with keeping that process going.
So it's your maintenance?
Yes.
I see. All right. Just want to make sure. And I suspect that these, the HIV medication, the Ryan White, the sickle cell, prenatal ink, these are supporting, federal funds support these, correct?
Correct.
Got it.
Well, for the sickle cell, that's really the only thing. We don't have anything else for sickle cell, and Director Linnea Frederick could respond to that as well. But I think that's the only thing we have for sickle cell disease.
So as far as sickle cell in the territory, what is that looking like these days?
We actually are working on a sickle cell. Dr. Frederick, can you respond to that? I know you're online.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Linnea Fredericks, Chronic Disease Director. We have executed an MOA with the University of the Virgin Islands for the implementation of the sickle cell registry. And currently they are working to onboard their personnel so that we can begin implementation, which is pending within the upcoming months.
Okay, so
after that it's implemented, we'll have a better handle of what sickle cell really looks like in the territory. It will include children and adults.
So as we speak, we don't really have any hard data around.
No.
Okay. So how are we spending this $100,000?
The money is already encumbered for the registry. So we're going to catch up. That's the intention. And then we're going to encumber the second round of funding for fiscal year 2024 within this month. But prior to 2 years ago, we did a lot of collaborations with the Virgin Islands Parent Support Group in providing them funding for the implementation of their program activities, a lot of outreach. We also collaborated with Dr. Habdi and Dr. Del Jaco in providing support to patients.
Got it. So for the most part, your focus will be standing up the registry.
Correct.
So you could collect the
Going
data.
forward, yes.
You can collect the data and then you'll be in a better position to provide
the care.
The care, basically.
Correct.
Okay. And then let's go back to the behavioral health. We did pull out like almost $70,000 for staff supplies. We should be able to roll that into your supplies now because we're seeing that under your 20, you said there's an increase, and that might be part of this roll-up as well, of $121,000 under, no, that's actually budgeted. So this money is counted twice.
Yes.
I'm seeing it. It's counted twice. As we look at these recommendations, as we look at these new numbers, so we need to get from you, clearly, your other services and charges category, those expenses that are associated with your other services and charges. Because if we don't need to break them out like this, I think I believe that we are past that place of breaking these out if we don't have to. Because you manage the Department of Health and you have to know what your obligations are that you have against your other services and charges category.
Exactly.
So us breaking them out
is not necessary.
Is us just feeling like we don't really trust the process, frankly. And well, that's not really what it is, to tell you the truth. So we may have done it like the first year to make sure that the funding is available. It's clear that this is what the funding for, but we continue to lay it out like this. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
So let's have a discussion about all that we can just roll up, so it makes it easier. You have to know what you need to provide the services for your respective work. Agreed, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So then when we do this, you can't come back the next year and say we didn't do that because it wasn't in the budget. We understand that if we do this, then we're doing it because we're allowing you to run your department.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else online? I don't know. Oh, Senator Maurice James, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Okay, quick 3 minutes here, I promise. On the on page 9 with the revenue cycle management, where you speak to revenue collections, I am curious as to, does the MIH program generate any revenues at all, or is it included in any of the categories that I'm seeing on your chart, table 1 and
It does generate revenue, and CFO has that information for you.
Yes, it's included in our in and outpatient column.
In and out.
Outpatient column.
Okay.
And what's the
Line.
Your outpatient.
Yes, outpatient.
So can you give me a specific, what percentage of that, or do you have the specific number as to how much it's?
Yes, the
you're able to
MIH
collect under
program is $124,480.
Okay, that's not bad. The other question I had was with regard to off-island care. I saw chronic care. What does chronic care entail or cover? What type of care does that mean? I wasn't sure.
Chronic care basically focuses on our long-term illnesses, diabetes, hypertension, cardiac anomalies, sickle cell anemia, diabetes, I think I spoke of. Behavioral health is a chronic care as well. So those are all encompassed.
Okay.
There are more. All of those identify what chronic care is all about.
And those we have no ability to provide that care. I don't know if the word is ability to provide that care on island.
Oh, in terms of transferring patients out of the island, yes, I'm actually going to allow Dr. Hunt to speak to that because we do provide those care. It's a specialty when it comes to those significant illnesses that we actually have to transfer off island. Dr. Hunt?
Okay, thank you.
Ty Hunt Caesar, Chief Medical Officer. Can you clarify which services you are inquiring about for the services requested?
Off island care. Why do we transfer?
Okay.
Off island.
So so specifically for off island care, as it relates to the entire sort of like territory, there are several illnesses that we specifically transfer off island. I think the largest, two of the largest off island transfers are surrounding cardiovascular disease. So anyone who is suffering with acute heart attacks, and then I guess we can also include in the neurovascular complications as well. So acute strokes or hemorrhagic strokes, anything that we are unable to care for with the specialty services that would need an intervention. So without the acute interventions and cardiothoracic surgery or neurosurgeon capabilities, we have to transfer patients off island. Other things that we transfer off island relates to very, very complex trauma cases. Although we do have the excellent general surgeons who really step up and do as much trauma care as we need when it is absolutely outside of their spectrum and out of the services that we need. Those are the reasons why we transfer off island.
And pediatric services as well.
Pediatric services, anything that we have that needs actually super specialty services, we unfortunately have to. So a lot of the specialty services in the pediatric field, we unfortunately have to transfer off island.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, the reality is that with the transfer of service goes the transfer of funds. But if we are unable to, that's just the reality of life in the Virgin Islands right now. So thank you for your answer.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James, Madam James. Yeah, page 9. So the funding that you collect in your revenue cycle management, these go into the health revolving fund?
Yes.
Okay, so, and this is the funds that gets divvied up between health and now EMS, etc.
EMS has their own health revolving fund.
So all of this is funding that you keep?
No.
You want to speak to EMS? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying there's when I look at your report, I know they have their own health revolving fund because we
Yeah.
separate it, but it's one pot.
Yes, it's one.
And then we appropriate it out.
Correct.
So the collection for the year is what you are managing, correct?
Yes.
And then once we see the general ledger, then we determine how much is divvied out. I think there's a percentage or something. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, so CFO can explain exactly how it was done last year and what's projected to be done this year in terms of the funding.
That's not what I'm trying to achieve here. I want to ask you some specific questions around this.
Go ahead.
So last fiscal year, how much was budgeted for the department against the Department of Health? I can't remember. I don't have it in front of me.
2.1 million.
So 2.1 of the health revolving funds was appropriated to Department of Health proper. And those funds were used for what purpose?
Okay. So can you repeat that question?
Okay, so there was 2.1. Did it go into the general pot? Or was it monies that was separate?
Talking about our total revenue that we received?
No, how much was appropriated to you?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. $1,976,755.
Okay. And that 1,976,000, I mean, I could pull it up in a report, but let me just ask you, was this a pull-out appropriation? Or was this part of your roll up into your general fund?
That was a pullout.
It was a pull-out, yeah. So what are y'all doing with those funds?
That goes in the 1.9. Those are monies that are set for our different programs in Department of Health to expend, to purchase supplies, other services.
You have personnel against this?
No.
Okay, I need to get a breakdown of how y'all utilize this 1,976,755 in fiscal year 2024.
I have a breakdown.
And what are you
already.
projecting in FY 2025?
Do you want that now?
I have that already, if you want me to tell you.
Sure.
Okay, so our expenditure thus far in FY 2024 is. Oh, I'm on the wrong page, sorry. Okay. Do you want me to go by budget category or the total?
Well, you said it's different programs,
Okay.
right?
Yes, it's different programs. So you want me to mention each program?
No.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out the best way for us to do this.
Okay, so I have the total supplies. Of course, we got capital outlay. We expended $95,867.
Before you go ahead, Commissioner, did you report those funds in your testimony? Or in these appendices that you have here?
I think they're in the appendices.
Which one? Because then I'll just go to it and it makes it easier.
Somehow it was the one, our budget for fiscal year 2025 for health revolving is 1.2, but somehow on the post-audit report is not reflected.
Right, that's fine, but I'm asking the commissioner's testimony, did we include that? Did she include that in her testimony or in the appendices that's a part of her presentation? Because then I could just go to that. It makes
The
it...
health revolving was the second area that I discussed. 1 second, please.
What page is that on?
It's general fund, health revolving is, hold on. Federal funds, that's page 6. And the
Page
breakdown
6.
is there, yeah, capital outlay, supplies, other services, public utility services.
But you have several different accounts attached to this. You have indirect costs, casino fund, and
No, that's not the health revolving. That's a different fund.
one at a time.
Okay.
You said page 6, so I'm looking at your page 6.
Would that be done? Non-appropriated
So
funds.
that's non-appropriated funds.
Okay,
So
so where,
non-appropriated funds, it includes our health revolving fund, our EMS surcharge, a casino fund is special fund, and also our health revolving fund.
okay, so this is what we need. We need a breakout of this. You guys provided us with a table. We need to understand exactly what y'all are doing with these funds.
Understood.
For instance, you have $427,000 for capital outlay. What are those funds being used for? Is that presented here in this testimony? You have a other services and charges category, another $1.3 million. What are those funds being used for? You have $354,000 for supplies. What are those being used for? That's actually to the tune of $2.12 million. So that's an additional $2 million.
That's our non-appropriated fund, which is health revolving.
We'll give you a breakdown on that.
Yeah, we need that information, please, because under the health revolving, I know that when we did the transition, you're still managing the what is it? The ambulance
EMS surcharge.
EMS surcharge. You're still managing that, right?
Yes, that, yeah.
Okay.
That assists with the.
And what is the
regulatory.
conversation around whether or not you're going to be keeping that or that's going to move over to EMS?
We're, well, President,
I know
we're
there was a
keeping
lot
it
of
because
discussion.
Yeah, I don't
it
think
helps
that-
the regulatory
One at a
division.
time. One at a time, because the stenographer is going to give me the eye. Trust me.
Our apologies.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So let's hear
Yes.
it again.
So we're keeping it because that funding helps the EMS regulatory division. That's how they purchase their supplies and do all those trainings that they're doing. That's what helps them to conduct those trainings.
Okay, so for clarification, the Virgin Islands Health Revolving Fund, and I'll have to look at the law because I can't think of it off the top of my head. Is that divvied up? Did we divvy up those funds by percentages, or it's an allocation based on what we believe the need is?
What we believe is what?
Is it divvied up by percentage? 100%, X percent goes to health, Y percent goes to EMS, or is it what we believe is needed based on the collections for that particular year?
Is based on the collection. So our budget is usually done based on that, and then the funds are split between all the programs.
You understand what I'm asking?
In EMS, how much?
Yeah, we have to look at the law
percentage it's-
to see how those funds are divvied up.
Are you speaking particularly to EMS and fire or health and us? Huh?
Overall,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the law in front of me, but I'm trying to figure out, do we have in the law X percent goes to, it's like the emergency fund, X percent goes to fire?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, now I get
Sorry,
what you're
sorry
saying.
about that. Okay.
Yeah, so the emergency surcharge fund is divvied up between fire, police, and health, and is a percentage. So it's a
Okay.
percentage of what is collected in the surcharge account on, based on
Okay.
your telephone.
That's what I wanted to figure out. Okay, all right. I believe we have a lot more questions, but based on where we are this afternoon, I think we've exhausted our questions. And if we have additional questions during the budget process, you know that we will call.
Yes.
So I think I've asked, every senator has had an opportunity to speak who's here with us today, twice. So I'm going to allow you a 30-second close. Or one thing before the 30-second close. back in 2019, we visited Eldra Schulterbrand, and the discussion was, at that time, I think we were cutting a ribbon for the the southern side. What's going on with the northern side?
Right now, we did receive $300,000 to renovate that area. And unfortunately, we did not receive as much as we wanted from FEMA. So we have to seek funding to be able to rehabilitate that area as much as possible. So right now, that's where we are. We just received that information about maybe 2 weeks ago.
And what is the proposed cost to repair?
We were hoping for at least over $3 million because the roof is damaged, the structure is not sufficient.
So you have 300,000?
Correct.
And you need 3 million?
We need more than 3 million if we're going to rebuild, but 3 million is what we were looking at first or more. I don't think that AC is here. I don't think we've actually done an assessment as to what the damages
That's a behavioral
were.
health facility, right?
Yeah, correct.
All right, Mr. Senator. Okay? All right. Okay. That was it for me for today. 30-second close for relisting.
First of all, I want to, of course, thank the governor and lieutenant governor as well for always giving us their support. Senator, just listening to what happened here today, you and the other senators really diving into our budget and figuring out exactly what we need to do to produce more work in reference to the Department of Health and Public Health Services was a welcoming discussion and challenge for us. So we want to thank you for that. And of course, want to thank the entire staff from my executive team to the directors, our coordinators, our staff. We, looking in the audience, our MCH team is here. And I have to tell you, more than anything, I'm so excited to see them in the audience. I have to give them kudos for being here with us as well as everyone else that came out to support us and looking at us from that. The community has been tremendous in supporting the Department of Health and our projects as well. And in the future, we look forward to implementing the things that we have put into forward today, looking at our data warehouse, what that can bring, working with the office in the governor in reference to IT, and looking at fully implementing an HIE, which we have been missing for years and years. So there's so much that we can do from an IT perspective, from a clinical perspective. We can only improve, and we're looking forward to being here and working with you in the future. Thank you all.
Thank you for your testimony today and your responses. I have to tell you that your team came prepared to respond to the questions, and I have to say I appreciate that, because sometimes it could be a little frustrating. So, Ms. Monell Hewitt, I have to give you most definitely kudos, and the HR director, I have to give you kudos. What are you, the assistant commissioner, the deputy?
Deputy commissioner.
Trying to make sure I get it, people. Yeah, Ms. Jean Baptiste, my twin sister. I have to give y'all kudos for really responding. Everybody, just basically being able to respond to the questions. It is clear that we have a lot of work to do, and we really need to determine, as a Virgin Islands, what our priorities are. And I'll tell you, I know that we are challenged with our resources, but what's equally important for me, though, is that we send down budgets to the legislature that are reflective of what the territory's priorities are. And that's been a little difficult for us. And I suspect that's because of the resources.
Mm-hmm.
And, personnel takes a big chunk of our funding. But after personnel, we have to figure out what are those priority items that we really need to focus on. And we know our challenges with healthcare in the Virgin Islands, and we really want to make sure that if we're going to talk about our economic development and attracting new businesses here, we have to figure out a way to shore up our healthcare system in the territory. And it definitely starts with the Department of Health. Okay, so we have exhausted our conversation today. We will be in touch with you. We did have some through the chair requests, so you will get correspondence from us. Usually I would read them, but I am not able to do that this afternoon. I don't have them in front of me. I didn't get them because my assistant is not with me today. But you will get them. But I'm certain that you took notes, so please start working on them. We will have a discussion with you prior to us wrapping up the FY 2025 budget. I want to thank the post-audit staff, the central staff, the guys in media, everybody that provided us with support today, and most definitely my colleagues that stayed here and stick it out in the paint with me today to ensure that we are able to wrap up our FY 25 budget. So without further ado, the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting for today is hereby adjourned.